At first, the young girl did not notice that she had dropped something. After taking a few steps, she suddenly got a feeling that something was off. She then reached out to check her pockets. Sheet, I dropped the remote. The young girl turned her head to look behind her. Sure enough, she had dropped the remote a few meters back. Coincidentally, a 2-meter-tall student happened to be passing by, and when he saw the remote on the ground, he bent down and picked it up. The large guy was called Nan Haoming, and was the lead member of Jiangnan University Town's freestyle grappling club. He was an adorable large man who would laugh really frankly, and also half an acquaintance of Song Shuhang. During the last semester, he believed himself to be the strongest expert in Jiangnan University Town, and to help a younger brother, the lonesome Nan Haoming went to find Song Shuhang for a fight, only to get KO'd in 2 moves. This was how he and Song Shuhang got to know each other. Schoolmate, you dropped something. Nan Haoming picked up the remote and called out to the young girl in front of him. In order to avoid frightening the young girl with his huge size, Nan Haoming revealed his trademark silly smile. The young girl blushed when she saw the remote in Nan Haoming's hands. Thank you. She seemed to be nervous, dragging a big suitcase as she struggled to move towards Nan Haoming. Nan Haoming looked at the young girl in front of him who seemed to be struggling to walk while dragging a big suitcase. The young girl's hair seemed to be naturally curly, while her eyebrows were thin. Together with her shy look, it made her look like a red apple that tempted people to take a bite of her. Nan Haoming looked at the remote in his hand again, and his thoughts began to run wild. Wait, something suddenly occurred to him. This remote might be something that was made to shock girls. This thought flashed through his mind. Afterward, with a holy smile on his face, he reached out and pressed the button on the remote control right in front of the shy young girl. This action was almost instinctive. Seeing Nan Haoming press the button, the young girl's expression immediately collapsed. Sheet, couldn't you see me act all cute? And yet you actually still went and pressed the damn button? In the next moment, the big suitcase in the young girl's hand stretched open, the way something very high-tech would do. When the suitcase opened, a shiny alloy box appeared within. Inside this box was loaded something that looked like a small rocket. It was identical to those rockets seen on TV used to bring satellites up into the sky, just smaller in size. At this time, the lower part of the rocket started spewing flames, making it quickly ascend into the sky. At first glance, it already made people feel like it was something very dangerous. Nan Haoming suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Just as he was dumbfounded, the small rocket ascended and rushed to the sky amidst rumbling sounds. A moment later, the rocket had already flown up nearly 300 meters off the ground. After reaching the designated altitude, it exploded violently. Boom! Just like muffled thunder on a summer day, the explosions rang out and echoed deafeningly across the sky. Nan Haoming could only stare, completely shocked at what had just taken place before his eyes. He had guessed correctly what would happen at the beginning, but did not guess correctly what would happen in the end. The young girl was indeed shocked, but it wasn't only the young girl, but also all the students and teachers of Jiangnan University Town. The sound of the explosion was simply too startling. Nan Haoming's back was drenched in cold sweat. Needless to say, the remote he had pressed just now was what controlled the small rocket in the suitcase and caused it to launch. Damn, it was such a dangerous thing. Why on earth was it so easy to launch it then? Shouldn't there have been several layers of protection to bypass before the rocket could be fired? Why was it possible to launch such a dangerous thing by simply pressing a cute little button on a remote control? Then, Nan Haoming once again thought of something. Was he done for? China was extremely strict when it came to control over firearms and weapons. Not to mention a rocket that could produce such an explosion, even if it were a fake gun, it would have been strictly contained. When the small rocket went and exploded, it did so with such power that the resulting explosion couldn't be classified in the range of fireworks. So the question was, he who was holding the remote control that triggered the explosion would be arrested for terrorism? Nan Haoming's heart turned cold. Why the F***ck did I have to go and do such a thing? Such a pain. I don't even know what kind of troublesome thing was packed inside that rocket this time. The young girl stretched out her hands, placed them in front of her eyes, and looked at the explosion in the sky that the rocket had just caused. The young girl pulling the suitcase was also unaware of the effects of the small rocket. A friend of her teacher had asked her to give the experimental product to her teacher, and said it was an explosive thing. So, she had no idea as to what terrifying effects the small rocket would create after it exploded. In the sky. After the small rocket exploded, thick fog spread from the center of the explosion. The fog spread so rapidly that it had instantly covered the entire sky above Jiangnan University and everything in the radius of 1 kilometer from it. It truly covered heaven and earth. In the next moment, the fog in the sky descended toward the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was happening was simply too unscientific. The whole Jiangnan University town was shrouded in mist. Due to the fog, ordinary people could only see up to 5 meters away from them, and only faint figures could be seen outside this range. Fog? Nan Haoming looked at the fog. This was what that small rocket released after it exploded? Could it be that it was just a giant smoke bomb? However, was it necessary to make such a large smoke bomb? Then Nan Haoming thought for another moment. If it was just fog that wasn't going to cause any harm to the people, wouldn't the charges against him be smaller even if he were convicted? At this moment, the young girl grabbed some of her naturally curly hair, and said, "It isn't fog, it looks like it's smog." What? Smog? Nan Haoming showed a confused face. That small rocket was a smog bomb? The young girl nodded, squatted down, and found a guidebook in the suitcase. After reading it, the girl explained, "This is a very precious experimental product. The producer developed this bomb to let everyone experience the horror of smog, and as such remind them to protect the environment." Nan Haoming. Schoolmate, can you not deceive me just because I'm not too smart? Making a smog bomb to pollute the environment, in order to protect the environment? WTF. Is there something wrong with the minds of the people who made it? Now that the Earth's environment has already been seriously polluted, how can they create artificial smog launcher? It was just like that old joke which had a scientist who made cold-resistant mosquitoes, and used them to fill in for the lack of mosquitoes during winter in China. It really made one feel like dragging them out and shooting them 100 times. Sigh. After sighing, the young girl looked at the hazy area in front of her, and said, "Now isn't the time to discuss the effects of the small rocket. What we should do is find out what to do with the smog." The sudden emergence of the smog made many people fall into panic. How do we deal with it? Nan Haoming stared blankly at the smog that covered the sky and the earth, his heart filled with despair. Unless the legendary immortals were to descend unto earth, it would be impossible to remove such a great amount of smog with the current technology. Now, could they only wait for the wind's direction to change so that the smog would disperse? In the meantime, little Kai looked at the smog that suddenly appeared in the sky. What happened? It's probably related to the explosion just now. This great amount of smog appeared after the small rocket exploded, Su Clan 7 said. This isn't the doing of simple technology, is it? The sobbing old man said. With the current technology, it would be difficult to make such a large amount of smog burst out from such a small rocket. Venerable White nodded, and said, "Indeed, this smog contains spiritual energy, so it's a combination of technology and cultivation techniques." Loli Shi covered her nose. Is it the work of some fellow Taoist hiding in the vicinity of Jiangnan University town? But, with such a large effect, wouldn't this attract the attention of the Cultivator Alliance? The so-called Cultivator Alliance was similar to the Martial Arts Alliance in wuxia novels. The Cultivator Alliance also had a leader, but the old man had been in secluded meditation for nearly 500 years. There were also the vice leader and the various elders, but they were all closing up as well. As long as no earth-shaking change happened in the world of cultivators, then the Cultivator Alliance would be very lax. Nevertheless, the presence of the Cultivator Alliance served to intimidate some nasty cultivator, preventing the world of cultivators from becoming too chaotic. At that time, when the illusory sword school tried to take the sword technique of the Chu family, they didn't dare to steal it openly since they were afraid of the Cultivator Alliance, and were finally forced to battle on the grievance settling platform. Incidentally, the manager of the grievance settling platform was also a member of the Cultivator Alliance. And now, the creation of such a large amount of smog that would greatly affect the lives of normal people was definitely attract the attention of members of the Cultivator Alliance. Just as Lolisher finished speaking, a figure quickly approached the crowd. The figure looked to be walking very slowly, but with a single stride, he moved nearly 10 meters. It was the Taoist distance shortening technique. After 3 breaths, the figure had already appeared before Venerable White and the others. Good morning, Horizon greets all the fellow Taoists. The white-haired Taoist priest greeted Venerable White, 7, and the others. So it was you, fellow Taoist Horizon, long time no see. Su Clan 7 smiled. At the same time, his figure quietly retreated a small step. The great name of the frenzied strength imparter was resounding like thunder. Even though Su Clan 7 might be stronger than Taoist priest Horizon, legend had it that a single gaze of his could make a person pregnant. Wait, it was, a single gaze could transfer an entire year of strength, and a handshake could transfer 10 years of strength. Therefore, 7 felt that he should take precautions. While retreating, Su Clan 7 pulled Lolisher behind him. The corners of Taoist priest Horizon's eye twitched. Taoist priest Horizon was feeling tired. However, he was here for business. Cough, fellow Taoist 7. If I may ask, do you know where the fellow Taoist who created all this smog is? Taoist priest Horizon asked. Lolisher peeked from behind Su Clan 7, and answered, is Taoist priest a law enforcer from the Cultivator Alliance? We weren't the ones who released this smog. Su Clan 7 pushed Lolisher behind him again. Fellow Taoist Horizon, if you want to find the fellow Taoist who created the smog, then you just need to look around the location where the small rocket was launched a while ago. Su Clan 7 then pointed toward the location of Nan Haoming and that young girl. Thank you, fellow Taoist 7. Taoist priest Horizon cupped his fists, and took a step, whizzing toward a distant place. After taking a few steps, Taoist priest Horizon turned back to Su Clan 7, and said, also, fellow Taoist 7, you don't have to be this cautious around this Taoist priest. This Taoist priest doesn't have the ability to transfer power through space. Ha ha ha. Su Clan 7 dryly laughed. The corners of Taoist priest Horizon's mouth twitched once again, and he left with a bitter smile on his face. Shortly after he left, Su Clan 7 said to Lolisher and Little Kai, did you see that sage-like Taoist priest Horizon just now? The next time you meet him, try to stay away from him as much as possible. Lolisher was confused. The monster bird Little Kai thought for a bit, and felt that she seemed to have heard the Taoist name, Taoist priest Horizon, before. He is frenzied strength imparter, Taoist priest Horizon. According to the rumors, he can transfer an entire year's worth of strength with just a single gaze, and if you make physical contact with him, he can instantly transfer to you 10 years' worth of strength, perhaps even more. However, the majority of the people that received this strength transfer didn't end up well, Su Clan 7 said. Lolisher's eyes became wide open. Was there really such a terrifying existence in the world of cultivators? Venerable White said, to impart strength with just a glance sounds? That sounds too exaggerated. It should just be a rumor. I feel that it would be safer to believe it rather than not. I don't care if other people believe it, I only know that I will continue to believe in it, Su Clan 7 said. Venerable White smiled and nodded. Well, since everything has been settled, it's time for me to bid everyone goodbye, Su Clan 7 said. 7, are you also going to close up to advance in realm? Venerable White said. Indeed. I've already prepared well for my tribulation. Now that 16 has already succeeded in hers, I've managed to take a big weight off my chest. Next, in at most half a year or 2 months at the shortest, I will already have become a true monarch, Su Clan 7 said confidently. Then, I wish you a successful breakthrough. Venerable White said. Thank you, Senior White. Su Clan 7 laughed, and said, then, fellow Taoists, we will meet again another time. After saying that, Su Clan 7 made use of the cover of the mist to bring out his life-bound treasured saber and ride away. When 7 left, Venerable White waved at Palace Master 7 Lives' Talisman on the nearby 3rd floor. Then, he brought Sher and Little Kai along as he left the place where the cars were parked. In the meantime, Nan Haoming was still in a daze. He felt that he had become rather crazy. He was unexpectedly really trying to think up a solution for clearing this smog-filled sky. Would he really be able to find a solution for this kind of situation? And beside him, the young girl with naturally curly hair silently picked up her big suitcase and closed it. What are we going to do next? Nan Haoming asked. There is no we. It's you who must look for a solution, the young girl said earnestly. Because it was you who pushed the button, not me. Nan Haoming. But aren't you the one who was carrying around the smog bomb? Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly came over, and appeared right beside Nan Haoming and the young girl. I've found you. A white-haired Taoist priest had appeared. The Taoist priest first sized up Nan Haoming, and then looked at the young girl. The young girl also looked at the white-haired Taoist priest. I'm Taoist Priest Horizon. The white-haired Taoist priest greeted them. When the young girl heard the Taoist name, her little face paled, and she retreated a step. Taoist priest? Nan Haoming questioningly looked at the sage-like Taoist priest. Hold on. Earlier, he thought that only one of those legendary immortals could save the situation and deal with this smog. Now, had an immortal really descended to Earth to deal with the smog? Little friend, please follow this Taoist Priest Horizon said to the young girl. The young girl shook her head, and said, no, I have something important that I must do. Before figuring out a way to deal with this smog, go for a stroll with this Taoist priest. Then, after the smog has been dealt with, this Taoist priest can settle the matter related to the fees with little friend. Taoist Priest Horizon maintained a smile. This wasn't my fault, the young girl said earnestly. I'm not the one who pushed the button. Sorry, I'm the one who pushed the button. Nan Haoming bitterly smiled, and said, but, I don't have much money on me. Taoist Priest Horizon looked at Nan Haoming, and stroked him with his hand. Nan Haoming dazedly stumbled into a flower garden at the side, his face filled with confusion. Little friend, let's go, Taoist Priest Horizon said gravely. While fear was still apparent all over the young girl's face, Taoist Priest Horizon grabbed her. Taoist Priest, can't you directly send me the bill? The young girl said sadly. Taoist Priest Horizon shook his head, and he held on to the young girl as he traveled to a distant place. Wait, Taoist Priest. Let me tell the big guy something. The young girl sighed, knowing that she was doomed today. Taoist Priest Horizon stopped. The young girl reached out and took out a note from her pocket, throwing it at Nan Haoming. Big guy, help me call that person on the note and tell him the words, Tribulation Formation. Then, tell him to figure out a way to bail me out, the young girl said. The large guy Nan Haoming dazedly nodded his head and took the note. Then, he could only watch as the Taoist priest and the young girl went into the distance. A moment later, Nan Haoming regained some clarity. He was holding the note, and was looking at the phone number written on it. After giving it some thought, he dialed the number on the note. At this time, Song Shuheng was sitting in the classroom for English class, playing with his phone and looking at the video sent by Northern River's loose cultivator. It was the video of that black iron godly armor. On the surface, it was a black iron statue scaled to the size of a real person, and it looked pretty ugly. Except from when one was wearing it, the said process indeed gave him a technological feeling. Song Shuheng was completely unable to relate this armor to the futuristic product Senior Northern River was talking about. However, Shuheng suddenly thought of something. This seemingly ugly-looking black iron godly armor might really suit him. After all, he had the Saber intent armor. Honestly, ordinary armor-shaped magical clothes didn't really suit him. Their functions would end up conflicting with the Saber intent armor. However, this black iron godly armor had the shape of a human. Putting on the black iron godly armor would be just like adding a layer of black iron defense on the surface of Song Shuheng's body. Afterward, on top of the black iron godly armor, he could still have the Saber intent armor. Song Shuheng pictured in his mind how he would look after putting on the black iron godly armor and the Saber intent armor. Perhaps he would surprisingly look cool. Therefore, Song Shuheng's heart stirred. Senior Northern River, what's the exact level of defensive power of this black iron godly armor? Song Shuheng asked in the group. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, it can't be. Shuheng, you've actually taken a liking to that statue-like armor? I recently acquired an interesting skill, and I think that it will work well with the black iron armor. When Senior Phoenix Slayer is free, I can show it to you, Song Shuheng said. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly replied, the black iron godly armor's defensive power is absolutely outstanding. As I said before, it's a robe that can be worn until the initial phase of the 5th stage realm. When all of its defensive formations are activated, even if cultivators at the peak of the 4th stage realm used offensive sword techniques, it would be difficult to break through the defense. More importantly, it's a robe that nearly covers the entire body, with very few weak points, those weak points being, of course, one's eyes and nostrils if they were to be aimed for. Great! Song Shuheng said. Then, Senior Northern River, we have a deal. Happy to do business with you. Northern River's loose cultivator sent a smiling emoji. Fairy Lychee, I can't help but look forward to how little friend Shuheng will look after wearing the black iron godly armor. Same here, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Don't worry, seniors will definitely be surprised when the time comes, Song Shuheng said confidently. After closing the deal, Song Shuheng then opened an article that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had uploaded in the group, Thoughts on How to Transcend the Heavenly Tribulation of the 4th Stage. But just as he started reading, a phone call came. It was an unknown number. Song Shuheng answered the call, and said, Hello, who is this? I'm Nan Haomeng. Hello, Nan Haomeng said. Sheet, why does this voice seem this familiar? Wait, could it be Song Shuheng's voice? He was the powerhouse that had defeated him with 2 strikes. Therefore, Nan Haomeng obviously wouldn't forget Song Shuheng's voice. Song Shuheng? Is it you? Nan Haomeng said in surprise. Song Shuheng. What was wrong with Nan Haomeng today? For him to call Shuheng on his own initiative, yet not know whom he had called. Why are you looking for me? Song Shuheng asked. Yes, there's something I have to tell you. Oh, actually, no. To be exact, there was a female schoolmate who told me to look for you. However, she was taken away by a white-haired Taoist priest. But before she was carried off, she left me your phone number, telling me to ask you to bail her out, Nan Haomeng answered. Song Shuheng was confused by what he had just heard. Right, that female schoolmate said that you will know who she is as long as I tell you the words, Tabulation Foundation. These should be the words. However, I only remember that they sounded like this. I'm not sure if I got them right, Nan Haoming said. Something that sounded similar to Tabulation Foundation? Song Shuheng thought, wait, could it be Tribulation Formation? The other day, Venerable White said that Demon Monarch Nirvana would come over for a visit in a few days to prepare a set of tailor-made tribulation transcending formations for him. Could that young girl be Demon Monarch Nirvana? No, that couldn't be. Demon Monarch Nirvana's voice during the call clearly sounded like a guy's. Anyway, why do I have to bail her out? What did she do? Song Shuheng asked. What did she do? Nan Haoming bitterly smiled, and said, she brought a smog bomb to Jiangnan University town. Later, she dropped the remote. Then, I accidentally pressed the button. Song Shuheng. Are you F***king kidding me? That loud explosion just now and the fast-spreading smog were unexpectedly the doing of Nan Haoming and that young girl. More importantly, what the hell was a smog bomb? What kind of train of thought did the guy who'd invented this stuff have to think up of such a thing? Was he not afraid of being found out and executed by the country? After a deep sigh, Song Shuheng asked, where do I go to bail her out? This matter was related to the tribulation transcending formation, so it couldn't be taken lightly. Therefore, it would be better to find the girl quickly and bail her out. I don't know where you have to go to bail her out. I only know that she was taken away by a white-haired Taoist priest. Then, she said that as long as I told you the words, Tabulation Foundation, you would already know everything, Nan Haoming answered. Song Shuheng. Know everything my ass. Heavens, a white-haired Taoist in the cultivation world? If only there weren't that many. Whenever one went to a sect, they would be able to see tons of white-haired Taoists. Some with tender faces, some with old faces, and also some with neither old nor tender faces. In the world of cultivation, white was a very popular hair color, all right? If that was the only clue he had, how would he be able to find the white-haired Taoist and bail her out? Do you have a picture of that Taoist? Song Shuheng asked. There wasn't enough time to take a picture, and it's very foggy outside. It's hard to see even 5 meters away from you. I want to go to the toilet, but I've seriously got no idea how to get there, Nan Haoming said. Song Shuheng, that's all I know. I'll end the call now. I suddenly felt the urge to urinate. As soon as he finished talking, Nan Haoming ended the call. Song Shuheng looked at his phone with a depressed look on his face. Soon after, he remembered Senior White and the others. At the time of the incident, Senior White and Senior Su Clan 7 should have been near where the cars were parked, which shouldn't have been far from where the bomb took off, so they might know something. Song Shuheng opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Afterward, he found out that they were currently discussing topics related to him in the group. Fairy Blossom, Soft Feather, Senior Song, just now, my father and I arrived at the ancestral land of the Chu family. Right after, we saw a group of evil cultivators preparing to attack the Chu family. This time, with the permission from my father, I got into action. It was my first time riding a flying sword and using sword controlling technique together with the Spirit Butterfly Island sword technique. It was an enjoyable fight. Moreover, I heard Chu Chunying talk about the disaster that befell the Chu family before. Thank you, Senior Song, for helping the Chu family survive the tribulation. However, Song Shuheng was on the phone at that moment, and he didn't reply to Soft Feather. Afterward, Soft Feather seemingly looked at the chat logs of the group and saw the exchange between Song Shuheng and Northern River's loose cultivator. And, Song Shuheng had said that he would look very handsome after putting on the black iron godly armor. Would Senior Song look like this after wearing the black iron godly armor? Fairy Blossom, Soft Feather, happily sent a picture. It was a photo processed through Photoshop. The black iron godly armor's face was removed and replaced with Song Shuheng's. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, soft feather, your photoshopped picture doesn't seem right. Fellow Taoist Northern Rivers, black iron godly armor, covers the entire body, leaving only the eyes and the nostrils uncovered. So, soft feather, you should only add in Song Shuhang's eyes to the black iron godly armor using Photoshop, that's how it should look. I see, I'll try again. Fairy Blossom, soft feather, went to edit the photo again. Then, she sent a newly edited picture. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, although the eyes are placed correctly, I feel like they are full of fear. Which photo of little friend Shu Hang did you use? Fairy Lychee, also, the size isn't right either. The black iron godly armor can automatically change to fit the owner's figure. That is to say, if little friend Shu Hang wears this armor, his figure will more or less remain the same. That makes sense, I'll adjust his build, then. Fairy Blossom, soft feather, replied. A moment later, she sent another edited photo. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, Great Master felt that this photo was accurate. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, this photo is good. I think this is how little friend Shu Hang will look when he puts on the armor. It seems accurate. I still don't understand which part of this is supposed to look cool. It looks somewhat ugly overall, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Fairy Lychee, perhaps little friend Shu Hang is going to wear a Taoist robe above this, black iron godly armor, which will then make him look somewhat cool. The black iron godly armor has no hair, and I feel it would fit better with a kasaya. It would also be more in line with little friend Shu Hang's style. Fairy Dongfang 6 sent a smiling emoji. Song Shu Hang. You go wear a kasaya, all of you go wear a kasaya. Oh, little friend Shu Hang is online, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Senior Song, thank you for helping the Chu family survive the tribulation before, Fairy Blossom, soft feather, quickly said. Song Shu Hang, you're welcome. At that time, I just helped by pulling Senior White over to visit the Chu family. Venerable White, not me. Fairy Blossom, soft feather. Song Shu Hang smiled, and said, anyway, I merely drew reinforcements over to the Chu family to deal with the evil cultivators. Well, thank you anyway, Senior Song. If you hadn't helped, Chu family would have been in deep trouble, Fairy Blossom, soft feather, said. Fairy Dongfang 6, right, Shu Hang, are you going to wear a Taoist robe or a kasaya over the black iron godly armor? Song Shu Hang, I'm wearing neither. Naked? Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Of course not. When I receive the black iron godly armor, I'll take a photo of myself and show you how handsome I look, Song Shu Hang said. Wait, this is the wrong topic. I went online to ask Venerable White something. So, Song Shu Hang said, at Venerable White, Senior White, did you see a white-haired Taoist take away a young girl earlier? Yeah, I did see one, Venerable White said. Song Shu Hang, great. Senior White, do you know who that white-haired Taoist is? And where did he take the young girl? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I see. There could only be one truth. Shu Hang, what's your relationship with that young girl? Truth your ass. Senior Thrice Reckless, stop causing trouble. That young girl might be related to Demon Monarch Nirvana, who's going to prepare a tailor-made set of tribulation transcending formations for me, Song Shu Hang said. However, as soon as she arrived at Jiangnan University town, this girl released a smog bomb, covering the entire place with smog. Now, I want to find that white-haired Taoist to bail her out. At this time, I feel as though I had just F***ked Doudou. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. At Tyrannical Saber Song 1, little friend Shu Hang, Doudou is already a taken girl, and he's going to get married soon. Next time, you shouldn't use the words F***ck Doudou anymore, just use F***ck a dog. Otherwise, it might cause a misunderstanding. Song Shu Hang, right, Doudou was going to get married soon. Still, To whom was true monarch Yellow Mountain marrying him off? Song Shuheng was very curious. Venerable White, I know who the white-haired Taoist is. He's Taoist Priest Horizon. This Taoist name sounds familiar, Song Shuheng said. Venerable White, you met him not long ago. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, he has a nickname, Frenzied Strength Imparter. Are you afraid now? F*CK, so it was him. The corner of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched. Last time, Taoist Priest Horizon had almost imparted him some strength. I'll bring you to see him in the afternoon, Venerable White said. Not now? Song Shuheng asked. No hurry, go to class first. Anyway, Taoist Priest Horizon isn't far from where we are. We can go during your lunch break, Venerable White replied. Song Shuheng, that's also good. You go to class first and make progress every day. I'll contact you this afternoon, Venerable White said. Song Shuheng. After this topic was over. By the way, is there anyone going to True Marshall Island soon? Fairy Lychee asked in the group. Does Fairy Lychee want to buy something there? Fairy Dongfang 6 said. True Marshall Island was an island moving around in the middle of the ocean. Its true appearance was that of a big turtle with the bloodline of the black tortoise. Later, cultivators gradually established a trading place on its back. Today, it was a well-known trading place in the world of cultivators. This time, I'm going there to participate in an interesting event and win the third prize, Fairy Lychee said. I heard that the person who gets third place gets a spiritual beast. The cocooned cow. I've been interested in this kind of spiritual beast for a long time. Is there any fellow Taoist going with me? An event on True Marshall Island? Are you talking about the True Marshall Cup Valkyrie competition? Count me in, then, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. I'm not interested in the prizes, but I'm interested in that technique that the Valkyrie created. That's something Northern European practitioner created, right? Is it true that the creation process is very cruel? Island Master Tiankong said. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team laughed, and said, haha, when it comes to this topic, I can't help but butt in. Actually, the Valkyrie technique on True Marshall Island has nothing to do with the Valkyrie from Scandinavia. Truthfully, a long time ago, some people obtained part of the puppetization technique of the immortal from the Jet Black sect and decided to sell it to the guys on True Marshall Island. The guys on True Marshall Island were greedy, and there was nothing they didn't dare to buy. After the purchase, they altered the technique a little and said that it was some Valkyrie technique they had gotten from Northern Europe. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Tyrant Flood Dragon, why do you know these things so clearly? Fairy Lychee asked curiously. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon laughed, and said, because at that time, those bastards offered me to buy the puppetization technique, but I refused. Soon after, the True Marshall Island near my territory suddenly got their hands on this Valkyrie technique. Even if I use my tail to think, I can guess what happened. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon continued, afterward, I saw people of the Jet Black sect personally get into action and ascend to the True Marshall Island. I don't know what price the True Marshall Island had to pay to appease the Jet Black sect, but I estimate that they definitely lost a great deal of money. Therefore, they came up with this True Marshall Cup Valkyrie competition event to get some returns. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, if it's just the puppet technique of the Jet Black sect, let's leave it at that. I'm not interested in it, and it also conflicts with my cultivation method. In that case, Fairy Lychee, I can accompany you there, but I won't participate in the event. It just so happens that I was also planning to go to the True Marshall Island to make some purchases. Great, Fairy Lychee said. Is there anyone else who wants to tag along? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I would like to go, but I'm currently very busy. Fairy Lychee, can you help me buy a special product from the True Marshall Island? It's called Profound Steel Tooth, and I want to enhance my life-bound treasured saber with it. Alright, Fairy Lychee said. Fairy Lychee, can you buy some stuff for me as well? I need something called True Martial Shell. Ever since I reached the 6th stage realm, I haven't been able to get myself a fitting outfit. I was thinking of gathering some materials first and then ask someone to forge it for me, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Alright, Fairy Lychee said. Fairy Dongfang 6, can you also buy me something? I want some immortal fruits from the True Martial Island. There's a total of 10 different kinds. I'll send you a detailed list when the time comes. Fairy Lychee, alright, wait, are you all making me go there to buy stuff for you? Fairy Dongfang 6, ha. I'll only buy the things you three asked. I won't be taking anyone else's orders. Fairy Lychee felt stifled. After looking at the topic of conversation in the 9 provinces, number 1 group changed to a new one, Song Shuheng quietly closed his phone. The first class of this semester was English's class. A meticulous old professor ascended the stage and started, as serious as always, the first class of the new semester. Song Shuheng pinched his chin and listened to the contents that the professor was explaining while flipping his own textbook. While flipping the pages, he was able to memorize a great part of the content of the textbook. Being a cultivator was truly a good thing. If he also had Venerable White's learning God system, it would be even better. Loli Shi quietly sat down beside Song Shuheng with a serious face while earnestly listening and taking notes. She was now at the 1st stage Dragon Gate realm. According to the arrangements made by her teacher, she was to properly experience the life of a university student, through which she could hopefully find an opportunity to break through. Besides Shi, the other transfer student, True Monarch White, didn't show up today. For Song Shuheng, True Monarch White Crane not coming to class today was actually great. At the end of the first class, Shi put down her pen and let out a sigh of relief. She then took out a small packet of melon seeds, and satisfaction filled her face as she nibbled on them. She looked at Song Shuheng, and said, "Senior brother Song, do you want some?" "Alright, give me some," Song Shuheng said. Shi carefully poured everything inside the small packet onto the table. She then earnestly separated a third of the total amount, and gave it to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng felt that Loli Shi definitely had some sort of OCD. Shi lowered her voice, and asked seriously, "By the way, Senior brother Song, can I really find a way to get through the Dragon Gate by studying here? I'm not really clear on this either. However, not everyone finds the method to jump through the Dragon Gate the same way," Song Shuheng said while eating the melon seeds. Then, he recalled the circumstances of his own jumping through the Dragon Gate. He remembered that he first rubbed off Yu Jiaojiao's good fortune and experienced the fish jumping through the Dragon Gate ceremony, alongside her, from which he comprehended what it felt like to jump through the Dragon Gate. Besides experiencing the fish jumping through the Dragon Gate ceremony in the beginning, Venerable White had even turned him into a fish and made him go up a waterfall. This had indeed helped him with his jumping through the Dragon Gate. Perhaps he could bring Shi to look for a waterfall, and then make her swim against the stream? What is Senior brother Song thinking about? Shi asked curiously. "Shi, can you swim?" Song Shuheng asked. Shi nodded, and said, "A bit." Song Shuheng lowered his voice, and said, "When we have the time, I'll bring you somewhere you can swim. It might help with your jumping through the Dragon Gate. Shi blinked curiously, and nodded earnestly. While talking, Song Shuheng suddenly raised his head, and looked outside the window. Shi then seemed to have sensed something, and also raised her head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a figure in the sky above Jiangnan University town. However, due to the smog, Song Shuheng and Shi could only faintly see that figure. To be able to tread on air, the cultivator had to at least be of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. "Is this the place?" The figure smiled, and said, "This smog is really thick. Fellow Taoist, I'm happy that you like it. It's great that you were just nearby. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get around in this smog. Beside the figure, the frenzied strength imparter, Taoist priest Horizon, was similarly treading on air. Huh, it's a small matter. You're welcome, Taoist priest Horizon. Next, look at what I can do. After the figure said this, he then inhaled deeply. Whoosh, when he inhaled, all the smog was quickly sucked into his nostrils. Heavens! Song Shuheng saw this, and was shocked. He's actually inhaling smog? Whoosh! In around 3 minutes, the smog that filled Jiangnan University town and its vicinity was completely sucked away. Great! The figure in the sky sighed with satisfaction. This great was so loud that even Song Shuheng and Shi who were below were able to hear it. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Taoist priest Horizon smiled, and handed over a box the size of a phone. There were 5 spirit stones of the 5th stage inside the box, which was the reward for the fellow Taoist. The figure laughed, and said, "You're welcome. I was able to earn a small sum, and also able to inhale such high-quality smog. I'm truly satisfied." Taoist priest Horizon cupped his hands, and said, "In that case, I wish fellow Taoist to be able to forge your new magical treasure soon." "Ha ha ha, I'll accept your blessing." The figure laughed, received the box, cupped his hands towards Taoist priest Horizon, and bid his goodbye. The world of cultivation is truly vast, and there are all kinds of people. Song Shuheng had seen people smoke, but it was the first time he was able to witness someone inhale such a smog from the sky and then feel refreshed afterward. Senior brother Song, does it actually feel good to breathe in so much smog? Shi asked seriously. I feel like it shouldn't be good to suck in such smog, Song Shuheng said. Unless he's practiced some sort of special cultivation technique. Shi nodded, and said, indeed. It wasn't a special cultivation technique. That guy actually just wants to forge a special magical treasure. A voice suddenly rang out in the ears of Song Shuheng and Shi. It was a secret sound transmission. Song Shuheng and Shi turned their heads, and found that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had unknowingly appeared behind the two of them. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman smiled at the two, and said, anyway, if you meet that guy later, try to stay away from him. Although his strength isn't very high among his peers of the same realm, he has all sorts of weird magical treasures with him that are hard to guard against. It is uncertain when he would suddenly greet you by spouting smog at your face. Song Shuheng and Shi. In the world of cultivation, there was no shortage of all kinds of strange figures. By the way, little friend Shuheng, I've come to give you something, Palace Master 7 Live Talisman said via secret sound transmission and, at the same time, took out a wallet-like thing, handing it to Song Shuheng. A talisman treasure? Song Shuheng asked in a low voice. No, it's better than a talisman, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Last time, you used a bamboo leaf to save the life of a senior who has some relation with me. So, he asked me to give you this treasure to express his gratitude. These 2 life talismans have effects similar to your bamboo leaf. One is for you to carry on your body, while the other should be hidden in the place that you believe is the safest. As long as you aren't obliterated in an instant, you will be able to reform your body where the other life talisman is concealed. However, this life talisman will no longer work once you ascend to the 5th stage realm. Song Shuheng accepted the 2 life talismans. The place he believed to be the safest was naturally his inner world. Alternatively, he could also consider placing it in Venerable White's Jade Lake secret realm. Thank you, Senior 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuheng said. No need to thank me. We should be the ones thanking you. And to be frank, the effect of the life talismans is somewhat worse than that of the bamboo leaf. I originally wanted that bamboo shoot to give you another leaf. However, it wasn't willing. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman smiled, and said, "Right, if you ascend to the 5th stage realm before having been able to use the Life Talisman, you can always give the Life Talisman to someone else. As long as it hasn't been used, its effect will remain unchanged." Song Shuhang nodded. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. "Train well, I will no longer bother you." After Senior Seven Lives Talisman left, Song Shuhang stored the 2 life talismans in his magical bracelet. With these 2 life talismans, he felt a lot safer. Although it would be best if there wasn't a day when he needed to use these talismans, not long after Senior Seven Lives Talisman had left, a figure came through the door. The figure was shrouded in the invisibility technique native to cultivators. It clearly didn't want to be perceived by ordinary people. The figure smiled at Song Shuhang, and said, "Fellow Taoist Song, I've finally found you." It was Zhengde from the Immortal Farming Sect. Song Shuhang had met him during the summer vacation. Zhengde had entrusted the seed of the 7 Colors Wonder Fruit to Song Shuhang so that he could give it to Su Clan 16. Afterward, it turned out that the seed of the 7 Colors Wonder Fruit was actually of no use to 16. In addition, back then, Song Shuhang had taken the opportunity to order a batch of medicinal herbs to be used for a medicinal bath from Zhengde. Song Shuhang smiled at Zhengde. "Fellow Taoist Zhengde, are the medicinal herbs ready?" "Yes, they're all ready. All the herbs have already been brought over. They're currently downstairs." "Fellow Taoist Song, you can go examine them," Zhengde said with a smile. Besides the medicinal herbs, he had also prepared a surprise for Song Shuhang, which he hoped that he would like. Song Shuhang got up, and said, "Okay." After heading downstairs with Uncle Zhengde, Song Shuhang saw a bunch of disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect, who were also invisible, guarding some boxes of medicinal herbs. All the medicinal herbs in the boxes seemed to be of good quality. Zhengde had chosen the best ones while carrying out this transaction with Song Shuhang, which showed his sincerity. Yet, even if Song Shuhang were to take a bath with these medicinal herbs, they wouldn't have much of an effect on his constitution. It was simply better to drink some Demodragon medicine. However, they were still going to be very effective when it came to his disciples and family members. "Fellow Taoists of the Immortal Farming Sect, you worked hard," Song Shuhang said with a smile. At this time, the disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect were looking at Song Shuhang with their eyes wide open. Among them, some had already met with Song Shuhang in the past. Back then, Song Shuhang had just started cultivating, and got involved in that matter related to Su Clan 16, the Immortal Farming Sect, the Moon Saber Sect, and Young Master Hai. As such, he ended up meeting the disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect. These disciples clearly remembered that Song Shuhang had just stepped on the road of cultivation at that time. He was a real noob, and he had neither opened his heart aperture nor completed his foundation establishment. But now, the young man standing in front of them possessed an incredibly powerful physical body, and each of his actions brought them great pressure. If he wanted, he could easily crush them just by relying on the strength of his body. Moreover, there was some type of intent around his body. Even though he wore a smile on his face, this intent, hidden deep in his eyes, made low-level cultivators unable to look straight at him. How was this possible? Just half a year ago, he'd been a rookie that hadn't even completed his foundation establishment, yet now, he was already an expert that the disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect were unable to look in the eye? Could it be that this fellow Taoist Song Shuhang had been pretending to be weak when they met last time? Yeah, that had to be it. Just like the main characters in those web novels that were popular nowadays, they really liked to pretend to be weak even though they had great power. Just as they were deep in thought, they saw Song Shuhang take out a small purse, loading the huge pile of medicinal herbs into it. A cosmos bag, one of the disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect subconsciously called out. "It's not a cosmos bag, but a size-reducing bag," the nearby Zhengde explained. Although it wasn't a space-type treasure like a cosmos bag, this size-reducing purse was also a highly sought item that loose cultivators and cultivators from small sects longed for. Song Shuheng put his size-reducing purse away. Revealing one's wealth wasn't wise. As such, he decided that it was better not to reveal the spatial bracelet Venerable White had gifted him in front of outsiders. A valuable space-type magical treasure like that might attract the attention of a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Zhengde and the disciples of the immortal farming sect didn't immediately leave after delivering the herbs. Zhengde put on a serious expression, and asked Song Shuheng, "Fellow Taoist Song, I've heard that damned Elder Hai from the Moon Saber sect has been looking for you to get his revenge after that whole mess, is that right?" This Elder Hai Zhengde was talking about was obviously young Master Hai from the Limitless Demon sect. Yes. Song Shuheng nodded. Although they hadn't met face to face, young Master Hai had, up until now, conspired against Song Shuheng quite a few times. Still, he had always been the one on the losing end so far. Fellow Taoist Song, in that case, are you planning to kill Elder Hai? Zhengde asked expectantly. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the immortal farming sect didn't have the power to retaliate against young Master Hai. Actually, let alone young Master Hai, they couldn't even deal with the traitor of the immortal farming sect, Zheng Neng. But after seeing Song Shuheng, Zhengde had some hope in his heart. Song Shuheng gazed at the expectant Zhengde, and gently sighed, saying, "Young Master Hai and I can no longer peacefully settle this grudge. We'll surely battle someday in the future." Young Master Hai was a very crafty fellow, and excelled at making use of other people. Back then, the Moon Saber sect, Immortal Farming sect, and even Su Clan 7 all fell into his scheme. However, he was rather unlucky. Although his schemes were really good, he would be the one on the losing end most of the times. Young Master Hai had collected information on Song Shuheng's family, and he seemingly wanted to make a move against them. That spider lying in ambush in Song Shuheng's house, for instance, was very dangerous. Young Master Hai was trying to break through to the fifth stage realm at this moment. Therefore, he could only rely on puppet clones and subordinates to attack Song Shuheng while he himself was far away. If that guy managed to reach the fifth stage, Song Shuheng was sure that he wouldn't let him off. Of course, he, too, wouldn't go easy on him if he had the opportunity to get rid of him. Half a year ago, Song Shuheng hadn't even opened his heart aperture, the first aperture of the first stage, and young Master Hai would have needed but a finger to squash him to death. But now, things were different. Song Shuheng himself had almost reached the fourth stage realm, and was practicing several powerful body-tempering cultivation techniques, which strengthened his body beyond the level of his realm. Other than that, he had Yi Si, the virtuous Lamia, the god-slaying mother-child cannon, the inner world, the invisible saber insect, and the saber intent armor at his disposal. Even if he were to fight young Master Hai alone, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he couldn't beat him because Yi Si was absent, young Master Hai could do nothing to stop him if Song Shuheng decided to run away. In that case, fellow Taoist Song, accept this. Zhengde took a deep breath, and received a box from a nearby junior brother, handing it to Song Shuheng. After the box was opened, a seed emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared before their eyes. It definitely wasn't something ordinary. This is a new seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit, and we want to give it to you, fellow Taoist Song. If you kill young Master Hai and Zhengning someday in the future, let our immortal farming sect know so that our hatred can be appeased, Zhengde said, clenching his teeth. The immortal farming sect was pinning all its hopes on Song Shuheng, and wanted to obtain revenge through him. Originally, the one most likely to kill young Master Hai was 7 from the Spirit River Su clan. However, he was unable to find young Master Hai's main body, and could only destroy the branches of the Limitless Demon sect to vent his anger. I've mentioned the uses of the 7 colors wonder fruit to fellow Taoist Song in the past, Zhengde said. In the past, he had entrusted Song Shuhang with another seed. The seed was for Su Clan's 16, and it was an apology on behalf of the immortal farming sect. Although the effect of the seed wasn't as good as that of a mature 7 colors wonder fruit, it could still greatly help to deal with the injuries of the heavenly tribulation. If you receive some injuries while transcending the heavenly tribulation, you can eat the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit. It is very useful when it comes to getting rid of the injuries left by the heavenly tribulation and restoring the true qi in one's body, Zheng De explained. Are you sure you want to give me something this precious? Song Shuhang said. As long as we have our method to cultivate the seeds of the 7 colors wonder fruit, we can keep producing more, Zheng De said. We only hope that fellow Taoist Song will successfully transcend the tribulation and become even stronger. I understand. Song Shuhang accepted the small box. I'll accept this gift, and since I'm about to transcend the heavenly tribulation, it will be of great help to me. If the immortal farming sect needs my help someday in the future, you just have to ask. Zheng De smiled and nodded. The disciples of the immortal farming sect bid farewell to Song Shuhang, and left Jiangnan University town. Song Shuhang held the box with the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit in his hand and thought about the life-preserving life talisman that Senior 7 Lives Talisman had just gifted him. For some reason, he started to get nervous. He recalled the recent events a bit, and felt that his luck had been pretty good as of late. During this period where his luck was pretty good, he received 2 life talismans, and Yi Si suddenly left and went to close up to transcend her own tribulation. It felt as though something not too good was going to happen soon. In the meantime, in Jiangnan University town's infirmary, Venerable White sat in front of Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, and discussed with him how to modify the tribulation transcending formations for his tribulation of the 5th stage. After Venerable White's revision, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's tribulation transcending formations were improved even further. This gave him the hope of condensing a core with 8 dragon patterns. Just as they were discussing, Venerable White's voice got lower and lower, as well as more and more sluggish. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman looked at him in puzzlement. In the next moment, he saw that Venerable White was distracted. Heavens! Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman cautiously supported the distracted Venerable White. From the looks of it, Venerable White had some sudden inspiration as he was discussing the tribulation transcending formations of the 5th stage with him. Thereupon, he fell into deep thought, and got distracted. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was afraid that this building in Jiangnan University town, as well as the people inside, would get wiped out if Venerable White were to carelessly stumble onto the ground while distracted. At that time, everyone would question the quality of the materials the university had used. After he had propped up Venerable White, making him lean against the chair, another incident took place. The distracted Venerable White released his weird charm that had been painstakingly controlled up until now. In the next moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman felt that Senior White was getting more and more dazzling. He attracted his eyes like a magnet, making him unable to move them away. If I could look at Venerable White like this for a lifetime, it would be worth it. Such scary thoughts popped up in his mind, and refused to go away. What was happening? Normally, Venerable White's charm wouldn't go out of control when he was distracted. Was it possible that Senior White had a fit of, if I feel like closing up, I'll close up? He wasn't already in secluded meditation, right? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took out his phone, and quietly dialed Song Shuhang's number. Hello. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked. Quickly come to the infirmary. If you are late, we're done for, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. He felt that even his speech was becoming sluggish. What happened? Song Shuhang asked. Senior White got distracted, and has possibly closed up. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman forced himself to move his eyes away. Well, perhaps this was the right opportunity to temper one's will. Are you properly supporting him? Song Shuheng asked. If he hadn't properly supported Senior White, then it was indeed a great problem. Still, it was somewhat different from supporting an elderly person, as an even greater accident would happen if Senior White wasn't supported properly. I'm supporting him, but something even bigger has taken place. Anyway, come here as quickly as you can. Heavens, enough chit-chat, just come quickly. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said anxiously. Alright, I will be right there, Song Shuheng said. He was puzzled. If Senior White was properly supported, what else was there to worry about? As long as Senior White wasn't going to suddenly stumble onto the ground, wouldn't casually placing him somewhere be fine? After hanging up, Song Shuheng rushed to the infirmary. While running, he recalled his conversation with Senior Seven Lives Talisman. Senior White seemingly become distracted and then closed up. Wait. Closed up? It couldn't possibly be. Song Shuheng had a bad premonition. If he was really closing up, was Senior White closing up for a short or long period of time? If it was only for a short period of time, a few hours or something down that line, then it would be fine. However, if Venerable White had decided to close up for several years, then things no longer looked as good. Song Shuheng had always been self-conscious. He was soon going to face the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage realm, and it was best to have a senior come with him and ensure his safety. In the past, Su Clan 16 had failed to transcend her tribulation even though Su Clan 7 was accompanying her. If Song Shuheng were to face the tribulation alone, he would definitely die if a problem came up. Under normal circumstances, Song Shuheng would have Venerable White by his side while facing his tribulation, who would ensure his safety. However, if Venerable White were to close up for a long time, when Shuheng's tribulation arrived, whom should he look for to ensure his safety? Originally, Song Shuheng had two golden thighs he could rely on to support him during his tribulation. The first was his ghost spirit Yi Si, who was at the fifth stage realm, and could help Song Shuheng during his heavenly tribulation. The second was Venerable White, who was at the seventh stage realm, and could destroy the heavenly tribulation if the latter decided to cheat. But now, his two golden thighs had gone and closed up. In addition, he had just gotten 2 life talismans and the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit. Song Shuheng wondered if he was going to face a great calamity soon. At this time, he suddenly began to miss Senior Copper Trigram. Song Shuheng ran to the infirmary, pushed the door open, and entered. Afterward, he saw Senior 7 Lives Talisman holding a tablet and quickly swiping on it. Song Shuheng saw that on the tablet was a great number of pictures of various fairy maidens. Among them, there were several whom Song Shuheng was familiar with, such as 9 Provinces No. 1 groups Fairy Lychee, Fairy Dongfang 6, Fairy Firefly, Miss Rivoli Purple Mist, and even Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather. There were also many female cultivators Song Shuheng couldn't recognize. It seemed they were famous female cultivators in the cultivation world. Why was Senior 7 Lives Talisman doing this? Was he looking for a wife? No, if he was looking for a wife, then why would there be a photo of Miss Rivoli Purple Mist? Wasn't Rivoli Purple Mist already together with Medicine Master? As Song Shuheng pondered, Senior 7 Lives Talisman continued to swipe the screen. Suddenly, a photo of Venerable White wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe came to view. Senior 7 Lives Talisman burst into tears. Which insidious guy hid this photo of Senior White in the group's photo album? The photo album seemed to be a shared hidden welfare folder in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. It was a collection of photos of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group's female cultivators, as well as those of famous female cultivators in the world of cultivation. The owner of the folder seemed to have had an idea similar to that of True Monarch Yellow Mountain. It was to allow the fellow Taoists in the group to flip through the album to strengthen their minds for when Venerable White came out of secluded meditation. Although this method might not actually work, several people believed in it. Still, it was unknown which bastard had added Venerable White's picture to the folder. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, what happened? Song Shuheng asked. After hearing Song Shuheng's voice, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was able to recover a little. He calmly lowered the tablet in his hand, and pointed at Venerable White, whom he now no longer dared to look directly at. Song Shuheng looked at Venerable White, who was leaning against the chair. Afterward, he discovered that today's Venerable White was particularly eye-catching. Something similar to a glistening effect seemed to be surrounding his body. It was especially out of the ordinary. Is Senior White's charm out of control? Song Shuheng said. Yeah, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with melancholy. 1 second earlier, we were discussing how to revise the tribulation transcending formations. Then, in the next moment, he seemingly got lost in thought. After that, without me even knowing, he had entered a state of meditation. Subsequently, Venerable White's charm spread uncontrollably. Fortunately, his draft of the tribulation transcending formations had already been revised by Senior White, with the rest being something he could slowly improve by spending some time on it. Song Shuheng stepped forward, and pushed Venerable White. Senior White, wake up. But Venerable White showed no reaction at all. After sighing, Song Shuheng took out a green 1,000-mile sound transmitter flute and blew it. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had given him this magical treasure back then when he was to welcome Venerable White, who was coming out of secluded meditation. Later, Song Shuheng had often used it to test if Venerable White was closing up, and to check how long he would stay in that state. Soon, Venerable White's gentle voice came from the green flute. Buzz. Hello. This is the place where White is closing up. I'll be out in 27 days, 8 hours and 0 minutes, please wait patiently. He is really closing up, Song Shuheng ridiculed. Fortunately, Venerable White was only closing up for a month. With Song Shuheng's current cultivation speed, his tribulation should take place later. Since the preparation for the tribulation weren't complete yet, Song Shuheng had only been tempering his body recently, and honing his various saber techniques and magical techniques. His practice of the 33 divine beasts technique was very controlled. For others, it wasn't a problem to delay their tribulation for a year or so. So, Song Shuheng felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to delay it for a month. He will be closing up for nearly a month. Little friend Shuheng, you should look for a secluded place for Senior White, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. At the same time, he swept Song Shuheng with his gaze. Sure enough, little friend Shuheng's resistance to Senior White's charm was much higher than that of the other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. At this time, he didn't even dare look at Venerable White. On the other hand, Song Shuheng didn't have such a problem. The only thing that Song Shuheng experienced was a slightly accelerated heartbeat, but besides that, everything else was normal. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that Venerable White had stayed with Song Shuheng for so many months after coming out of secluded meditation this time. Song Shuheng said, but, to which secluded place should I move Senior White for his meditation? Should he move him to the building that Medicine Master had bought? However, that place didn't feel suitable for closing up. Moreover, it was in a residential area, making it so that it wasn't good if Senior White were to cause trouble whilst closing up. The Jade Lake Secret Realm was a good location, but it was too far away. After his giving it some thought, Song Shuheng's eyes suddenly lit up. I've got the answer. Song Shuheng put the 1,000-mile sound transmitter flute away. Then, he grabbed Senior White, and transferred him into his inner world with a thought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Song Shuheng moved Venerable White into his inner world, sword cries suddenly echoed from all directions. Song Shuheng had a bad feeling. He stretched out his hand, and took out his invisible saber insect. Through the connection he had with the saber insect, he immediately understood what was going on. There were tens of invisible sword insects now roaming around the infirmary. Meanwhile, there were over 900 more invisible sword insects outside the school building. The insects were anxious due to the disappearance of the aura of their master, Venerable White. Heavens, Song Shuhang said. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, do you have a talisman treasure that can make invisible sword insects visible? There is no such thing in the world, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Sheet, he only now found out that Venerable White had so many invisible sword insects by his side, scary. Therefore, Song Shuhang took Venerable White out his inner world. To deal with the invisible sword insects, it was necessary to bring back Venerable White first. Otherwise, if the 1,000 invisible sword insects became restless and caused a ruckus, it was going to be very troublesome. After their sensing Venerable White's presence, the 1,000 invisible sword insects calmed down. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said while propping up Venerable White with one hand, "All of you listen well, I will send Senior White to a secluded place. Tell your companions to orderly get into a range of 3 meters from Venerable White. I'll also try to move you guys to that secluded place in batches so that you can stay together with him." The level of intelligence of the invisible sword insects wasn't low, so they should be able to understand his words just fine. Buzz, 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 the sword insects cried out in a low voice in the sky. In the next moment, Song Shuhang issued a mental order, trying to move all the living organisms in a range of 3 meters from Venerable White to his inner world. He was unsure if he could move these invisible sword insect to his inner world. After all, he could neither see them nor sense their presence. However, he'd succeeded. After his mental order, all the invisible sword insects in a range of 3 meters from Venerable White were moved to his inner world. What surprised Song Shuhang was that he could see these invisible sword insects after they had been moved to his inner world. The inner world was a world that belonged exclusively to Song Shuhang, and nothing there could escape his eyes. Thereupon, Song Shuhang moved the 1,000 invisible sword insects to his inner world in batches. Afterward, he also sent Venerable White to his inner world. In the inner world, beside the living spring, Venerable White instinctively sat cross-legged while the 1,000 invisible sword insects protected him, surrounding him and not letting anyone get close to him. After settling this matter, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. But another problem came next. Since Venerable White had decided to suddenly close up, who would help him bail out that young girl that Taoist priest Horizon had seized? He needed the help of that girl if he wanted his tailor-made tribulation transcending formations. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, do you happen to know Taoist priest Horizon's current location? Song Shuhang asked expectantly. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman shook his head. Heavens, how unlucky. Song Shuhang sighed. Translator, God Brandy Editor, Kurisu. Originally, Senior White had said that he would bring him to the frenzied strength imparter, Taoist priest Horizon, but nobody would have thought that Senior White would suddenly close up. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked, do you not have Taoist priest Horizon's contact info? I never got Taoist priest Horizon's number. Oh, right, Yu Jiaojiao might have it. Song Shuhang took out his phone and dialed Yu Jiaojiao's number. In the past, Taoist priest Horizon lived in Yu Jiaojiao's villa for some time, so Yu Jiaojiao might have his number. After dialing Yu Jiaojiao's number, a robotic voice was transmitted from the phone. Sorry, the number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable or outside the coverage area. Song Shuhang. Are you looking for Yu Jiaojiao? She went to the Dragon King Palace the other day to further advance her cultivation. There's a barrier around that place, and her phone can't get a signal, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Heavens. Song Shuhang sighed. He then swiped on his phone again. If Yu Jiaojiao doesn't have signal, then I can only look for Immortal Fairy Bishui. Immortal Fairy Bishui and Taoist Priest Horizon were good friends, so she would definitely have Taoist Priest Horizon's number. The phone call connected quickly. Hello, fellow Taoist Song, were you looking for me? Immortal Fairy Bishwe asked. Song Shuheng asked, Fairy Bishwe, do you have Taoist Priest Horizon's contact info? Why are you looking for him? It can't be that you want some of his strength, right? Immortal Fairy Bishwe said with a smile. Of course not. I'm satisfied with the speed of my cultivation, and there is no need for me to look for Taoist Priest Horizon to get his strength. Anyway, it's like this. A while ago, one of my friends, well, a fellow Taoist of mine was taken away by Taoist Priest Horizon for launching a rocket. Now, I'm looking for Taoist Priest Horizon so that I can bail that fellow Taoist out. Song Shuheng sighed. Hehe, so that's the case. Are you currently at Jiangnan University Town? Immortal Fairy Bishwe asked. Yes, Song Shuheng answered. Are you with fellow Taoist White? Immortal Fairy Bishwe asked. Yes. Song Shuheng continued to answer. Are you in a hurry to bail your fellow Taoist out? If you aren't, I'll pick you up at Jiangnan University Town's Eastern Gate in about 2 hours, Immortal Fairy Bishwe said. I'm currently heading to Jiangnan Town to get some ingredients from the fellow Taoists there. On the way, I can take you to Taoist Priest Horizon. Song Shuheng looked at the time. 2 hours later, third class would come to an end. Today, there were only 3 classes in the morning, so the timing was just right. Yes, there's no problem with that. Fairy Bishwe, call me when you're near the school, Song Shuheng said. Okay, it's settled then. I'll hang up first. After Immortal Fairy Bishwe finished talking, the call ended. Song Shuheng breathed out a sigh of relief. All sorted. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman held his chin as he looked at Song Shuheng, and said, Was that Immortal Fairy Bishwe? The one from the Immortal Feast? Song Shuheng nodded. How did you and Immortal Fairy Bishwe get to know each other? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked curiously. Because of Senior White, Immortal Fairy Bishwe and I ended up exchanging numbers, Song Shuheng explained. So that's the case. Immortal Fairy Bishwe still hasn't given up? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked curiously. Not yet. From what I know, she's going to settle things with Venerable White at the upcoming Immortal Feast. She said she was going to conquer Venerable White's stomach, Song Shuheng replied. Immortal Fairy Bishwe was preparing an immortal feast that would begin at the start of October. However, Venerable White just suddenly closed up for 27 days. In other words, he wouldn't be coming out of secluded meditation until the 6th of October. Hopefully, Venerable White wouldn't miss the Immortal Feast this time around. When I meet up with Immortal Fairy Bishwe in a while, I'll tell her about the matter of Venerable White closing up so that she won't miss the chance to see Venerable White if she were to arrange the Immortal Feast before the 6th of October. After saying goodbye to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuheng returned to the classroom. It was just in time, the bell that signaled the start of the second class rang. Senior Brother Shuheng, what took you so long just now? Loli Shur asked in a low voice. At this time, she was carefully cracking the melon seeds and picking out the pulp to feed it to the monster bird Little Kai, who was in the drawer. Song Shuheng said, Just now, Senior 7 Lives Talisman suddenly called me, so I went where he was. It took quite a bit of time. Oh. Loli Shur nodded, and said, A while ago, after you left, the English teacher, Professor Smith, came looking for you. He asked where you went because he wanted to know from he could buy a fierce Pekingese puppy. He said that it was fine as long as it as fierce as Senior Brother's Pekingese. Song Shuheng. Senior Brother Shuhag, when did you ever raise a puppy? Loli Shur asked. I didn't raise him. Senior Yellow Mountain was the one that raised Doudou. Yes, the one that is about to marry a man, Song Shuheng said after clenching his teeth. Professor Smith had always liked walking dogs and traveling, but from the previous semester to summer break, he had already exchanged 4 dogs. The first one entered heaven, and so the professor got a German shepherd, which was, in the end, knocked down by Doudou, resulting in the professor returning the German shepherd on the same day. Later, the professor got a mixed-breed pit bull, which was particularly fierce. But in the end, while wandering near Song Shuhang's hometown close to Mountain Yuding, it met with Song Shuhang, who was with Li Yingzhu and the small monk Guogua at the time. The seemingly powerful pit bull trembled in fear when it met with the innate skill of Guogua's eye aperture. As soon as the professor went back, he also returned the pit bull. After returning the pit bull, the professor recalled Song Shuhang's Pekingese, which knocked down his German shepherd. So, he went and bought a Pekingese. However, he soon discovered that this Pekingese was possibly a fake. It was completely unable to fight, and just like a poodle, it had the habit of king everything that moved. Professor Smith felt very tired, so he went to look for Song Shuhang to learn from his experience and find out where he could buy a fierce Pekingese. "Oh, it's Doudou. No wonder then." Loli sure nodded. "After class, I'll explain to Professor Smith how things are," Song Shuhang said. He could only tell the professor that the Pekingese wasn't raised by him, so he didn't know where to get such a fierce Pekingese. The class began. Loli sure placed the shells of the melon seeds in a paper bag, and kept the unpeeled melon seeds for later. At this time, Monster Bird Little Kai whispered, "Teacher, I'll be leaving at noon." Song Shuhang said, "You plan on ferrying souls again?" Elder Dongfang said that she found a group of souls at a hospital. "It's a little far away, so she'll drive me over there. I'll probably get back home a little late in the evening," Little Kai answered. Song Shuhang asked, "She'll drive you over there? Fairy Dongfang 6 already got a new driver's license?" "Nope, Elder Dongfang will be picking me up with an electric scooter," Little Kai said with a smile. "Be careful on the way there," Song Shuhang whispered. If Fairy Dongfang was there, then there was no need to worry about Little Kai suddenly encountering monster hunters then getting captured. After dealing with Professor Smith and going through the 3rd class, Song Shuhang brought Loli Sher and Little Kai toward the eastern gate together with some of his roommates. "There's still some time left before noon, do you want to go somewhere to have fun?" Tubo asked. Gao Mumu sighed as he said, "Wait until I finish writing this chapter and release it. I don't have any stockpile." Since after that matter related to Apocalypse War, his roommates had already discovered that he had been secretly writing web novels. As such, Gao Mumu no longer needed to write in secret. "Alright, then let's go to Yangda's place first. I'll play some games while old Gao writes his web novel. Shuhang, how about you?" Tubo looked at Song Shuhang. Today's Song Shuhang seemed to be invisible. There was always this feeling that he would forget him if he wasn't paying attention. "I'll just go and look for some good food for you guys," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "You alone? Do you want someone to go with you?" Gao Mumu asked. In the middle of the conversation, a small scooter rushed over at a very high speed, and then used a beautiful drift to stop in front of Song Shuhang. The beauty that was on top of the scooter stepped onto the floor with her right leg, making people stare at her slender thighs. "Yo, Shuhang," Fairy Dongfang 6 giggled and waved at Song Shuhang. Tubo. "Not like this." Just now, he thought that Song Shuhang would go to buy food alone, but he hadn't expected that he had a date with a beauty. "I've come to pick up Little Kai," Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Song Shuhang gently nodded his head. Little Kai flapped her wings and flew to Fairy Dongfang 6's shoulder. "Bye-bye," Fairy Dongfang 6 waved her hand. Then, her long leg pressed on the accelerator, and the electric scooter whizzed to a faraway place. Looking at the scooter's speed, it had definitely been modified. "Hopefully, there won't be any traffic accidents," Song Shuhang prayed in his heart. She didn't come to pick you up?" Tubo said questioningly. "No," Song Shuhang said with a nod. Tubo nodded his head, then asked, "Then, Shuheng, do you want someone to accompany you to buy lunch?" While they were talking, a group of people arrived at Jiangnan University Town's eastern gate. Soon after, a Volkswagen Beetle stopped beside the trio. Immortal Fairy Bishui lowered the window, waved at Song Shuheng with a smile, and said, "Shuheng, get on." Song Shuheng looked at Immortal Fairy Bishui's Beetle. He had thought that she would come by riding a sword, he didn't expect that she would be actually driving over. "Well, Tubo, you guys go to Yongda's place first and wait for me. I'll bring lunch over when it's lunchtime." "Sure, do you want to come with me or go with Gao Momo and the others?" Song Shuheng asked. Shu's eyes squinted as she laughed and said, I'll go with Big Brother Shuheng." The red beetle restarted, and moved further and further away. Tubo held his chin. F***ck, in the end, he still runs away with a beauty. Here I was thinking of accompanying Shuheng to go buy lunch. Ha ha ha. Gao Momo laughed. "Let's go to Yongda's place first. We'll have good food at noon." Gao Momo had looked through the window, noticing Immortal Fairy Bishui. He recognized Immortal Fairy Bishui since she had cooked for them when he was a guest in Yu Jiaojiao's villa. Gao Momo remembered that time, and couldn't help but salivate. If this woman called Bishui prepared their lunch, they would be truly blessed. In the Beetle, Immortal Fairy Bishui seemed to be in a good mood as she drove and hummed. "By the way, what about fellow Taoist White?" Immortal Fairy Bishui asked. "Closed up," Song Shuheng said. Immortal Fairy Bishui turned her head, and asked, "Didn't you say that he was with you?" We were together in the morning, but he suddenly closed up," Song Shuheng answered. The corner of Immortal Fairy Bishui's mouth twitched. "How long will he be closing up this time? He's not hiding from me, is he?" 27.5 days. "It's estimated that he'll be exiting seclusion on the 6th of October, Song Shuheng replied. Immortal Fairy Bishui gritted her teeth as she said, "All right, then I'll arrange the immortal feast to be on October 7th, tell him not to miss it. If he misses this immortal feast, then he'll never again get a taste of my cooking." Song Shuheng laughed, and said, "Okay. By the way, do you still have that green onion sprout?" Immortal Fairy Bishui asked. When Lady Onion, who was in the size-reducing purse, heard this, she suddenly felt a faint pain in her sprout. "I do still have some, how many does Immortal Fairy need?" Song Shuheng asked. When Lady Onion went berserk the last time, she continuously used the green onion unsheathing skill, allowing Song Shuheng to collect a lot of green onion sprouts. Right, there was also the 3 heads and 6 arms innate skill of Lady Onion, which dropped 2 green onion sprouts after each use. It was very cost-effective. Unfortunately, Lady Onion had only ever used it once. "I'll take everything you have. I'll settle things with you later." Immortal Fairy Bishui said listlessly, she was obviously dejected. She'd originally thought that she could meet up with Venerable White when coming to the Jiangnan area. Unexpectedly, the other party had closed up. As such, her mood suddenly plummeted. "By the way, Senior Bishui, do you collect special kinds of ingredients?" Song Shuheng suddenly asked. "I do," Immortal Fairy Bishui said lazily. "But, my standards are very high. What ordinary cultivators think are special ingredients might not necessarily be in my eyes. I have a crocodile leg, it's a really special item. When the giant crocodile was still alive, its strength was around the 6th stage realm. How about it?" Song Shuheng asked. Song Shuheng was talking about the hind leg of the giant crocodile that Senior White 2 had blown up in the forbidden area because too ugly. The giant crocodile's body was blown to pieces, and one of its legs fell in front of Song Shuheng, so he had picked it up. "Let me see." Immortal Fairy Bishui was a little interested as monster crocodiles of the 6th stage realm weren't easy to deal with. It's too big for the car, Song Shuheng said. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui looked around. Afterward, with one of her feet on the gas, the beetle turned the corner and drove into an alley. She then reached out and pressed on the control panel of the beetle. The originally small beetle transformed into an immortal boat. The immortal boat rose into the sky, and the interior space expanded like a balloon. Come, show me, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said. Song Shuheng brought out the giant crocodile's hind leg from his magical bracelet. Senior White too had said that it wasn't poisonous and could be eaten, but he hated it since it was too ugly. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui stretched out her hand and swept the crocodile leg. Then, he gently tapped on it. Unfortunately, there's only one crocodile leg, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said. I'll take it, what do you want in return? I want to have a taste of this crocodile leg, Song Shuheng said. Ever since Song Shuheng had gotten the crocodile leg, he wanted to go look for Immortal Fairy Bi Shui and have her cook it into something delicious. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui narrowed her eyes into a smile. You're quite smart. To tell you the truth, in the entire world of cultivators, there are no more than 10 immortal chefs who can handle this crocodile leg. Monster beasts and spiritual beasts were very different from ordinary beasts as they couldn't be roasted or eaten directly. Spiritual beasts weren't that bad, but monster beasts had monster energy in their bodies, which was completely different from a cultivator's true chi or spiritual energy. If one were to directly consume a monster beast, they would explode and die if they couldn't handle the monster energy. Therefore, when it came to precious monster beast ingredients, it was best to look for an immortal chef to turn it into a proper immortal dish. However, I'll be needing a part of this crocodile leg, around 2/3 of it, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said. This crocodile leg was very big, so 1/3 of it should be enough for Song Shuheng to eat to his heart's content. Alright. Then, Senior Bi Shui can keep 2/3 of the crocodile leg as a reward. Song Shuheng nodded. He just wanted to have a taste of this crocodile leg. If it was possible, he would even keep some of it and give to those fellow Taoists he had a good relationship with. This crocodile leg is very precious. As a senior, I can't take advantage of you, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said. So, we'll do it like this. Besides making a dish from this crocodile leg, I'll make a table's worth of ordinary spiritual dishes that can be consumed by ordinary people. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui could use ordinary ingredients together with some ingredients from the world of cultivators to create a table of delicacies that even ordinary people could eat. Then, I won't be polite, Song Shuheng said. It was perfect as he had promised to bring back some lunch for Tubo and the others. If it were Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's dishes, then his 3 roommates would definitely be elated to be able to eat such delicacies. Sure, who was sitting behind Song Shuheng, silently swallowed her saliva. For the first time, she felt that it was truly not that bad to hang out with senior brother Song Shuheng. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's cooking was something that most cultivators would be able to enjoy only at the Immortal Feast. Yet, it seemed as though there was always a chance to get a taste of Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's cooking when following senior brother Song Shuheng. In that case, come here and drive the immortal boat. As for the destination, look at the navigator, I've already set it. I'll deal with this crocodile leg in the meanwhile, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said as she lifted the crocodile leg. Before monster beasts could be used as ingredients, there was a series of tedious but necessary steps to transform the monster energy inside their meat into something edible. How long will it take? Song Shuheng asked. Let's just see. This is the first time I'm dealing with such a crocodile leg. Generally speaking, it takes about 1 day to refine the monster energy of monster beasts of the 6th stage realm and above, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui said. Immortal Fairy, my meaning was, how long you'll be occupied with that crocodile leg? Because I'm not very skilled when it comes to driving an immortal boat, Song Shuheng said. He had seen several of his seniors drive an immortal boat, and knew about some of the steps to operate it, but he wasn't very familiar with the process overall. Immortal Fairy Bishwe said, "Not long. You just earnestly drive the immortal boat. Once I'm done dealing with this, I'll handle the immortal boat." After saying this much, she grabbed the crocodile leg and entered the cabin in the rear portion of the boat so that she could deal with it. Immortal Fairy Bishwe really had a relaxed attitude. "Senior brother Shuhang, you won't flip the vehicle, right?" Loli Shur asked in a small voice. "Don't worry, your senior brother actually has driven an immortal boat before. Moreover, I even have a pilot's license, and being in the air doesn't bother me." Song Shuhang then added, "Also, we're flying at a low altitude, so even if we do flip over, the fall wouldn't hurt much." Loli Shur silently nodded her head. At this time, just as Immortal Fairy Bishwe's immortal boat was heading toward the frenzied strength imparter, Taoist priest Horizon. A man in a black and white Taoist robe stood in midair. He looked handsome, with a figure that was tall and thin and an otherworldly temperament. His long hair was tied up by a headband. At first glance, he appeared to be a dragon amongst men. Besides that, it was unclear whether it was an illusion or not, but the otherworldly man seemed to have a faint semblance to Venerable White. "Has Immortal Fairy Bishwe still not come?" the otherworldly man asked lightly. Behind the otherworldly man, a man with a simple and honest face replied, "Young master, Immortal Fairy seems to have gone to pick up a little friend, and it took her some time." "How long until she arrives?" The otherworldly man seemed to have a tinge of nervousness on his face. Nevertheless, he did his best to keep himself calm. "Immortal Fairy is estimated to arrive in 2 minutes, the simple-looking man replied. "Great, prepare the flowers. When her immortal boat arrives, the flower road must be laid. This time, I'll definitely convince Immortal Fairy to become my wife," the otherworldly man said. He was a suitor of Immortal Fairy Bishwe. He'd been making his moves ever since he had heard that Immortal Fairy Bishwe was looking for a companion. He had proposed to Immortal Fairy Bishwe several times, but Immortal Fairy never responded to him. Later, he asked around, and acquired information that, in the past, Immortal Fairy Bishwe was interested in the most handsome man in the world of cultivators, True Monarch White. After knowing that, True Monarch White was Immortal Fairy Bishwe's type, he had been deliberately cultivating himself to become like True Monarch White. Years later, standing in midair, he now looked very similar to True Monarch White. The current me is definitely Immortal Fairy Bishwe's type. Moreover, I've heard that Immortal Fairy Bishwe never again invited True Monarch White at her immortal feast, since after he rejected her marriage proposal. Therefore, there's no chance of anything happening between her and True Monarch White. Now, it's time for me to enter into action and conquer Immortal Fairy Bishwe, the otherworldly man silently said to himself. At this moment, the simple-looking man said, "Young master, Immortal Fairy Bishwe's immortal boat is approaching." "Great, lay the flower road and start the music," the otherworldly man ordered. In the following moment, numerous flower petals drifted down, forming a flower road in the sky. These petals weren't actual flower petals, but rather the effect of a magical technique. Then, melodious music rang out. The corners of the otherworldly man's mouth slightly rose, revealing a smile that he believed looked best. Then, he went to welcome the immortal boat. Song Shuhang, who was driving the immortal boat, was dumbstruck. The sudden emergence of the flower road scared him. He almost thought that there was someone making a surprise attack against the immortal boat. Then, the music rang. It seemed to have come from the nearby clouds. It was obvious that there was a band hidden in the clouds. Then, a man with an otherworldly temperament appeared, blocking the immortal boat's path. Song Shuhang felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the man, but he clearly knew that this was his first time meeting with this man. The other party was capable of treading on the air, and so was obviously a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm or above. When did the Jiangnan area become so lively that 5th stage spiritual emperors were suddenly appearing everywhere? After all, Fifth-stage spiritual emperors could become elders in medium-sized sects, so they weren't common in the least. Just as Song Shuheng was thinking to himself, the man with the otherworldly temperament in front of him suddenly spoke in a deep voice. He said, "Fairy Bishui, this is eternity. We meet again." Song Shuheng turned his head toward the kitchen and shouted, "Senior Bishui, someone's looking for you." "I'm busy, don't bother me," immortal Fairy Bishui replied. Song Shuheng. Not far from them, Eternity said affectionately, "Fairy Bishui, time flows like running water. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. However, immortal Fairy, your appearance and your every action were imprinted into my mind, accompanying me during each lonely night." Song Shuheng felt goosebumps all over his body. Senior Bishui, how should I respond to him? Truly sickening. What was he trying to say by saying that he recalled immortal Fairy Bishui during each lonely night? Handle it yourself, stop bothering me. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting angry, immortal Fairy Bishui said angrily. Song Shuheng became confused. What do you mean handle it myself? This person is confessing to you. How am I supposed to handle that? For years after we've parted, I have a poem for you, Fairy Bishui. At this moment, Eternity coughed, and began to recite. Ah, Fairy Bishui, if you are the blue sky, then I am the white clouds in the sky that embellish it. If you are the bright moon, then I am the stars filling the sky, just like how the stars encircle the moon, I shall serve as a contrast for you. If you are a flower, then I'll be the hard-working honeybee, flying and dancing around you to collect honey. Ah, I love you so much. What a moron. Song Shuheng said inwardly. This kind of crappy poem. Where did this guy get it from? Even those junior high students who wrote love letters wouldn't use such a format. Just as Song Shuheng was thinking this, the simple-looking man behind Eternity was trying to suppress his laughter, enduring as hard as he could. After Eternity finished reading the poem, that man rubbed his face, and was finally able to return to his usual simple smile. Afterward, he quietly moved beside Eternity. Young master, you read the wrong poem. You should have read A Poem for Immortal Fairy Bishui. The man smiled innocently. Ah. Eternity's face showed confusion. Song Shuheng looked at the simple-looking man, and felt that there was something wrong. Didn't I just read A Poem for Immortal Fairy Bishui? Eternity said doubtfully. Nope, young master. What you read just now was a love letter originally intended for Immortal Fairy Bishui, the simple-looking man said seriously. Eternity asked, then, what about that, A Poem for Immortal Fairy Bishui? It should have been carefully stored away by you, young master. Nobody has ever seen it. I also don't know how the poem looks like, the simple-looking man said. F***ck, it doesn't matter anymore. Eternity waved his hand, and shouted at the immortal boat, Immortal Fairy Bishui, I love you so much. Day and night I think of you, please become my wife. No, Immortal Fairy Bishui's voice rang out from the immortal boat. Eternity asked, did my confession fail again? Yes, young master. Your confession failed again, but it doesn't matter, you can turn your sadness into motivation. Look, your heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage realm is approaching. You should go make preparations for it. If you are able to become a 6th stage true monarch, then your chances of winning over Immortal Fairy will increase greatly, the simple-looking man said earnestly. Song Shuheng saw this scene, and didn't know what to say. How on earth did this young master even cultivate to the 5th stage realm? Moreover, he was even going to break through to the 6th stage realm soon. Could it actually be that people with simpler minds were able to cultivate much faster? At this time, the simple-looking servant revealed a brilliant smile, glancing at Song Shuheng from far away. He then began to skillfully direct the musicians to retreat, and for the flower technique to be withdrawn. The entire process happened as if it were rehearsed. This smiling simple-looking fellow was definitely completely black inside. Song Shuhang restarted the immortal boat. That young master had finally given up on confessing to immortal fairy Bishua and was preparing to leave, which was a good thing for Shuhang. Now, he just had to keep driving the immortal boat and head toward Taoist priest Horizon's position. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a lovely voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Get out of the way. Quickly move away from that immortal boat." The sound seemed to come from far away. Also, the voice sounded rather familiar. Song Shuhang turned his head to look behind him. With his keen eyesight, he vaguely saw an electric scooter rapidly speeding towards immortal fairy Bishua's immortal boat. Not good. Song Shuhang's scalp went numb. That electric scooter soaring in the sky seemed Fairy Dongfang 6's new vehicle. Even with a two-wheeled vehicle, Fairy Dongfang 6 hasn't given up her career as a kamikaze driver? My fierce elder sister, I thought you were only horrible when it came to driving four-wheeled vehicles, little did I expect that you would be this scary on two-wheeled ones as well. As the electric scooter kept on getting closer, Song Shuhang eventually saw Fairy Dongfang 6, who was on the electric scooter. The fairy's riding posture was quite special. Fairy Dongfang 6 had one foot on the front of the vehicle, while the other foot was placed on the seat of the electric scooter. This posture seemed to be similar to the posture one had while riding a flying sword. Besides flying swords, electric scooters could also be ridden in the sky. Or, was there a flying sword inside electric scooter? Heavens, wait a moment. Now isn't the time to think of such things. What I should be doing now is dodging Fairy Dongfang 6 flying electric scooter. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang used everything he had to pull the handlebar of the immortal boat up. Go up, come on. Rise. Under Song Shuhang's control, the immortal boat rose. In a normal situation, with the rising of the immortal boat, it would now be able to avoid Fairy Dongfang 6 electric scooter. However, in the next moment, something that made Song Shuhang despair happened. Fairy Dongfang 6, who was behind him, did not want to crash into the other party either, and also chose to increase her altitude. Song Shuhang's eyes were filled with tears. Afterward. Actually, there was no more afterward. Fairy Dongfang 6 electric scooter crashed into the rear of immortal fairy Bishua's immortal boat. Normally speaking, the electric scooter was only so big, so the impact shouldn't affect the immortal boat much. However, a lot of formations had been placed on Fairy Dongfang 6 electric scooter. Therefore, when the scooter crashed into immortal fairy Bishua's immortal boat, it sent the immortal boat rushing forward. In the front, the lovelorn Eternity got hit by immortal fairy Bishua's immortal boat. Behind the young master, the simple-looking man cried out, "Young master, careful!" Eternity's body was knocked flying by the immortal boat, and ended up continuously spinning around in the air. While spinning uncontrollably, he seemed to no longer be able to control the energy of his body. Boom! High up in the sky, a dark thundercloud began condensing. This thundercloud transformed into tribulation lightning, and hung above Eternity's head. F***ck, Song Shuhang said the appearance of Eternity's heavenly tribulation made Song Shuhang's own aura restless. The energy within his four great meridians couldn't wait to rush out of his body and entice the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bringing about the heavenly tribulation. If Eternity's heavenly tribulation and his heavenly tribulation were to come down together, then they would definitely die. At this time, should he go hide in his inner world first? If he were in his inner world, then he might be able to cut off the resonance between him and the heavenly tribulation. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking to himself, a change happened. Eternity stabilized himself and took a deep breath. Then, all the surging spiritual energy was instantly restrained and retracted into his body. Being able to retract the spiritual energy in such a way wasn't something an ordinary fifth-stage spiritual emperor could do. This guy wasn't half bad. After he had restrained the spiritual energy inside his body, the tribulation lightning in the sky ceased condensing and expanding. However, the already condensed tribulation lightning did not disperse, and continued to hang above Eternity's head. Eternity looked at the tribulation lightning, a grave expression on his face. His eyes sharpened, just like a sword being unsheathed. In this state, he was completely different from how he was when he'd been confessing to immortal fairy Bishwe. It almost seemed like he had a split personality. In the sky, the sound of thunder echoed from within the tribulation clouds. Then, the lightning in the area began to condense. In the following moment, it had condensed into a long barrel. Another cannon barrel? However, because the clouds of tribulation stopped forming halfway, the long cannon barrel didn't completely take shape, only a section of it had condensed. Afterward, the long cannon barrel locked onto Eternity. However, Song Shuhang also felt his scalp turn numb. Although the cannon barrel was aimed at Eternity, Song Shuhang felt as though it could fire at him at any moment. The Heavenly Tribulation was really changing. Su Clan 16's Heavenly Tribulation was also the same. The Heavenly Tribulation had condensed into a large cannon. At this time, behind Eternity, that simple-looking man called out, "Young master, please don't do it." Then, he made a move. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and made a grabbing motion. A huge hand appeared in the sky, grabbing at the cloud of lightning. With just a grab, he was able to grasp the incomplete Heavenly Tribulation and destroy it. At the same time, the simple-looking man stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. He said to Eternity via secret sound transmission, "Young master, it seems that the Heavenly Tribulation has changed." The Heavenly Tribulation just now was clearly different from the ordinary Heavenly Tribulation. It condensed in what seemed to be a pipe, and all the energy was gathered in a single point, making it more difficult to deal with. "We have to immediately return to the mountain villa. It'd be best to get Demon Monarch Nirvana to revise the Tribulation Transcending formation." "I understand." Eternity nodded lightly. He then turned to Immortal Fairy Bishwe's immortal boat, and said, "Fairy Bishwe, I'll be back at another time. We can get married after I reach the 6th stage realm." "No," Immortal Fairy Bishwe continued to answer in the same fashion. "Can't you give me a little bit of face? Don't refuse so directly, at least get to know me properly first," Eternity said sadly. "Reach the 6th stage realm first. Now don't bother me, I'm busy," Immortal Fairy Bishwe said. "Great," Eternity said, satisfied. He became especially motivated. He turned around and left the place with his simple-looking servant, as well as his subordinated that were throwing the petals and singing. Seeing the tribulation clouds disappear, Song Shuhang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the immortal boat, and said, "Was the immortal boat damaged? If it was so easy to break, then it wouldn't be an immortal boat. A proper immortal boat needs to be able to withstand even the impact of asteroids in space, and its quality must be excellent," Immortal Fairy Bishwe replied. She then added, "Right, take advantage of the fact that Dongfang 6 hasn't recovered to quickly escape." At this moment, Fairy Dongfang 6 was floating in the air. Having been affected by the impact, her head was dizzy, and her eyes blurry. The eyes of monster bird Little Kai in her bosom had turned white, she seemed to have passed out. "We are escaping?" The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. They were the ones that were hit. Getting hit and then be forced to flee. He felt that it wasn't fair. "Stop spouting nonsense, just go. Otherwise, once Dongfang 6 regains clarity, who knows how many more times we'll get hit. Little 6 is simply too terrifying." Immortal Fairy Bishwe urged. Fairy Dongfang 6 and Immortal Fairy Bishwe had known each other for a long time. The 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization had been cooperating with Immortal Fairy Bishwe since forever. Therefore, Immortal Fairy was well aware of how scary Fairy Dongfang 6 was while driving a vehicle. Once Song Shuhang heard it, he felt that it was reasonable. So, he started the immortal boat, and fled quickly while Fairy Dongfang 6 still hadn't regained clarity. He felt rather guilty. Before Fairy Dongfang 6 recovered, Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal boat had already flown far away. Song Shuhang checked the navigator. They were quickly approaching Taoist Priest Horizon's location. But right at this moment, his phone rang. It was Su Clan 16 calling. Song Shuhang answered the phone. "Hello 16, what's up?" "Shuhang, are you done with classes?" Su Clan 16 asked. We only had 3 classes in the morning, so we finished pretty early," Song Shuhang answered. "I still have 1 class to attend. I have 1 class in the morning, which just happened to be arranged on the 4th period." "Where are you right now?" "I just saw a wave of the Heavenly Tribulation far off in the Jiangnan area," Su Clan 16 asked with concern. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, "I'm alright, it wasn't my Heavenly Tribulation. I'm not ready for my tribulation yet. How could I dare to rashly trigger it? By the way, after your class, wait for me at school. Fairy Bishue promised to make us a table of spiritual delicacies. At that time, I'll pick you up and let you have a taste of her cooking." When Su Clan 16 heard that it wasn't Song Shuhang's tribulation, she was relieved. "Good. Right, stay away from people that are about to transcend their tribulation. Stay as far away from them as you can." "Don't worry, I know," Song Shuhang said. After ending the conversation with 16, Song Shuhang sighed. "Although I know how things stand, sometimes, you have no choice but to meet up with those people whose tribulation is approaching. For example, Taoist Priest Horizon whom he was currently going to see was also a senior whose tribulation was approaching. Time had passed very quickly. The last time he had seen Taoist Priest Horizon, Song Shuhang had just transcended his heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage. Could it be that he had some fate with Taoist Priest Horizon and that they'd end up meeting every time he had to go through a tribulation? Well, it didn't seem like it was a good omen. Anyway, how much was it going to cost to bail out that young girl related to Demon Monarch Nirvana? Thinking of Taoist Priest Horizon's style, he wouldn't ask him to accept 1 year's worth of strength to bail her out, right? For example, 1 year of strength to bail one person out, or something of the sort. Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bishue, and Sure finally arrived where Taoist Priest Horizon was temporarily residing at, the Taoist Temple of Jiangnan area. Just as they landed at the Taoist Temple, and were preparing to disembark from the immortal boat, they heard several little Taoist priests in the Taoist Temple whispering in low voices. "Hehehe, have you guys seen that the High Taoist called Horizon, who came to our Taoist temple a few days back, brought back a young girl today? I heard the senior brothers say that the young girl was struggling for her life along the way." "Hehehe," a chubby little Taoist priest said in a hushed voice. Another Taoist priest who was also slightly chubby and somewhat short revealed an understanding look on his face. "Hehehe, High Taoists are probably more hungry and thirsty than we are. Was the young girl he captured beautiful?" A Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor approached, and said, "Definitely beautiful. Hehehe, I saw the girl with my own eyes earlier, slightly curly hair, small face, and a first-class figure. She was even more beautiful than those female stars and celebrities we see on the internet. Moreover, that girl had an unspeakable temperament, bewitching and also ruthless. Nevertheless, I didn't expect the white-haired Taoist Priest Horizon would still be this energetic at his age. Hehehe. Hehehehe." The group of small Taoist priests was weirdly laughing together. Song Shuhang swept the body of those Taoist priests with his mental energy, and found that they were only ordinary people, and not cultivators. As such, was Taoist Priest Horizon temporarily borrowing this Taoist temple? These Taoist priests were just ordinary people, so they wouldn't know the affairs of the world of cultivators. Therefore, after they saw an old Taoist priest with white hair forcefully dragging a young girl into the depths of the Taoist temple, the only thing that naturally came to their minds was, R18, content. Song Shuhang. Immortal Fairy Bishwe suggested, I think that it would be better to look for Taoist priest Horizon while we are invisible. If they were to reveal their appearance and ask where Taoist priest Horizon was, who knew what messed up stuff these damned Taoist priests would think? Song Shuhang replied, me too. Sure echoed, me 3. Consequently, after properly stopping the immortal boat, Immortal Fairy Bishwe used a magical technique to envelop Song Shuhang and Sure. The three suppressed their aura, and stayed in invisible mode as they went to Taoist priest Horizon's room. Inside Taoist priest Horizon's room, it was very quiet. There wasn't a single audible sound. There is a soundproof formation, Immortal Fairy Bishwe said. She then stretched out her hand, and proceeded to open the door to the room. The door was locked, but the spiritual energy in Immortal Fairy Bishwe's hand revolved, and easily opened the ordinary door. As soon as the door was opened, a pleasant singing voice could be heard within the room. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep, lazy sheep, boiling sheep, slow sheep, soft sheep, red wolf, gray wolf, don't underestimate me just because I'm a mere sheep. This little sheep's cleverness is beyond your imagination, the girl with naturally curly hair was singing. Her voice was indeed very pleasant, but the lyrics. What shocked Immortal Bishwe and Song Shuhang even more was Taoist priest Horizon. Both his hands were raised in a V-sign gesture and placed beside his temples. As if that wasn't enough, his head was also swaying side to side together with the singing of the naturally curly-haired young girl. The scene simply burned their eyes. After hearing the sound of the door being opened, Taoist priest Horizon and the naturally curly-haired young girl both turned their heads to look at the door. The naturally curly-haired young girl giggled, but didn't stop singing. She continued to sing the brainwashing song. Taoist priest Horizon's face paled, with his eyes clearly showing he was flustered. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll knock on the door before entering next time, Immortal Fairy Bishwe apologized. Then, she conveniently shut the door as she said, you continue, Song Shuhang, and I will wait outside. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist Bishwe, you misunderstood. Taoist priest Horizon called out. Immortal Fairy Bishwe quietly closed the door and turned, moving to a corner together with Song Shuhang. Was that thing just now some kind of popular embarrassing game? Immortal Fairy Bishwe asked. Due to her usually intensively studying cooking, she hadn't been able to keep up with the ever-changing trends in the current era. I've never heard of a similar game, Song Shuhang said. But, Senior Bishwe, when entering another person's room next time, it's best to knock first so as to avoid similar embarrassment. Immortal Fairy Bishwe nodded silently. Right at this time, the door opened once again. Taoist priest Horizon gritted his teeth as he said, come in. I'll explain to you what was going on. Just now was truly a misunderstanding. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up, and then he asked, could it be that the female cultivator inside was using a sound wave-type magical technique? He recalled Fairy Dongfang's 6-9 bewitching dance steps, and it seemed to have a similar effect. No, it's not that mystical. Taoist priest Horizon shook his head, and said, we were playing cards just now, and the loser was going to do whatever the winner told them to do, and I just happened to lose a moment ago. Immortal Fairy Bishwe smiled slightly, and said, then, she started singing, and you started doing a sheep dance? Yes, that's what happened, Taoist priest Horizon said. Song Shuhang. Don't worry, Horizon, I believe you, Immortal Fairy Bishwe said. After all, we've been friends for many years. The corners of Taoist priest Horizon's mouth twitched. Then, he looked at Song Shuhang. Fellow Taoist Song, how do you have the time to come look for me? By the way, how's that onion monster you were raising? Lady Onion is well, Song Shuheng answered. Lady Onion's daily life was great. Since after merging with the Enlightenment Stone, her comprehension had increased greatly, and her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, Song Shuheng had a lot of medicinal pills at hand. For example, among that big gift that the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had given him at the beginning, there were cultivation-aiding pills such as the Starry True Qi Refining Pill 6S edition. The Starry True Qi Refining Pill was a medicinal pill to be used in the second stage realm. It would enhance the overall effects of one's training, allowing the practice to be twice as effective with half the effort. Song Shuheng had advanced too quickly, and had reached the third stage realm after using only a bunch of those medicinal pills. As such, these medicinal pills were now for Lady Onion's exclusive use. To be honest, other than the lack of freedom, Lady Onion's current situation was no worse than that of the direct disciples in the big sections. No shortage of medicinal pills, and they were top-grade pills on top of that. No shortage of cultivation techniques, with the Tome of Never-Ending Tears being enough for her to reach the 6th stage realm. As for cultivation experience, she could just watch Song Shuheng's cultivation process from time to time. Meanwhile, if she was bored and had nothing to do, she could just look at the phone. Anyway, I was looking for Senior Horizon to bail her out. Song Shuheng pointed at the young girl with naturally curly hair. You're Song Shuheng? The naturally curly-haired young girl heard his words, and her eyebrows rose. Yes, Song Shuheng said. Are you the person that Senior Demon Monarch Nirvana sent here? The naturally curly-haired young girl was clearly not Demon Monarch Nirvana, as she was only at the 3rd stage, 1st Meridian, realm. Yes, I am his disciple. The naturally curly-haired young girl stood up, greeted Song Shuheng, and said, I'm Demon Monarch's 18th disciple, Doudou. I love to ride horses and sing for dancers, but do not like to dance myself. What a novel hobby. Senior Horizon, how many spirit stones will it take to bail her out? Song Shuheng asked. Taoist Priest Horizon said, since you're an acquaintance, it's fine. However, I spent 5 5th stage spirit stones this time to clear out the smog at Jiangnan University Town, which you will need to compensate me for. Deal. Song Shuheng nodded his head, and then took out 5 spirit stones of the 5th stage, handing them over to Taoist Priest Horizon. After all, the money would be later compensated by the naturally curly-haired young girl, Doudou. If she couldn't afford it, her teacher, Demon Monarch Nirvana, would pay for it, so there was nothing to worry about. After handing over the spirit stones, Doudou regained her freedom. What time is it right now? Doudou asked aloud. According to Beijing's time, it's almost 11 o'clock, Song Shuheng answered. There is still time then. I originally booked my flight ticket for 4 p.m. Nevertheless, since that smog bomb blew up, I'll need to make another trip to get a new sample, and it will take me some time. Doudou thought for a while, and then said, as such, I'm a little in a hurry. Fellow Taoist Song, stand still and don't conceal your strength. Let me gather your data and send it to my teacher. Then, according to the data, teacher will prepare a suitable tribulation transcending formation for you. Doesn't the Demon Monarch have to come himself? Song Shuheng asked. He had also wanted to talk to Demon Monarch Nirvana about the modernization of the Heavenly Tribulation. Teacher will come to the Jiangnan area in a few days. At that time, he will tailor a tribulation transcending formation for you. But before that, he needs to know your data beforehand so that he can prepare, Doudou said. Then, she took out a mirror-like magical treasure from her pocket, and pointed it at Song Shuheng. A layer of green light flashed in the mirror, and Song Shuheng was wrapped within. The mirror-like magical treasure collected all the information related to the properties of Song Shuheng's body, his cultivation realm, and the strength of his constitution. This information was by no means secret. If one was a powerful cultivator, they could gather such information just by looking at Song Shuheng. After the data was collected, Doudou stretched out her hand and tapped on the mirror-like magical treasure. Then, a figure in a hazmat suit appeared in the mirror. "Hello? Oh, it's Doudou. Have you met with little friend Song?" The man in the hazmat suit waved his hand. He was holding a tablet in his hand. He was currently using the tablet to make a video call with Doudou through the mirror-like magical treasure. There was no mistaking, it was a video call between a tablet and a mirror. "I've already met with fellow Taoist Song. Teacher, I already collected his basic data, and will send it to you now. Besides that, do you have any other questions you want to ask him?" After Doudou finished speaking, she flipped the mirror and pointed it at Song Shuhang. The man in the hazmat suit was obviously this girl's teacher, Demon Monarch Nirvana. "Yo, little friend Song. The data of your body is not bad, especially the strength of your constitution, it's already at the 4th stage realm. If this is the case, you should be able to safely transcend your tribulation." Demon Monarch Nirvana swiped on the tablet, then said, "I'll first prepare a draft of your tribulation transcending formation and let you familiarize with it. The draft should be ready by tomorrow morning." "Alright," Song Shuhang said. "In addition, Senior Nirvana, there was something I wish to discuss with you regarding the Heavenly Tribulation." "Did you discover anything?" Demon Monarch Nirvana asked. "I get the feeling that the current Heavenly Tribulation is slowly assuming the shape of weapons," Song Shuhang said. "I've seen 2 Heavenly Tribulations in the past few days. In the first case, the Heavenly Tribulation directly condensed into a cannon barrel, starting to fire non-stop. In the second case, the Heavenly Tribulation also condensed into a long and thin pipe, very similar to a gun barrel. There is such a thing? Wait a moment." After saying this much, Demon Monarch Nirvana turned around and took out his mobile phone, making a few calls. During these few calls, Demon Monarch used 3 different dialects to communicate. After 4 consecutive calls, Demon Monarch Nirvana turned around once more, and said, "I contacted 2 fellow Taoists that transcended their tribulation during the last 2 months, and I also inquired about the situation of their disciples. However, they told me that the Heavenly Tribulation didn't give any sign of transforming into weapons. Still, the Heavenly Tribulation has indeed been acting strange as of late. It seems I'll have to change the plan a little. I'll first deal with this biochemical weapon at hand, and then rush to your location. I'll be there tomorrow at noon at the latest. Doudou, you also stay in the Jiangnan area." The Heavenly Tribulation was going to take the shape of weapons? There was nothing more exciting than this. "Teacher, I have another matter to deal with," Doudou said. "The smog rocket that True Monarch Pu Xian gave me earlier was accidentally launched. Therefore, I have to go back to take another one." "A smog rocket?" "Pu Xian invented another thorny thing," Demon Monarch Nirvana said. "Alright, quickly go there and return. Fellow Taoist Song, I'll leave that item you want to use to carry out the transaction in your care for now. Let's meet tomorrow evening." "Sure, see you tomorrow evening." Song Shuhang inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his Heavenly Tribulation was getting closer and closer. As such, the earlier he got his hands on those tribulation-transcending formations, the better. After the conversation between Song Shuhang and Demon Monarch Nirvana came to an end, Doudou put the ancient mirror away. "Fellow Taoist Song, you said that the Heavenly Tribulation transformed into a cannon barrel. Is that true?" "It's absolutely true," Song Shuhang replied. "In addition, when I was coming over with Immortal Fairy Bishui, we met another fellow Taoist along the way who was about to transcend his tribulation. His Heavenly Tribulation also transformed into a long and thin gun barrel. It was completely different from an ordinary wave of the Heavenly Tribulation." "It's the truth," Immortal Fairy Bishui said, and then also added, "the one about to transcend the tribulation was eternity." Luckily, he restrained his aura in time, and managed to scatter the Heavenly Tribulation with the help of that expert at his side. the Heavenly Tribulation took the shape of a cannon barrel? Heavens, doesn't this mean that I'm done for? Taoist priest Horizon smiled bitterly. Up until now, he had been using the strength-imparting method to delay his heavenly tribulation. After preparing for so many years, he already had a set of tribulation-transcending clothes ready. But if the heavenly tribulation were to change suddenly, there was a chance that his set of clothes might become ineffective. Moreover, I suspect that the heavenly tribulation transforming into cannon barrels is just the beginning, Song Shuheng said. There is a possibility that the heavenly tribulation will assume even more exaggerated shapes in the future. Aside from cannon barrels, several other modern weapons might make their appearance. Like bombs, guided missiles, machine guns, or even nuclear bombs. Dullen's eyes immediately lit up. That's my guess, Song Shuheng said. The heavenly tribulation in his dream was too scary. Countless firearms had opened fire at him from within the clouds of tribulation. Nuclear bombs? Isn't that too exaggerated? Taoist priest Horizon forced a smile. Ordinary sixth-stage true monarchs did not dare to meet a nuclear bomb head-on. Song Shuheng said, if the heavenly tribulation keeps evolving like it has, it's only a matter of time before nuclear bombs appear. After saying this much, he thought about a senior of the 9 provinces number 1 group. The one and only venerable nuclear bomb, ugh, he had been deviated by senior thrice reckless. Anyway, he recalled senior scholar Xian Gong. After drinking the Demodragon medicine, his constitution reached an ideal state, and he was now preparing to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage. Now then, nuclear bombs weren't going to appear during Senior Xian Gong's heavenly tribulation, right? If they really did appear, he would be done for. After all, he had been traumatized by a nuclear bomb in the past. Should he contact Senior Xian Gong and remind him? When the time comes, I'll closely watch fellow Taoist Song's tribulation and see how it goes. Taoist priest Horizon sighed. After saying this much, he seemingly recalled something. Wait a moment. Fellow Taoist Song Shuheng, you are going to face the heavenly tribulation again? Taoist priest Horizon opened his eyes wide. If he didn't remember incorrectly, didn't Song Shuheng transcend his heavenly tribulation when they were at little friend Yu Jiaojiao's villa during summer vacation? And as if that wasn't enough, it was a hard-to-come-by heavenly tribulation with 11 waves. How long had it been since then? Now, this guy was going to face the tribulation again? Ah, that's why I felt that there is some fate between my heavenly tribulation and Taoist priest Horizon, Song Shuheng said. Each time I have to transcend the tribulation, I end up meeting you. Taoist priest Horizon raised his head and looked at the sky. Fate your ass. At this time, in the Pacific Ocean, at a depth of 5,000 meters. This place was filled with sunken ships, equipment to explore the seafloor, and even remains of airplanes. This stretch of sea was an area that ordinary people couldn't reach. All the things that entered this area would get destroyed by a mysterious power. In this place in the depths of the sea was a huge sacrificial altar. The structure of the sacrificial altar resembled a pyramid-shaped flight of stairs, and was 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide. On the edge were 12 100 meters tall pillars that surrounded the sacrificial altar. At this time, a large number of sea urchin warriors was kneeling all around the sacrificial altar. Each sea urchin warrior was holding a thick book in its hand, the Sea Urchin Warrior's 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual, Funeral Oration. They knelt on the ground and flipped the pages of the book while reading the text. Then, next to these sea urchin warriors stood a rough-looking wooden puppet. Perhaps because it was a puppet, the sea urchin warriors didn't attack it. Along with the chant of the sea urchin warriors, a space crack appeared on the altar. Then, a huge eye appeared on the other side of the space crack. It was the god of the sea urchin warriors, the Sea King. The huge eye swept the sea urchin warriors. All the sea urchin warriors couldn't help but shiver, succumbing to the power of the Sea King. "Hello, Your Majesty Sea King," the rough-looking wooden puppet said as it stepped forward. "It's you again," the Sea King looked at the wooden puppet. "Alright, what do you want this time?" "If I don't remember incorrectly, according to the deal that the two of us made, we still have to cooperate 2 times. After that, you'll give me the right leg of the treasured Crusader armor. Don't worry, Your Majesty Sea King. The treasured Crusader armor isn't something I'm interested in. After the conditions are fulfilled, I'll hand over that piece to you." That rough-looking wooden puppet laughed strangely. "This time, I came to visit Your Majesty because I wanted your help to deal with a human cultivator." "Speak." "I'll do my best to help you," the Sea King said in a grave tone. "This person I want to take care of is someone that Your Majesty also wants to deal with. It's a man that goes by the name of Tyrannical Saber. Your Majesty, the silver glove you are looking for is in his possession. As for me, I want to retrieve the core of a puppet from him," the wooden puppet said. The scene where the Sea King had its silver glove snatched away had been transmitted live through the stream of the Daily Cultivator. Therefore, all cultivators saw it. Afterward, the silver glove ended up in Song Shuhang's hands. The person behind this rough-looking wooden puppet was precisely the guy that had tried to obtain the core of the ancestral puppet in the forbidden area. "Did you discover the whereabouts of that human?" Sea King said gravely. "Yes, and the best thing is that this person is about to advance from the 3rd to the 4th stage realm. This is a really good opportunity." The wooden puppet laughed evilly. Nothing was easier than dealing with a cultivator that was about to transcend their tribulation. The huge eye of the Sea King turned around, and then finally said hoarsely, "How do you want me to help you?" "That tyrannical saber guy has another cultivator of the 7th stage by his side. I wanted Your Majesty to enter into action and block that 7th stage venerable for me. When the time comes, I'll dispatch there a ready-to-die cultivator that similarly has to transcend the Heavenly Tribulation. After approaching Tyrannical Saber, this ready-to-die cultivator will cause the Heavenly Tribulation to come down, and that Song Shuhang fellow will get reduced to ashes soon after," the wooden puppet said, full of confidence. This plan had a high rate of success. 7th stage venerable? Hehe. The Sea King sneered. "Are you sure that it's a 7th stage venerable, and not a 9th stage tribulation transcender?" In the past, the Sea King had locked onto the silver glove on Song Shuhang's hand, and attacked him through the spatial power of the sacrificial altar. However, just as it revealed its eye, a 9th stage tribulation transcender patted it away, giving it a pretty big injury. The wooden puppet hesitated. 9th stage tribulation transcender. It had also thought of this possibility. A few days ago, in the forbidden area, after it managed, with much difficulty, to invite over that guerrilla general of the 8th stage profound sage realm, the opposite party was defeated after leading Venerable White away. Sure enough, that Venerable White wasn't a simple 7th stage venerable. Was it possible that he was a 9th stage tribulation transcender in disguise? Therefore, unless you have a method to restrain a 9th stage tribulation transcender, I won't act, the Sea King said. Only after its strength had fully recovered would it have the confidence to take a 9th stage tribulation transcender head-on. The wooden puppet kept silent. A method to restrain a 9th stage tribulation transcender? If he'd had such a method, he would have already gone to fight Song Shuhang, and he wouldn't be here asking for help. Was there no other choice but to give up this golden opportunity where Song Shuhang had to transcend the tribulation? Could he do nothing but wait for the opposite party to succeed? The wooden puppet was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. After pondering for a moment, it clenched his teeth, and said, "In that case, let's change the plan. I only need Your Majesty to dispatch someone that can create an opportunity for me. At that time, my ready-to-die cultivator will interfere with Tyrannical Saber's heavenly tribulation and cause him to become ashes. After that, I'll use a method that will allow us to retrieve both the puppet core and silver glove." "What kind of opportunity do you need?" the Sea King asked in a grave tone. After that tyrannical Saber fellow starts to transcend his tribulation, attract the attention of that venerable wight, who might be a ninth-stage tribulation transcender in disguise, for an instant. Just an instant is enough, the wooden puppet said after clenching its teeth. The Sea King kept silent. After a short moment, it said gravely, the task this time is really dangerous. Therefore, I want the contract between us to be fulfilled once we are done with this job. At that time, I want the right leg of the treasured Crusader armor. Deal, the wooden puppet replied. It's a pleasure to do business with you, the Sea King said with a smile. Hopefully, we'll succeed, the wooden puppet said gravely. Chapter 10-12 Quickly find a girlfriend and don't get any idea of my Chu Chu. Night fell. Song Shuheng finished practicing the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the righteous body tempering poem, increasing the strength of his constitution a little. Then, he meditated a little, and concluded tonight's training. Since he would soon transcend his tribulation, the practice of the 33 divine beasts technique was controlled so as to avoid carelessly going overboard and making the heavenly tribulation come down. After concluding his practice, Song Shuheng lay on the bed with his eyes closed, resting his mind. With his current strength, unless he had consumed a great deal of energy, he didn't really need to sleep. The first day of the university had come to an end. This afternoon, after bailing out Demon Monarch Nirvana's disciple, Dulan, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui had brought Song Shuheng all around the Jiangnan area, retrieving a few special ingredients from some fellow Taoists. After collecting the ingredients, she brought Song Shuheng and Shi back to Jiangnan University town. Then, she went ahead and prepared a table's worth of spiritual dishes that even ordinary people could eat, putting everything in a lunchbox and handing it over to Song Shuheng. As for the crocodile leg, it would be ready only tomorrow. Demon Monarch Nirvana will also come over tomorrow. Hopefully, I can quickly get my hands on those tribulation-transcending formations, Song Shuheng thought to himself as he gazed at the moon in the sky. Only after his tribulation-transcending formations were ready would he be able to relax a little. Just as he was in deep thought, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He unlocked it, and noticed that it was a message from Su Clan 16. Are you asleep? Not yet, I just finished meditating. Before transcending the tribulation, I can only do my best to strengthen my mental energy. What about you? Song Shuheng replied. I just finished practicing Saber techniques. Next, I'll sit in meditation and practice until tomorrow morning, Su Clan 16 replied. She had just advanced to the 4th stage, and aside from learning how to ride a flying saber, she would pass most of the time stabilizing her realm. Song Shuheng asked, do you have any class tomorrow morning? We have 2 classes, on the 3rd and 4th period. I don't, I have classes only in the afternoon. Anyway, school life is very beneficial to me, especially for my mood, Su Clan 16 said. The first day in university had allowed her to relax and improve her mood, which was good for stabilizing her realm. Ahaha, it's good if you can benefit from it. Right, 16, do you want to have dinner with me tomorrow evening? Song Shuheng said. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui should have finished cooking the crocodile leg by tomorrow evening, and he could let 16 have a taste of it as well. After a while, Su Clan 16 replied, Then, she also added, good night. Good night, Song Shuheng replied. After concluding his conversation with Su Clan 16, Song Shuheng got out of bed and headed to the 5th floor. Loli Shi was residing on the 5th floor. While attending university and experiencing school life in order to find an opportunity to jump through the Dragon Gate, she also lived in the same building as Shuheng. In the living room, Loli Shi was looking at the TV with rapt attention. She was so engrossed in it that she didn't even notice Song Shuheng's arrival. Sure, it's 11 p.m., time to sleep. We have class tomorrow morning, Song Shuheng said gently. Since after Shi had come here, he had gradually transitioned to the role of a senior, and his mental age had been increasing incessantly. It's 11 p.m. already? Sure blinked her eyes. Then, she glanced at the TV, where a TV series was being broadcast, and a conflicted expression appeared on her little face. From the looks of it, she still wanted to watch the TV. But after pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and resolutely switched off the TV. Self-control, self-control. If I don't even have this much self-control, how am I going to deal with the tribulation of the inner demon later? Sure talked to herself. Then, she seemingly exhausted her whole strength to place the remote control on the table, proceeding toward her room with firm steps. Senior brother Shuhang, good night. Good night. Song Shuhang waved his hand. Next, Song Shuhang glanced at the room next to Shi's. It was little Kai's room. Little Kai had gone to sleep very early. Today, she had followed Fairy Dongfang 6 all around Jiangnan area, and she was dead tired. Song Shuhang nodded, very satisfied. After taking a look at Shi and little Kai, Song Shuhang returned to his room. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, starting to recall his recent experiences and gains. Speaking of which, he had encountered a monster fox in the Forbidden Area, who seemed to be the inheritor of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Back then, he was planning to go to meet the teacher of that monster fox, probably a member of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, and settle the karma of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Nevertheless, it was unknown where Senior White 2 had sent the opposite after seizing it, and as for Senior White 2, he hadn't appeared for the whole day today. Forget it. Now, he could only wait for Senior White 2 to appear again and ask him about the monster fox. Hopefully, the monster fox was safe and sound. Night gradually fell. At this time, it was already around 3 a.m. Song Shuhang, who wasn't sleepy in the least, wondered if he should go on the roof to practice saber techniques. But right at this time, his phone rang. He took out his phone, and he discovered that it was an unknown number. Who was bothering him this late at night? Song Shuhang casually swiped on the screen, and answered the call. He had nothing to do at this time, and if it was really some kind of harasser, he could relieve his boredom. Meow, the high-pitched cry of a cat was transmitted from the other side. Song Shuhang kept silent for a moment. Who is it? Speak in human language, or I'm hanging up. Woof, 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 the meowing turned into barking. Doudou? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Aha, Woof Shuhang, you haven't forgotten this dog god, I'm touched. Anyway, how was my meowing just now? Doudou's voice was transmitted from the other end. A Pekingese learning how to meowing? You must be really bored. Song Shuhang sighed. Why did you call me this late at night? Doudou said, it's night at your place. It's daybreak at my current location. I was bored, and I decided to call you to have a chat. I pondered for a bit, and I didn't any find person with interests similar to mine. Then, I finally thought of you. Song Shuhang. A dog looking for you in the middle of the night to chat. For some reason, it sounded somewhat sad. Song Shuhang sighed again. Alright, what do you want to talk about? Doudou would soon marry a man, and it was understandable if he had a premarital syndrome or something of the sort. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well accompany him for a chat. In that case, right, let's chat about your girlfriend. Last time, when you went to the crystal clear water pavilion, you got yourself a girlfriend that turned out to be a ghost, right? How is your life with your girlfriend now? How do you feel when you think about the fact that your girlfriend has already died and turned into a ghost? Do you feel the same as Ling Yi in the movie Apocalypse War? Let's talk about this topic today, Doudou said. Song Shuhang. Talk your ass. Playing dead? Come on, say something. Is this possible that you don't want to discuss this topic? Woof, alright, let's talk about something else then. I've heard that you started going to university. Did you get yourself a new girlfriend, or are you still single? Doudou said again. It's only been 1 day since it started. What do you think? Song Shuheng said. Too weak. A real man can pick up a girl in 1 hour and make a baby in 1 day. How about I give you a piece of advice? After all, I'm very experienced when it comes to handling girls. Let me think a little. Ah, right. That girl called Sher is living with you, right? Don't look down on my information network, it's excellent. Anyway, have you thought about picking up lowly Sher? She's very cute, and also very sensible. If you get sentenced to 3 years in jail, you make a big profit. If you get the death penalty, you wouldn't have suffered a loss, either. Lollicons have been in vogue during the past few years, Doudou said. Song Shuheng kept silent. Still refusing to speak? Does lowly Sher not conform to your tastes? Geez, you humans are too picky. In that case, what about Su Clan 16? I heard that she also followed you to Jiangnan University Town. Back then, you played the role of the knight in shining armor and saved her, leaving a deep impression on her. Moreover, she's very cute. You would surely gain big time if you managed to get together with her. Think about it, with her build, 16 will age very slowly, while you'll become an uncle in a few years. At that time, you and 16 will look like a father-daughter pair while being, in fact, lovers. Doesn't it sound exciting? Doudou said. Father-daughter pair your ass. Uncle also your ass. Song Shuheng sighed faintly. Doudou, what are you trying to do in the end? If you keep up with this, I'll hang up and blacklist your number. Doudou kept silent. After a short moment. Woof. Shuheng, you are less entertaining than before. You were much more adorable the first time we met, to the point that you even played the "Is your mother a monkey" game with me, Doudou said. The corner of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched. Doudou, everyone grows up. Anyway, enough chit-chat. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me what you want. Otherwise, I'm hanging up and adding you to the blacklist. Doudou said, woof, alright. Actually, I wanted to tell you that my in-game wife, Chu Chu, has secretly run to Jiangnan University Town to check the place. She said that she will absolutely get admitted there next year. Today, while gaming together, she asked me in which class I was. As such, I feigned to lose my internet connection and ran away. Song Shuheng, I'm warning you. Quickly find a girlfriend and don't get any idea of my Chu Chu. Was it about that cute girl that Doudou had picked up online? Song Shuheng said, quickly practice to the 5th stage realm and gain the ability to assume human form. F***ck, do you think it's that easy? It's very difficult to advance to the 5th stage realm, and I've been stuck in my current realm for many years already, Doudou said, somewhat depressed. After advancing to the 5th stage, I've decided to assume a human appearance very similar to yours. At that time, my Chu Chu won't suspect anything, and I can just say that I'm your twin brother. Song Shuheng was at a loss for words. He absolutely had to come up with a plan for when Doudou advanced to the 5th stage. There was no way in hell he could let him assume his appearance. Otherwise, with his disposition, Doudou would seek death everywhere, and Song Shuheng would have to deal with the aftermath later. Song Shuheng said, speaking of bottlenecks, I wanted to tell you something, Doudou. I'll soon face the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. In other words, I'm about to catch up to your realm. When they first met, Doudou, a great of the 4th stage, was someone absolutely amazing in Song Shuheng's eyes. His power was incredible, and he looked awe-inspiring as he chased after Demon Monarch Anji. Now, without even realizing, he was about to catch to Doudou's realm. This was the power of time. Doudou kept silent for a moment, and then said, I have a very vulgar sentence I want to say. Should I say it? Hehe. Song Shuheng said calmly, in addition, I need to remind you of another matter. You are about to marry a man, Doudou. F***CKU. Doudou clenched his teeth, and said. Since you wanted to chat about partners, let's chat about your soon-to-be husband. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said that he would marry you off before advancing to the 7th stage, and since he's going to face his tribulation soon, it means that you, too, will marry very soon. Did the bride already get to see the bridegroom? Song Shuheng counterattacked. F***CKU. Doudou suddenly sighed. I haven't. Stupid Yellow Mountain didn't tell me who the other party is. From beginning to end, he has been silently arranging the wedding ceremony, and now, he's almost done. I'm very anxious at the moment. At first, I thought that Phoenix Slayer might be the marriage partner, but he denied the possibility. I'm super worried. Exactly what you would expect from the founder of the 9 Provinces #1 group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain. He was able to make Doudou this worried. Shuheng, do you think I'm really a female dog? Doudou said in a grave tone, the more I thought about this matter in the past few days, the more I felt that there was something wrong. At this time, I feel as though my brain is about to explode. Anyway, let me tell you another thing, in the past few days, even my posture while peeing changed. At first, I used to raise my leg while peeing, but recently, I started to squat down. When I noticed it, I was terrified. I felt as though I had really turned into a female dog. Luckily, when I lowered my head, I discovered that my little Doudou was still there. Song Shuheng. How should I reply to such a profound question? Shuheng, what to do if I really change into a dog girl? Doudou asked. I think that you won't turn into a dog girl unless you undergo a sex change operation, Song Shuheng said. In addition, even though True Monarch Yellow Mountain said that he would marry you to a man, he'll likely marry you to a dog girl in the end. Your words brought me great relief. Doudou heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, I'm not scared of marrying a dog girl. After all, I'm a dog that dreams of building a harem. Even if I marry this dog girl, I'll force her to become a member of my harem in the future. Woof, woof. After I advance to the 5th stage, I'll find lots of girls of my liking and marry them all. Woof, 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 Song Shuheng. Right, Shuheng, can you help me get an idea of what stupid Yellow Mountain is thinking? I want to know if he wants to marry me off to a dog girl or not, Doudou said. Alright, I'll ask True Monarch Yellow Mountain when I meet him, Song Shuheng said. Good brother. Shuheng, getting to know you was the best thing that happened in my life, Doudou said. This dog god will firmly keep in mind your kindness. After you tell me that information, this dog god will give you a big reward. A really, really big reward. I'm happy as long as you don't cause trouble for me. Song Shuheng sighed. After concluding his call with Doudou, Song Shuheng placed his phone down. But right at this time, someone knocked on the door downstairs. Who was knocking on the door this late at night? Song Shuheng raised his head and looked downward. Then, he saw that True Monarch White Crane was standing in front of the door, with its wings sprouting from its back. At this time, it looked somewhat anxious. The building was surrounded by a barrier that Medicine Master had placed and then Venerable White reinforced, so if someone were to intrude, they would give rise to a ruckus. It was already this late at night, why had True Monarch White Crane come here? Senior White Crane, did something happen? Wait a bit, I'll come down to open the door. Song Shuheng used the secret sound transmission method to communicate while leaping out of the window of his room and landing steadily on the ground. Everyone knew that experts had a tendency to just jump out of windows. Song Shuheng might not have understood before, but now that he gave it some more thought, he finally understood why experts had this tendency. It was because it was quicker to just jump out through the window. Especially when it came to 4 or 5 floor buildings. If they were to use the stairs, they would have to go down 1 floor at a time. Between 2 points, the shortest distance was definitely the straight line from one point to the other, and when jumping out of the window, the distance to travel was definitely the shortest, and the speed the quickest. However, with Song Shuhang's current strength, he still had to check before jumping out the window. There might be no problem if it were only to be 4 or 5 floors. However, when it came to 40 or 50 floors, if he were to simply jump out, he would still be severely injured even if he didn't die. When True Monarch White Crane saw Song Shuhang, its eyes involuntarily jumped slightly. Although it had long known that Song Shuhang and Venerable White lived together in Medicine Master's building, every time that it looked for Senior White, the first person it would see was always Song Shuhang. Its heart couldn't help but be stifled a bit. Song Shuhang opened the door, and looked at True Monarch White Crane. Currently, White Crane was in its male form. When compared to its petite and lovely female form, its male form was way less attractive. He hadn't seen True Monarch White Crane in the past 2 days, so Song Shuhang thought that it might have gone back to the west. He didn't think that it was still in the Jiangnan area. "Is Senior White here?" True Monarch White Crane asked. Its face looked rather dark at the moment, and there was some green energy in the place between its eyebrows that didn't disperse for quite a while. Was it poisoned? "Senior White has closed up." "Senior White Crane, is there some important matter?" Song Shuhang asked. Since True Monarch White Crane was a hardcore fan of Senior White, Song Shuhang didn't mention that Venerable White was closing up in his inner world in fear of the other getting weird thoughts. Closed up? It can't be, this quickly. True Monarch White Crane smiled bitterly. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White Crane, did something happen? The color of your face doesn't seem too good." As he approached True Monarch White Crane, Song Shuhang's inner world seemed to have reacted. True Monarch White Crane's body had the aura of the netherworld. Although it had suppressed this aura, Song Shuhang's inner world was very sensitive when it came to the energy of the netherworld, and Song Shuhang was able to sense it. True Monarch White Crane sighed. "I met with unexpected disaster. I thought that it was just a common demon of the netherworld, but I didn't think that that guy would suddenly bring out a big magical treasure and wound me." After entering, True Monarch White Crane and Song Shuhang proceeded upstairs together. Then, it continued to talk to Song Shuhang about what had happened to it. "Last Saturday, I went back to the west due to an urgent matter. Then, yesterday, I finished dealing with this matter and came back here as fast as I could to get ready for the class. To hurry back from this far just to attend class, True Monarch White Crane, you truly are a model student. If the teachers were to know, they would definitely be moved to tears," Song Shuhang thought to himself. True Monarch White Crane continued, "Then, about 2 hours ago, I arrived in the Jiangnan area, and, right, I felt that my luck today wasn't bad." Song Shuhang. "Your luck wasn't bad? You met with unexpected disaster and got contaminated with the energy of the netherworld realm. Was this your good luck?" True Monarch White Crane didn't pay attention to Song Shuhang's expression, and continued speaking, "Right as I got back to the Jiangnan area, I saw Senior White strolling in the sky. My Senior White walking in the sky was exceptionally beautiful, unparalleled in the world. For me to be able to see Senior White right as I returned to the Jiangnan area, my luck today was truly quite great." "Huh?" Song Shuhang was confused. True Monarch White Crane just said that it saw Venerable White treading the air in the Jiangnan area 2 hours ago? What treading the air, heavens? 2 hours ago, Venerable White was definitely in his inner world, closing up. Ever since this morning, no, it was already past midnight. Then, ever since yesterday morning, Venerable White had been closing up. Therefore, who could he have possibly been walking on air? It was certain that the person True Monarch White Crane had seen wasn't Venerable White. However, True Monarch White Crane was Venerable White's hardcore fan. Normally speaking, it would be impossible for it to mistake Venerable White for someone else. In addition, with its eyesight and strength of the 6th stage realm, it shouldn't have suddenly become this blind, unless the person it saw was Senior White 2. Recently, Senior White 2 seemed to have been hanging around the Jiangnan area. Song Shuheng felt that he had already figured out what had happened. Heavens, if Senior White 2 had time to stroll through the Jiangnan area, why hadn't he come to visit him? He still wanted to ask him how that monster fox was doing now. Song Shuheng considered telling True Monarch White Crane the truth. However, after seeing that True Monarch White Crane was this happy even though it had been poisoned, Song Shuheng couldn't bear to cruelly tell it the truth, afraid of shocking it too much. But then again, what about the evil energy of the netherworld on True Monarch White Crane's body? How was it related to Senior White 2? Originally, I wanted to go up and greet Senior White. However, Senior White was simply too fast. I lost track of him before I could get near him, True Monarch White Crane said, filled with regret. If he was walking this fast, was he still walking? The reason I wasn't able to catch up to Senior White is that I'm too slow. Sure enough, my cultivation still isn't high enough. I need to become even stronger to be able to keep up with Senior White's pace. I shall strive to reach the 7th stage Venerable Realm within 100 years. True Monarch White Crane said confidently. No, you're definitely overthinking. If you really want to catch up to Senior White 2's pace, then even the 7th stage Venerable Realm isn't enough. Moreover, why do you keep on going off topic? Why not talk about how you got poisoned, no, contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld? I'm more interested in that. Since I couldn't catch up to Senior White, I came here to stand guard and wait for Senior White to return. However, I didn't think that Senior White would return this early and even close up in the meantime. True Monarch White Crane sighed. It then continued, let's not talk about this first. When I was preparing to come here, I suddenly found a daring demon of the netherworld realm who was secretly following Senior White. That demon was just at the 5th stage realm, and its strength was very ordinary. So, did you fight against it? Song Shuheng asked. In the end, Senior White 2 was the ruler of the netherworld realm, so normally speaking, there wouldn't be any demon of the netherworld bold enough to secretly follow him, unless, of course, it was someone like the demonic hamster, a pet of Senior White 2, or the direct subordinate of that ball of liquid metal. However, that ball of liquid metal seemed unaware that Senior White 2 had illegally trespassed into the main world. Therefore, the former was more likely. Anyway, neither Senior White 2's pets nor the subordinates of that ball of liquid metal were easy to deal with. After all, they were the subordinates of the 2 big bosses of the netherworld realm. That netherworld demon was really seeking death, daring to track Senior White. I didn't think twice before fighting it. True Monarch White Crane said. With my strength, one strike should have been enough to kill that ordinary demon of the 5th stage. However, that seemingly ordinary demon of the 5th stage had some skills. I hit it again and again, yet it unexpectedly didn't die. Its realm wasn't high, but its physical body was definitely extraordinary. I believe it might be a bodily cultivator like Dharma King Creation, or a demon born with a powerful physical body. And then? Song Shuheng asked. After talking for so long, it was finally about to get to the point. He wanted to hear how True Monarch White Crane had met with unexpected disaster. Then, I fought with it. That demon's close-quarter combat skills weren't bad, and it had all sorts of strange treasures with it. We unexpectedly ended up fighting for quite a while, without a clear winner. As you know, my realm was higher than it, and my attribute can restrain the demons of the netherworld, True Monarch White Crane said with some sadness in its voice. So, I dared not belittle it anymore. I took it seriously and treated it as someone that could rival me. When I got serious, that netherworld demon was no longer my opponent, and after a few moves, well, after a few tens of moves, the demon of the netherworld could no longer take it. I had forced it into a desperate situation. If it hadn't been for its countless treasures, it would have long died under my wing attacks. Seriously, I simply don't understand. How could a single demon of the netherworld have so many treasures? It was simply like a walking treasure house. It wasn't easy for me to knock it down, but just as I was about to thoroughly purify it, that guy pulled out a cannon-like magical treasure, and shot me at close range. I didn't expect that it had such a method at its disposal. As such, I met with unexpected disaster and got badly injured. However, that fellow was also done for. Its magical treasure was possibly a half-finished product, and it could only be used to perish alongside the enemy. After firing, the main body of the cannon exploded, and the body of that fellow was seemingly blasted to pieces. Fortunately, my strength was high enough, and I didn't die in the explosion, True Monarch White Crane said triumphantly. If it hadn't been for its dark face, Song Shuheng would have thought that it hadn't taken any damage at all. By the way, where's Senior White's room? I'm badly injured right now, I'll need to go to Senior White's room to heal myself, True Monarch White Crane said seriously. Song Shuheng asked, why would you want to go to Senior White's room? Because if I'm in a room filled with Senior White's aura, I will be able to treat my wound with my heart free from worries. In the field of medicine, this is called psychotherapy, True Monarch White Crane said proudly. Don't try to fool me with other rooms. Whether or not it's Senior White's room, I can tell with a sniff. Song Shuheng. Senior White Crane, are you a pervert? Well, True Monarch White Crane was indeed a creature capable of metamorphosis. In the future, it would be able to become either male or female. In the end, Song Shuheng still brought True Monarch White Crane to one of Venerable White's rooms. Indeed, one of his rooms. While staying at Medicine Master's place, Senior White had exchanged rooms several times. For example, when they first got here, Senior White wanted to dismantle Medicine Master's TV set, which left them with no TV to watch that evening, and he had switched both room and floor to do so. It could be said that aside from Song Shuheng's room, every other room in the building belonged to Venerable White. If he wanted to use a particular room, he would simply use it. After Song Shuheng brought it to that room, True Monarch White Crane was satisfied. At first, I thought you wouldn't agree to bring me to Senior White's room. But, I didn't expect that you would be this obedient. You are good guy, True Monarch White Crane said. Song Shuheng. Did you just casually give me the good guy card one? He didn't want the good guy card for such a silly reason. Not good, can't hold it anymore. I'll have treat my wound first. In the meantime, you can do as you please, True Monarch White Crane said. Afterward, it continually shrank its body, assuming its female form, and casually found a place in the room, sitting cross-legged there. True Monarch White Crane's forms didn't only differ in temperament, their abilities were also slightly different. Generally speaking, the male form was more advantageous when it came to fighting. As for the female form, it had a slightly higher affinity with the light element and was more agile. This form was somewhat better when it came to treating wounds. Actually, True Monarch White Crane's injury was a little heavier than what it told Shuheng. While treating the wound, it didn't even set up a formation and directly started to heal itself after taking a medicinal pill. After a short moment, just as True Monarch White Crane started to breathe rhythmically, black mist visible to the naked eye started to gush out of its nostrils. The black mist was filled with the evil energy of the netherworld, and it had corrosive properties. However, when True Monarch White Crane exhaled this black mist, the spiritual energy in the room rushed over and mixed with this black mist, diluting it and purifying it. This spiritual energy that rushed over from all sides faintly had Venerable White's aura. I see, Song Shuheng finally understood. Venerable White had cultivated in this room in the past, and when 7th stage Venerables trained, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area would gather at incredible speed. As such, each time Venerable White concluded his training, some of his spiritual energy would stay in the room. If left alone, this spiritual energy would gradually disappear. The reason true monarch White Crane had decided to treat its injury in this room was to make use of this spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the room could reduce the effects that the evil energy it was exhaling would have on the external world. However, it was impossible to neutralize the evil energy of the netherworld that true monarch White Crane was exhaling with just the lingering spiritual energy that Venerable White had left here after his practice. Thereupon, Song Shuheng stayed behind, acting as a protector for true monarch White Crane. The black mist true monarch White Crane was exhaling kept increasing in volume, and it was already impossible to purify it with the lingering spiritual energy that Venerable White had left behind after his practice. Some of the mist spiraled through the room and then headed toward Song Shuheng, having sensed his aura. Just like water would naturally flow downward, the evil energy of the netherworld would also naturally target human cultivators. When the mist got into a range of 2 meters from Song Shuheng, dazzling golden light resurfaced on his body, purifying the weak evil energy of the netherworld. The golden light of virtue was the natural enemy of the evil energy of the netherworld. As if that wasn't enough, the light of virtue on Song Shuheng's body had already materialized. However, there was no need for the virtuous Lamia to come out to deal with this weak mist. The mere shine of the golden light of virtue was enough to purify it. Still, Song Shuheng felt that it was a waste to use the golden light of virtue to purify this evil energy of the netherworld. No matter how weak, this was still energy of the netherworld in the end. As such, Song Shuheng tried to mobilize the power of his inner world, attempting to materialize that lotus flower and absorb the evil energy of the netherworld. But just as Song Shuheng was about to materialize his lotus flower, true monarch White Crane suddenly opened its eyes. "Sheet," true monarch White Crane said. Song Shuheng asked, "What happened?" "Shuheng, find a way to knock me out. Afterward, go in the 9 provinces number 1 group and ask which senior is close to the Jiangnan area, and request their help. I've underestimated the explosion of that magical treasure. The evil energy of the netherworld that entered my body is very strange. This time around, I've truly met with unexpected disaster." True monarch White Crane said after clenching its teeth. At the same time, it made a hand seal, and huge white spiritual energy emerged from its snow-white wings, transforming into chains that firmly bound its body. True monarch White Crane's wings were similar to the hump of a camel. They could store some spiritual energy inside to use in case of emergency. However, the situation was too dire, and not even this spiritual energy reserved for emergencies was of much help. Those white chains made of spiritual energy swarmed into true monarch White Crane's body, firmly binding it in place. Soon after, true monarch White Crane's eyes became very red, filled with killing intent. "Little friend Shuheng, find a way to knock me out, and take care of your safety." After saying this much, true monarch White Crane also added, "If you fail to knock me out, you'll suffer quite a bit." Song Shuheng opened his eyes wide. "If you are unable to knock me out and the binding spell loses its effectiveness, I'll go berserk, which is enough to scare even me. Think about it, at that time, you'll have to face a crazed 6th stage true monarch. You are going to die." True monarch White Crane said. F***CK. In that case, quickly knock yourself out. Song Shuheng said. "If I could do it myself, would I have, still asked, for your help?" True monarch White Crane's voice started to become shaky, and the dark aura around its face got heavier and heavier. "In that case, how can I knock you out? Where do I have to hit you?" Song Shuheng said anxiously. Heavens, if a 6th stage true monarch went mad, there was a chance it would destroy the whole building. This is something you'll have to find out by yourself. I'll tell you in advance, don't hit my face. After saying this much, true monarch White Crane's eyes widened, and it completely fell into a berserk state. "Wah!" True monarch White Cranes issued a fearsome cry, very similar to the cry of a wild beast that had chanced upon some prey or enemy. "Damn you!" Song Shuheng said. Then, he patted his chest, and said, "Lotus flower, appear." The lotus flower was projected out of the nucleus, and countless roots filled the air. "Nucleus, can you enter into true monarch White Crane's body and extract the evil energy of the netherworld inside?" Song Shuheng asked. During summer vacation, he had met an evil beast made from the energy of the netherworld, and he had used the roots of the lotus flower to extract all the energy in its body. Later, when he met ordinary people that had been contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld, he had also used the roots to prick their bodies and extract the evil energy of the netherworld inside. However, the problem was that true monarch White Crane was a great monster of the 6th stage. One couldn't compare it to that fairly stupid beast made of evil energy or those ordinary people contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld. Therefore, Song Shuheng wasn't sure if the roots of his lotus flower would be effective against it. After receiving Song Shuheng's order, the roots of the lotus flower dashed forward, pricking into the frenzied true monarch White Crane. Since the roots entered into action, it meant that they were able to absorb the evil energy inside true monarch White Crane's body. Several thousand roots swept toward true monarch White Crane, who was in its petite and lovely female form. As if that wasn't enough, White Crane was bound at this time, and the resulting scene was truly spicy to the eye. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the roots tried to prick into true monarch White Crane's body, they got blocked by chain-shaped white spiritual energy. It was precisely the binding spell that true monarch White Crane had used to bind its body. Not only could this magical technique firmly bind true monarch White Crane in place, but it could also block the roots of the lotus flower. If he wanted to absorb the evil energy, Song Shuheng first had to take care of this binding spell. But if he got rid of the binding spell, a frenzied White Crane of the 6th stage would instantly assault him. Song Shuheng's liver was in great pain at this moment. But right at this time, true monarch White Crane suddenly jumped up from the ground and crashed into Song Shuheng. Although that binding spell had bound it in place, it could still jump. But due to the limitations of the binding spell, its speed was very low. Song Shuheng sighed and moved aside, dodging the incoming true monarch White Crane. From the looks of it, the only solution now was to knock it out. But, how could he knock it out? Even if it had gone berserk and was bound, it was still a monster of the 6th stage with an incredibly powerful body. How could a small cultivator of the 3rd stage like Song Shuheng knock it out? On the other hand, had true monarch White Crane come here on purpose after getting injured, taking advantage of the fact that it was about to go berserk to beat him up. Anyway, the first thing to do was to ask the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group for help. Song Shuheng took out his phone and got into the 9 provinces number 1 group. Emergency here. Is there any senior still online? True monarch White Crane has gone berserk at my place, how can I knock it out? Song Shuheng sent this message. As he was typing, true monarch White Crane jumped up again and continued to crash into him. This time, the virtuous Lamia inside Song Shuheng's body automatically came out. She took out her face-slapping flip-flop and locked onto true monarch White Crane's face, ready to slap it. Wait, can you not hit its face? Song Shuheng said. The virtuous Lamia stopped, and the face-slapping flip-flop drew a circle in midair, striking true monarch White Crane's body and sending it flying. True monarch White Crane rolled on the ground a little and then jumped up again. Although it had gone berserk, it could still rely on its instinct. After discovering that its close-range attacks weren't working on Song Shuheng, it instinctively decided to use magical techniques. But in its current condition, it could mobilize a very short amount of spiritual energy due to the binding spell. This low amount of spiritual energy was only enough to use one magical technique. Ah! The berserk true monarch White Crane howled, flapping its wings and displaying a magical technique. This magical technique was very quick, and it instantly reached Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang didn't have the time to dodge. After all, it was the magical technique of a 6th stage true monarch. If even a cultivator of the 3rd stage could dodge it, true monarch White Crane would be truly incompetent. However, more importantly, the virtuous Lamia also didn't block this magical technique. The magical technique reached Song Shuhang's body. Then, the pain he was expecting didn't come. On the contrary, Song Shuhang felt comfortable and refreshed. How refreshing! What kind of offensive magical technique is this for it to actually make my entire body feel this comfortable and refreshed? Could it be that it's some sort of magical technique that makes you so comfortable that you die? At this moment, the crazed true monarch White Crane in front of him shouted in a lovely voice. The white wings on its back kept flapping, and with every single flap, a small magical technique would be cast, falling on Song Shuhang's body. When the magical techniques fell on his body, the virtuous Lamia did not block them, letting them reach Song Shuhang. Without exception, every single magical technique that fell on Song Shuhang's body made him feel extremely refreshed. Song Shuhang finally understood, what true monarch White Crane was throwing at him weren't offensive magical techniques. Rather, they were healing techniques. Moreover, they were very high-quality healing techniques. True monarch White Crane was a well-known healing master in the Western world of cultivators. It's had the light attribute, and it had learned ordinary healing techniques to perfection. A series of healing techniques was released. Song Shuhang felt refreshed, his body feeling as if it was filling up with strength. The crazed true monarch White, who was in front of him, did not stop. It continued to release healing techniques one after the other, casting them faster and faster. A moment later, Song Shuhang was enveloped in the radiance of healing techniques. Song Shuhang. Although these healing techniques weren't meant to cause any harm, could receiving so many of them at once cause him any problem? Song Shuhang had read his fair share of novels. In many of these books were things that were similar to healing techniques, and many of those books defined healing techniques as something that sped up one's metabolism, which would then create the healing effect. In the end, novels were just novels and had nothing to do with cultivation, but if the healing techniques of cultivators also sped up one's metabolism, receiving so many of them might indeed cause him some problems. Therefore, Song Shuhang brought out his phone, and re-entered the 9 Provinces No. 1 Group's page to ask his seniors about the problem concerning healing techniques. At this time, the 9 Provinces No. 1 Group was very lively. It was mainly due to the message that Song Shuhang had sent before, it had attracted the attention of many seniors. True monarch Northern River, White Crane went mad. How did it go mad? Little friend Shuhang, did you provoke it? However, White Crane is already at the 6th stage realm, and it won't be easy to make it faint. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Shuhang is only at the 3rd stage realm right now, how can he even make White Crane faint? Fairy Dongfang 6, wait, something isn't right. I'm currently close to the Jiangnan area, and there seems to the aura of the evil energy of the netherworld where little friend Shuhang's at. White Crane couldn't have gone mad due to the evil energy of the netherworld, could he? I will go and have a look. True monarch Northern River, right, what about Senior White? Isn't he with Song Shuhang? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Venerable White is closing up. He closed up yesterday, and it seems like he won't be coming out for a month. Heavens, little friend Shuhang is done for. I will hurry over, I'm also quite near Jiangnan University town. Great Master Profound Principle, stopwatch, it's already been more than 40 seconds since little friend Shuhang has sent his message for help, Medicine Master replied. Great Master Profound Principle, 40 seconds? If White Crane has really gone mad, little friend Shuhang might have already been reduced to pieces. At Tyrannical Saber Song 1, are you still alive? Please reply, Fairy Firefly said. Ugh, don't jinx it. Little friend Tyrannical Saber still has some life-preserving measures. After all, he's someone that has been able to survive next to Venerable White for a long time, so he should be able to hold on. Fairy Dongfang 6, fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman, you guys should make haste. If you're too late, you might only be able to collect little friend Shuhang's corpse. There's no use in me making haste, I'm still only at the 4th stage realm. If true monarch White Crane has already gone mad, there's nothing that I can do for little friend Shuhang, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Moreover, you guys don't need to worry, little friend Shuhang won't die. As long as he isn't completely destroyed by true monarch White in one move, he will be fine. 1 minute, little friend Shuhang still hasn't replied. True monarch Northern River, right? Doesn't little friend Shuhang still have that special ghost spirit of the 5th stage protecting him? With her protection, little friend Shuhang shouldn't have a problem surviving for a minute. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, that ghost spirit mist seems to have encountered something the other day, she left already. True monarch Northern River, at this time, Song Shuhang finally went online. Song Shuhang, thanks for your concern, seniors. Anyway, there isn't any big problem right now. Before true monarch White Crane went mad, it cast a binding spell on itself. Now, I've got a new problem. Is it dangerous to receive too many healing techniques? It's really urgent. The crazed true monarch White Crane is continuously attacking me with healing techniques, 10 times in a second, 600 times in a minute. I'm currently completely enveloped in the radiance of healing techniques. True monarch Northern River, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Fairy Lychee, what can I say? This is really true monarch White Crane style, right? It really suits its style. After all, it's always played the role of an angel in the Western world of cultivation. Medicine Master said, if it's about healing techniques, it shouldn't cause your body any problem, especially since these are true fungus White Crane's healing techniques, the effect should be pretty good. It basically uses spiritual energy to temper the body of the receiver, and it can even strengthen one's body to an extent. However, the effect is very small, and even 1,000 uses can't compare with 1 round of your basic Buddhist fist technique. But rest assured, even if you were to receive 10,000 healing techniques, there are only advantages, and no disadvantages. If you were to take this opportunity to practice your body tempering techniques, the effect wouldn't be bad. Body tempering technique plus healing technique, a good combination. Medicine Master's speed when it came to sending messages had increased by leaps and bounds recently, but it wasn't due to his typing speed increasing. Ever since they had gotten married, Purple Mist had downloaded an input method that could convert voice into text for him. This software, which wasn't available on the market yet and had been developed by an anonymous cultivator, had a high recognition rate, and only made a few mistakes. It was just that some special terms of the world of cultivators weren't that easy to recognize. As such, it wasn't uncommon to confuse true monarch with true fungus since they had the same pronunciation. However, the suddenly fast messaging Medicine Master would still disorient the fellow Taoists in the chat group every once in a while. Got it. Thanks, Senior Medicine Master. Now I can rest assured, Song Shuhang replied. Healing technique plus body tempering technique can bring about additional effects? Then why don't I give it a try? No, wait. There is still another big problem. True monarch White Crane's binding technique was timed. If it were to suddenly stop working, true monarch White Crane would really go mad and attack him. Song Shuhang hurried back to the group, and said, at Dongfang 6, at Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, seniors, when will you be able to get here? True monarch White Crane's binding technique is timed, and will disappear as soon as the time runs out. Seniors, please come quickly and save me. What? Didn't you just say that everything was fine just now? So, I turned around and headed home. My flying speed is very high, and I'm about to get back home after turning around, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, just now, I also turned around. Song Shuheng, wait, I will try to turn around again. My current speed is too high for me to break, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Song Shuheng, thank you, Fairy Dongfang 6. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, how long will the binding technique still last? Song Shuheng, I don't know. I only know that it's called binding spell, it's also my first time seeing it. When I called for help the first time, True Monarch White Crane spell had already taken effect. This thing didn't come with a timer function, so Song Shuheng didn't know how long it would last. Binding spell? In that case, there shouldn't be a problem. That thing can last a long time. It looks like True Monarch White Crane already knew that it might go crazy when it headed to your place, and prepared for it, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Just wait a bit, I will be right there. I will also be there in a minute, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Song Shuheng kept the chat window open. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of white paper and that scholarly treasure of the third stage, the heaven and earth worshipping brush. He then began to practice the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and silently write the righteous body tempering poem. Even with Song Shuheng's strength, when writing the righteous body tempering poem, he exhausted all of his energy in just a few breaths. It was thanks to having mastered the steel hands technique that he could hold on and finish writing the righteous body tempering poem even after becoming exhausted. Right now, Song Shuheng would consume a part of his energy with every character he wrote. At the same time, 10 or more healing techniques would hit him from behind every second, making up for the consumption. With that, the body tempering effect just got better. This is simply cheating, Song Shuheng said. With the help of True Monarch White Crane spam of healing technique, the speed at which Song Shuheng was writing the righteous body tempering poem continued to increase. Although every character he wrote required more and more energy together with the feeling of weakness multiplying, the 10+ healing technique per second were able to completely supplement Song Shuheng's energy consumption. By the time Palace Master 7 Lives Talismans and Fairy Dongfang 6 arrived, Song Shuheng had already finished writing righteous body tempering poem once. In the next moment, all the characters written on the white paper disappeared. But before they disappeared, a stream of scholarly, righteous energy entered Song Shuheng's body. Song Shuheng's physique quickly improved by a small bit. At this moment, the strength of his physique had risen from the just reached the 4th stage level to the steadily in the 4th stage level. However, Song Shuheng's face became stiff. The scholarly, righteous energy that had just flowed into him did not only enhance his physique, but also gave him some additional benefits. Not only did the strength of his physique improve, but the amount of liquefied true qi in Song Shuheng's body also increased by a bit. How did this happen? Wasn't the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha a body tempering technique? Why would it also strengthen one's true qi? Could it be that it was some additional benefit he had gotten after practicing the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha while getting bombarded with those healing techniques? Tears streamed down Song Shuheng's face. Although his true qi only increased by a small fraction, he had taken a big step toward the heavenly tribulation. When Fairy Dongfang 6 arrived at the building that Medicine Master had bought, Song Shuheng was at the entrance, waiting for her arrival. Shuheng's face was stiff, and he seemed to have received a big blow. "Little friend Shuheng, are you all right?" Fairy Dongfang 6 asked with worry. The crazed True Monarch White Crane didn't beat him up, right? "I'm fine." Song Shuheng let out a bitter smile. "What about True Monarch White Crane?" Fairy Dongfang 6 asked. But just as her voice fell, a ball of light suddenly came at her, hitting her face. In the next moment, Fairy Dongfang 6 felt that her entire body became comfortable, and she felt refreshed. She looked up, and found True Monarch White Crane by the first floor's window, continuously flapping its wings and releasing a healing technique with each flap. Fairy Dongfang 6. While she was speechless, True Monarch White Crane had already thrown another 6 healing techniques at her. At that same time, it also threw 6 healing techniques at Song Shuhang. 12 healing techniques every second, 6 per person. It seemed pretty fair. A great emperor, treating everyone equally. A second later, Fairy Dongfang 6 and Song Shuhang were completely shrouded in the radiance of the healing techniques. Song Shuhang had jumped out the window in advance to open the door for Fairy Dongfang 6 and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. After he jumped, True Monarch White Crane also jumped out the window. Afterwards, it stabilized itself right beneath the first floor window. This is the crazed True Monarch White Crane? Fairy Dongfang 6 asked. As she was speaking, she took out her phone and took a video, which she then sent to the group. Title: Crazed True Monarch White Crane, 12 healing techniques every second. Simply frightening. The current True Monarch White Crane looks way cuter than what I had thought. At this time, it is in its female form, petite and cute, and crazily spamming healing techniques. It's rather amusing. To be honest, I really want to take it home and tame it, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. True Monarch Northern River, if you want to tame True Monarch White Crane, then you'd have to first find a way to become Venerable White. Ahaha. That's too difficult, let's just forget about it. Fairy Lychee, ahahaha, damn. True Monarch White looks like a trussed-up hen while lying below the window like that. Wait, I have a picture of a hen tied up from when I was traveling. After saying this much, Fairy Lychee sent a picture. Coincidentally, the trussed-up hen was also below a window, flapping its wings. The posture of the hen in the picture was very similar to that of True Monarch White Crane's at this moment. True Monarch Northern River, it certainly fits. When the bright moon appears, although it isn't good to do so, I can't help but laugh. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, malicious laughter +1. At this moment, thrice reckless Mad Saber joined in. I seriously don't know how to tell you guys about it, but True Monarch White Crane has only temporarily gone crazy, and he won't stay like that forever. When it regains clarity, it will definitely check the group's chat logs. So, in conclusion, it's better if you try not to seek death. That's a good point. I'll delete the photo, Fairy Lychee said. Wait. Did I drink so much that my eyes have gone bad? Northern River's loose cultivator said in surprise. Brother Thrice Reckless, did you just try to persuade someone not to seek death? This is impossible. Island Master Tian Kong, it's definitely a fake Thrice Reckless. Fairy Lychee, heavens, I didn't notice earlier, but it was actually Thrice Reckless that told us not to seek death. This is definitely a fake Thrice Reckless. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, the account says that it's Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. However, the one who's currently online and using it might not be him. I suspect that the one using the account is definitely a fake Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, fake your sister, you guys are hopeless. Seriously, at True Monarch Northern River, do you know how to knock out True Monarch White Crane? Fairy Dongfang 6 said. I looked at the binding spell on its body, and it seems like it's going to quickly disappear. If it disappears, I won't be able to handle the crazed True Monarch White Crane. Even if I were to use my all to perform the 9 bewitching dance steps, I would at most be able to keep True Monarch White Crane occupied for 10 breaths, maybe even shorter. Just wait a bit, I'm currently looking for more information, True Monarch Northern River answered. By the way, at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Senior Yellow Mountain, do you know the weakness of White Crane's race? Although he had become a true monarch himself, Northern River's loose cultivator still preferred to address True Monarch Yellow Mountain as senior out of habit and respect. Moreover, True Monarch Yellow Mountain would also soon reach the 7th stage realm. Speaking of it, it was unknown whether it was just his misconception, but the 9 Provinces #1 group seemed to have welcomed the season of Heavenly Tribulations. Many of the fellow Taoists were preparing for their heavenly tribulation or were about to do so. Could it be that the world would undergo great changes soon? Last time, some senior had mentioned that the next tide of spiritual energy was imminent. Was what was currently happening a sign? True Monarch Yellow Mountain doesn't seem to be online. Does any of the other fellow Taoists in the group know of True Monarch White Crane's weakness? Anything that wouldn't kill it, and would just cause it to faint? Fairy Lychee asked. I'm not sure. I haven't studied True Monarch White Crane's kind. I only know that True Monarch White Crane is a hardcore fan of Venerable White, so its weakness should be Venerable White. However, this weakness isn't something that would make it faint. Truth be told, Immortal Master Copper Trigram might know something, as he is someone that has assumed the appearance of everyone in the 9 provinces #1 group. However, Immortal Master Copper Trigram currently doesn't have a signal, and isn't online, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. Hurry up and give me some idea. There's at most 30 seconds left. If there still isn't any good plan by then, I'll just have to go ahead and hit True Monarch White Crane on the back of the head and see if this will knock it out. If it doesn't work, True Monarch White Crane will really go mad, and things will get a lot more troublesome, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. She could sense that the effect of the binding spell was weakening. Generally speaking, such a binding technique would last for a long time, but True Monarch White Crane's body also had the evil energy of the netherworld. Under the invasion of the evil energy, the duration of the binding spell was greatly reduced. Actually, Little Six, why don't you just give the 9 bewitching dance steps a shot and see whether you can hypnotize True Monarch White Crane? Fairy Lychee said. The 9 bewitching dance steps aren't omnipotent. I estimate that even if it were to hypnotize True Monarch White Crane, it would at most be able to hold it back for 10 breaths. After all, there is the difference of a big realm between us, and True Monarch White Crane is currently berserk on top of that, which makes the outcome of the 9 bewitching dance steps even more uncertain, Fairy Dongfang 6 replied. Mad people were the most unpredictable. There was the possibility that the 9 bewitching dance steps might directly put it into deep sleep. However, there was also the chance that it might not have too much of an effect since the opposite party was in a berserk state. Therefore, a berserk state was something very troublesome to deal with. At this moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly replied, I'll be there in a minute. Just wait for me. I have a talisman with me that should be able to make True Monarch White Crane unconscious for a while. 7 Lives Talisman, why haven't you arrived yet? Isn't your speed too low? Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Wasn't 7 Lives Talisman the nearer to little friend Shuhang? When I was halfway there, I remembered that I had this talisman. It took some time to go back and get it, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. However, right now, what's more important is this: if we manage to knock out True Monarch White Crane, what do we do with the evil energy of the netherworld in its body? Indeed, the biggest problem wasn't knocking out True Monarch White Crane, the biggest problem was how to remove the evil energy of the netherworld in its body. Northern River's loose cultivator, speaking of this, at Cave Lord Snow Wolf, fellow Taoist Snow Wolf, are you still at Skylark's place? Was she able to find a way to deal with the evil energy of the netherworld? Not long ago, Senior Skylark of the Xian Nu sect had allowed the evil energy of the netherworld to invade her body for research purposes. Now, was there anything that had come out of that research? Cave Lord Snow Wolf laughed bitterly, and said, I'm still protecting Senior Skylark's body and continuing to use the ice sealing technique on her. Senior Skylark is currently in a state similar to secluded meditation. I also don't know to what extent she's studied the evil energy of the netherworld. He had already spent many days in Skylark's immortal cave, and he had barely left the place. Once this task was completed, Senior Skylark really had to give him a big reward. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said that he's got a talisman that can make White Crane lose consciousness. We just have to wait a bit, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Hopefully he gets here soon. Song Shuheng sighed. There was this uncomfortable feeling in his heart after Song Shuheng had practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and increased his strength. He had been getting this bad feeling. It's alright, I'm still here. Even if true monarch White Crane were to break free before Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman arrives, I'd be able to temporarily keep it occupied. Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Just as she finished saying that, true monarch White Crane, who was below the window, suddenly got up from the ground. Yes, it got up, and didn't jump up. The binding spell on its body slowly began to crumble. Song Shuheng laughed bitterly, and called out, Senior Dongfang 6. F***CK. Fairy Dongfang 6 gritted her teeth and took a step forward, performing the 9 bewitching dance steps. Finally, before the binding spell on true monarch White Crane's body completely collapsed, Fairy Dongfang 6's 9 bewitching dance steps started taking effect. True monarch White Crane's eyes blurred. Under the influence of the 9 bewitching dance steps, the madness in its red eyes slowly began to subside, with its eyes blurring. Did 7 Lives Talisman's flying sword get stuck somewhere? He's still not here. I won't be able to hold on for long, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Now, we have to immediately find a way to get rid of the evil energy of the netherworld in true monarch White Crane's body. If we can't find a way, we can only retreat and activate the formation on the building, hoping that it can hinder true monarch White Crane. Song Shuheng placed his hand on his nucleus. Let me give it a try. Previously, the lotus roots his inner world had projected couldn't penetrate true monarch White Crane's body due to the binding spell's obstruction. Now, with the binding spell gone and true monarch White Crane restrained by Fairy Dongfang 6, it was the perfect opportunity. Now, it's time for me to turn the tables. As long as the binding spell holding back true monarch White Crane disappeared, along with its actions being restrained, Song Shuheng was confident that he could remove the evil energy of the netherworld in its body by using the lotus roots. You have an idea? Then go ahead and give it a try, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. After all, her 9 bewitching dance steps couldn't hold back White Crane for long. The previous time, during that incident in the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, little friend Song Shuheng had said that he had the means to deal with the evil energy of the netherworld. However, Fairy Dongfang 6 had never seen Song Shuheng use this method, so she was quite curious about it. At this time, Song Shuheng stretched his hand out, and pressed it against his chest, projecting out a lotus flower. The illusory lotus flower was both real and unreal, its beauty comparable to a piece of art. Moreover, along with Song Shuheng's nucleus beginning to become a world, the petals of the lotus flower he had projected were now covered with mysterious patterns, which had concealed within the profound mysteries of small worlds and space. Although Fairy Dongfang 6 couldn't understand those patterns, with her instinct as a cultivator, she couldn't help but turn to look at them. Dongfang 6 couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" The lotus flower was both real and unreal, with beauty comparable to a piece of art. Then, she remembered Song Shuheng having a lotus blossoming tongue ability, which was also very beautiful and delicious. It seemed that there was fate between lotus flowers and little friend Shuheng. Just as Fairy Dongfang 6 exclaimed, that real and unreal lotus flower suddenly had a change, and its roots suddenly rose. Its tens of thousands of roots waved in the air, and then stabbed towards true monarch White Crane. The originally beautiful painting suddenly turned into a hentai one. The corners of Fairy Dongfang 6's mouth twitched, and her scalp turned numb. In all honesty, she wasn't very good at dealing with root and tentacle-shaped things. Having been influenced by the 9 bewitching dance steps, true monarch White Crane remained motionless, and the tens of thousands of roots pierced it without facing any resistance. There were simply so many roots that true monarch White Crane's tiny body was instantly buried under them. Without the obstruction of the binding spell, the roots that were both real and unreal directly penetrated True Monarch White Crane's body, and began to extract the evil energy of the netherworld, crazily. Fairy Dongfang 6 got goosebumps all over her body. It felt painful to look at all those lotus flower roots pierce someone's body. With such queer lotus roots, would little friend Shu Heng still be able to find a girlfriend in the future? Fairy Dongfang 6 was worried. At this moment, Song Shu Heng asked, Senior Dongfang 6, how long will you be able to hold on? The tens of thousands of lotus roots work together to extract the evil energy of the netherworld from True Monarch White Crane's body, transferring it into the inner world. Part of the evil energy of the netherworld changed into the foundation of the inner world, allowing the area of the inner world to grow. Another part changed into the spring water in the living spring, which possessed the ability to prolong one's life by 50 years. I can at most last another half a minute, Fairy Dongfang 6 estimated. Half a minute? That's enough, Song Shu Heng said. Shu Heng had even emptied out that fearsome, ferocious beast made of evil energy in the Jade Lake realm. Therefore, 30 seconds were more than enough to turn True Monarch White Crane into a dried crane. Time passed by. Fairy Dongfang 6 could sense that the evil energy of the netherworld in True Monarch White Crane's body was getting weaker and weaker. The berserk aura emanating from its body seemed to be beginning to fade as well. Success. Fairy Dongfang 6 breathed out a sigh of relief. In this way, there was no need to worry about the crazed True Monarch White Crane losing control and making a big mess in the Jiangnan area. Truthfully speaking, if a 6th-stage True Monarch were to really lose control and attack the city, then it would simply be akin to a natural disaster. Along with the evil energy of the netherworld being removed from its body, True Monarch White Crane gradually regained consciousness. However, it was still unable to freely control it due to the effects of the evil energy of the netherworld. After regaining consciousness, True Monarch White Crane first felt out the state of its body. Subsequently, it sensed a sudden numbness in its scalp due to the lotus roots wrapped around and piercing its body. However, it could sense that the evil energy of the netherworld in its body was crazily extracted by these roots. Which fellow Taoist is cleansing the evil energy of the netherworld in my body? True Monarch White Crane wondered inwardly. Although the method was rather scary, it undoubtedly produced good effects. Regardless of the method, it was fine as long as it got rid of the evil energy of the netherworld in its body. It could simply treat it as falling ill and then going to the hospital to get a few injections. Little friend Shu Heng, good job. Fairy Dongfang 6 sensed that True Monarch White Crane's aura had already returned to normal. There's still one last bit left to get rid of to avoid future trouble. Song Shu Heng said. After sensing Song Shu Heng's thoughts, the roots of the projected lotus flower worked even harder to extract the remaining bit of evil energy of the netherworld in True Monarch White Crane's body. However, this last bit of evil energy of the netherworld seemed to be especially stubborn. At this moment, True Monarch White Crane, who was wrapped in roots, suddenly cried out, "Ah, that hurts. Wait, something's coming out." As the last bit of evil energy of the netherworld was being extracted, True Monarch White Crane could sense that another thing was also coming out of its body. It was something that had pierced its body during the last attack of that magical cannon the demon of the netherworld was wielding. No wonder the evil energy of the netherworld in its body couldn't be suppressed, and continued to increase instead. It looked like it was this thing that had pierced into its body that continued to produce the vile energy. However, how had this demonic object pierced into its body? It neither hurt nor itched, and there wasn't even a wound on its body. Wasn't it a bit too strange? Senior White Crane, grit your teeth and hold on, the evil energy of the netherworld can't be left behind. It must be removed in a single go, Song Shu Heng called out. No, wait. This demonic object isn't made of energy but of material substance. If you forcefully extract the evil energy of the netherworld, the object will break out in my body. Slow down and let me free first. I'll see if I can separate the object from my body, True Monarch White Crane said. Song Shuhang heard that and temporarily stopped extracting the evil energy of the netherworld. Then, he turned to look at Fairy Dongfang 6. Fairy Dongfang 6 nodded her head. Let fellow Taoist White Crane go for now. He's already conscious, and no longer shows any sign of being berserk. Furthermore, if there's a problem, there's still fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman to bring up the rear. Just as she finished speaking, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman pushed the door open and entered Senior 7 Lives Talisman, whose flying sword seemed to have been caught in a traffic jam, had finally arrived. Sorry, I saw a strange fellow while I was on the way here, so I lost some time. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman held a talisman in his hand, and waved at Song Shuhang with a smile. This was the talisman he was talking about, the one that would be able to temporarily place True Monarch White Crane into a coma. If True Monarch White Crane were to go berserk once again, the talisman could at least prevent it from destroying the surroundings. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and with his will, all the lotus roots in the sky were retracted. However, the lotus flower projection did not disperse, it remained suspended in the air, ready to take action. True Monarch White Crane looked at the lotus flower projection in front of Song Shuhang's chest in surprise. It didn't think that it was Song Shuhang taking care of the evil energy of the netherworld in its body. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. It brought its hand to its right side of the waist, where the demonic object was located. Just as Song Shuhang retracted the lotus roots, the demonic object began to once again crazily produce the evil energy of the netherworld. It was unknown what that object was, but it was unexpectedly still able to produce evil energy of the netherworld. True Monarch White Crane stretched out its hand and lifted its robe, revealing its sensual and petite waist. It was currently in its female form. Afterward, it reached out and took out a knife, stabbing into its waist and cutting a hole in it. Blood overflowing with holy light dripped down its waist toward the ground. Every drop of blood shone with light, just as though there was an embedded shining effect. The nearby Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman revealed a pained expression after seeing this scene. Of course, Palace Master wasn't showing pitying the petite White Crane. What a waste, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman lamented. This blood is a good, hard-to-find material for drawing talismans. So much blood would be at least worth several spirit stones of the 5th stage. It was the blood of a 6th stage true monarch that possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast White Crane. If it was given to him to draw talismans, he could definitely create several top-quality talismans out of it. True Monarch White Crane. Senior White Crane, don't you want to collect the blood? Song Shuhang subconsciously asked after he heard that it was worth several spirit stones of the 5th stage. True Monarch White Crane looked at him disdainfully. Then, it took a deep breath, operated the spiritual energy it had recovered, and said after gritting its teeth, "Come out." In the next moment, red blood gushed out from the wound. Palace Master's face looked more and more pained, so much blood was being wasted. Ah! True Monarch White Crane gritted its teeth and shouted again. Afterward, a bullet-like object came out of the wound on its waist. True Monarch White Crane raised the knife and chopped at the bullet-shaped object, separating it from its body. The bullet-shaped object was now stuck to the knife, emanating evil energy of the netherworld. True Monarch White Crane stretched its hand out, and threw the knife into the air. Quickly seal it. Without needing True Monarch White Crane to say anything, Fairy Dongfang 6 and Palace Master Lives Talisman had long been prepared. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman brought out a talisman, sealing the knife in place. At the same time, Fairy Dongfang 6 brought out a jade box, and prepared to seal the knife and the bullet-shaped object inside this jade box. But right at this time, the projection of the lotus flower in front of Song Shuhang's chest automatically made its move. It couldn't help but stretch out nearly 100 of its roots, just like a hungry ghost that hadn't eaten for a month, quickly wrapping them around the knife and the bullet stuck to it. In the next moment, the extremely pure evil energy of the netherworld was sucked into the roots. Song Shuhang's body slightly shook. After absorbing the evil energy of the netherworld from that bullet-shaped object, his inner world seemed to have just broken through a critical point. The inner world's volume began to soar. The original location of the living spring began to expand. The living spring no longer had the size of a spring mouth, it was now the size of a small pond. Along with the changes taking place in the living spring and the inner world, a pure stream of energy was transferred into Song Shuhang's body from the inner world. During the third stage realm, Song Shuhang had had two great supports for breaking through the four great mysterious meridians. One was his ghost spirit of fifth stage realm, Yi Si, who had used her spiritual energy of the fifth stage realm to help Song Shuhang open up his four great meridians, and the other was the energy that the inner world and the living spring had fed back to his body. In the next moment, the innate liquefied true qi in Song Shuhang's body began to seethe. Hey! Little friend Shuhang, wait! Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sensed the changes happening to Song Shuhang's body. Quickly stop and suppress the true qi in your body. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman himself was approaching his heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage, so he was very sensitive to the aura of the heavenly tribulation. He sensed that the liquefied true qi in Song Shuhang's body was boiling and continually flowing from the original dantian to his four great meridians. If this were to continue, the true qi in his four great meridians would erupt and resonate with heaven and earth, bringing down the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and hurriedly operated the 33 divine beasts technique to control his true qi and make it stop boiling. Fairy Dongfang 6 took a step forward, and placed her hand on Song Shuhang's body, helping Song Shuhang calm down the boiling true qi. Don't be nervous, just let yourself calm down. You're currently only a bit away from the heavenly tribulation. A single thought could lead to the descent of the tribulation. Song Shuhang sighed. He was currently in a very precarious state, he had already reached the peak of the third stage realm, and his liquefied true qi had already reached its limit. As Fairy Dongfang 6 said, if he were to become a little too excited, the heavenly tribulation would come down. As long as emotional fluctuations such as excitement, anger, surprise, and so on went past a certain point, the true qi in his body would immediately begin boiling again, attracting the heavenly tribulation. His cultivation realm had taken 2 small steps forward overnight, which had directly put him on the verge of transcending the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang began to wonder if he could hold on until Demon Monarch Nirvana's arrival, who was going to come over to prepare those tailor-made, tribulation-transcending formations for him. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman bitterly laughed, and said, I feel like it would be better for me to leave first. If he were to continue to stay near Song Shuhang, their heavenly tribulations would attract each other, causing them to die. He then said, Little friend Shuhang, Fairy Dongfang 6, fellow Taoist White Crane, I'll be going first. True Monarch White Crane said weakly, see you, and thanks. Before Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman left, he suddenly said, right. Fellow Taoist White Crane, do you want to keep that blood that gushed out earlier? If you don't want it, can you give it to me? True Monarch White Crane. Ahaha, I'm just joking. Your blood has already fallen to the ground, so I wouldn't be able to use it even if you were to give it to me. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman laughed and waved at them. Goodbye, everyone. Now, he prepared to leave the Jiangnan area and return to his own place to arrange his tribulation-transcending formations. Venerable White had already closed up. Fortunately, he finished revising his tribulation-transcending formations before doing so he could just directly deploy them once he had carried out the modifications. It's too late for you to leave now. At this moment, an old man blocked the way out of Song Shuhang's house. There was a strong aura of death on the old man's body, which was a sign that his lifespan was about to come to an end. Besides the aura of death, the old man's realm was the same as Song Shuhang's, peak third stage realm and about to attract the Heavenly Tribulation at any moment. Surnamed Song, you will definitely die today, the old man said in a grave tone. Who is this? Song Shuhang completely had no idea as to who this old man was. However, when the opposite party spoke, they said, Surnamed Song, and the only person with the surname Song here was Shuhang. Who are you? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows, and asked, do we know each other? The old man was at the peak of the third stage, and had an aura of death all over his body. If the opposite party suddenly got into action, they would bring down the Heavenly Tribulation. At that time, both Song Shuhang and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman would be finished. After all, the strength of the Heavenly Tribulation wasn't simply going to double. If two people transcended the Heavenly Tribulation together, they would surely die, not to mention if the number of people transcending the Heavenly Tribulation together was 3, which meant they'd be 1000% dead. Who the hell is talking to you? The old man glared at Song Shuhang. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Song Shuhang. Well, that was rather embarrassing, but the opposite party isn't looking for me. Still, who else is surnamed Song here? It couldn't be Fairy Dongfang 6. In that case, which one between Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and True Monarch White Crane was surnamed Song? At this time, the old man turned toward Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, and coldly said, Surnamed Song, you are definitely going to die today. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had a confused expression on his face. I'm sorry, but who are you? Surnamed Song, you unexpectedly forgot about me? You bastard! You barred my path and killed the life-bound ghost commander I had raised with so much effort to keep off the tribulation, destroying all my chances to advance to the fourth stage. Today, I'll make you die under the Heavenly Tribulation. You'll turn into ashes alongside me, the old man said angrily. He then stretched out his hand open, and closely watched Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, his eyes full of hate. So it was all Senior Seven Lives Talisman's fault in the end? Senior Seven Lives Talisman, is your surname Song? Song Shuhang asked. My surname isn't Song, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said calmly. However, when I used to roam the world in the past, I used several common surnames such as Zhao, Wang, Li, Ma, Gua, and Song. From the looks of it, the opposite party met me when I was using the surname Song. Nevertheless, I have already forgotten all the names I used back then. Song Shuhang. Fairy Dongfang 6. F**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The old man. Nonetheless, I did indeed kill a ghost commander when I was younger. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman gazed at the old man. As expected, the figure tailing me when I was rushing over here was you. So, you want to bring down the Heavenly Tribulation and die together with me? Still, it's a pity, because if you had brought down the Heavenly Tribulation as you approached me, you might have indeed managed to get me involved, forcing me to transcend the tribulation alongside you, and perhaps even die together with you. But now that I'm in front of you, do you really think you'll have the opportunity to bring down the Heavenly Tribulation? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had yet to put away the talisman he was holding between his fingers, the one he had specially brought over and which could place True Monarch White Crane in a coma. He just had to find the right opportunity and use it to put this old man to sleep. Sneaking on you to pull down your tribulation? If I were to do that, how would I quench the hate in my heart? I wanted to let you know that I'm the one that will be putting you to death, that this is my retaliation against you. We'll go to hell together, the old man said coldly. Moreover, since I dared to appear in front of you, do you really think I didn't make any preparations? Use all the tricks at your disposal. Unless you can instantly kill me, you'll have to die together with me. Surnamed Song, if you want to live, you'll have to shoulder my Heavenly Tribulation as well. After saying this much, the old man laughed wildly. He looked like a madman right now. TSK, I see. Although you are about to die, you don't really want to leave this world, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. Your plan is to get me involved and transcend the tribulation alongside me, hoping that I would shoulder your tribulation as well, which would allow you to advance to the fourth stage. However, you are too naive. The power of the Heavenly Tribulation isn't simply going to double. In that case, we'll die together. The old man laughed wildly. Surnamed Song, you destroyed my path already. Therefore, I lose nothing by dragging you down with me. Heavens, Song Shuhang said. If you bring down the Heavenly Tribulation, it won't be a simple 1+1 addition, but rather a 1+2 1. My Heavenly Tribulation has to be taken into account as well, and if 3 Heavenly Tribulations come down at once, every single one of us will be reduced to ashes. If this old man really decided to bring down his Heavenly Tribulation, Song Shuhang would have no choice but to teleport to his inner world alongside Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, True Monarch White Crane, and Fairy Dongfang 6. However, he wasn't sure if his inner world could cut off the Heavenly Tribulation. But, the main problem was that little Kai and Shi were sleeping upstairs, and there was some distance between them, which prevented Song Shuhang from pulling them to his inner world. What a headache. Humph. Surnamed Song, if you want to die, let's die together, the old man shouted like a madman. Still, how had people with the Surnamed Song offended him? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman already said that his surname wasn't Song, and that he was just using an alias, okay? Luckily, my surname isn't Song, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Even if this old man brought down the Heavenly Tribulation, Dongfang 6 and True Monarch White Crane weren't going to be in danger. There was still some time left before they would have to face their own Heavenly Tribulation, so they would be fine as long as they kept some distance. True Monarch White Crane was currently weakened, while Dongfang 6 was ready to enter into action at any time. She was looking for an opportunity to instantly kill the old man. She had to kill him with one blow. Otherwise, if the opposite party managed to bring down the Heavenly Tribulation, Song Shuhang and Seven Lives Talisman would be in trouble. This was the same reason Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman hadn't made his move already. The old man had come prepared, and without knowing the cards in his hand, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman wasn't sure if he could kill him in one move. Just as Song Shuhang and the others were discussing, a sword light quickly approached the building. Its speed was very quick. There is no mistaking it, this is the place. The aura of the energy of the netherworld came from here. A white-haired Taoist priest jumped down from the sword light, and entered the small courtyard with a few steps. It was the frenzied strength imparter, Taoist Priest Horizon. As of late, Taoist Priest Horizon was in charge of watching over the Jiangnan area. He was like the police of the world of cultivators. If anything were to happen in the area around Jiangnan University Town, Taoist Priest Horizon would immediately rush over. Earlier, the evil energy of the netherworld had erupted from True Monarch White Crane's body, alarming Taoist Priest Horizon. As such, he rushed there as soon as possible. If it was a demon of the netherworld and he could kill it, he would do so. If he couldn't, he would ask his fellow disciples for help. But after getting into the small courtyard, Taoist Priest Horizon's body stiffened. F***CK. Taoist priest could tell at a glance that there were several people in this courtyard whose condition wasn't right. There was little friend Song Shuhang, whom he had seen several times. His strength had already reached the peak of the third stage, and he needed but a thought to bring down the Heavenly Tribulation of the fourth stage. He was loose cannon number 1. Next to him was an old man. Although the aura of death shrouded his body, he was in the same condition as little friend Song Shuhang. He was at the peak of the third stage, and could bring down the tribulation at any moment. He was loose cannon number 2. Then, there was that handsome man wearing a black windbreaker. His strength had reached the peak of the 4th stage realm, and he could also bring down the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage at any time. Moreover, the foundation of this man seemed very solid. If he were to condense a golden core, it would definitely be one with 7 or more dragon patterns. He was Big Loose Cannon number 3. Taoist Priest Horizon got a scare. After all, he was someone at the peak of the 5th stage realm, and he could also bring down the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage at any moment. Actually, if not for the strength imparting method he had used to reduce his strength, he would have transcended his tribulation 300 years ago. He was Super Big Loose Cannon number 4. Usually, Taoist Priest Horizon would avoid other cultivators that had to face the tribulation like the plague, but little did he expect that he would meet 3 loose cannons right after stepping into this small courtyard. It had truly been a vile backstab. Senior Horizon, how come you are here? Song Shuhang said bitterly. He remembered that Taoist Priest Horizon was also someone on the verge of transcending his tribulation. The fact that he was here was surely worrying. About that. I was just passing by, you guys can continue. Taoist Priest Horizon waved his hand, and prepared to leave. This place was too dangerous, and he wanted to leave immediately. The farther, the better. Since you have come, you might as well stay. I'm warning you, don't move. If you move, I'll bring down the heavenly tribulation, and we'll all die together, the old man said, sounding like a madman. The old man didn't really want to die, and just like Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had guessed, he wanted to transcend the tribulation alongside 7 Lives Talisman so that he could use a few tricks and hope that the other party could shoulder his heavenly tribulation as well. However, Song Shuhang's presence had been out of his anticipation. If 2 people transcended the tribulation together, there was a small chance that they might survive, but if there were 3 of them, they would almost definitely die. Then, when Taoist Priest Horizon made his appearance, the heart of the old man almost crumbled. If 4 people were to transcend the heavenly tribulation together, they would surely die. Therefore, normally speaking, when Taoist Priest Horizon said that he would leave, the old man should have allowed him to leave. But for some reason, in the heat of the moment, the old man forced Taoist Priest Horizon to stay. We'll face the heavenly tribulation together and die together. The old man seemed to have gone mad. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. From the looks of it, he would have to immediately move everyone to his inner world. Hopefully, his inner world would be able to cut off the heavenly tribulation. But right at this time, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said calmly, fellow Taoist Horizon, don't bother with this old man, you leave first. Right, you can also carry off little friend Shuhang. Leave this person to me. Then, he looked at the old man, and said, this is a grudge between the 2 of us, and it's better if it stays that way. Although you kept saying that you would bring down the heavenly tribulation and die with me, you still haven't done it. This shows that you don't really want to die, right? If you want to live, I can take an oath to use my resources to manufacture a set of tribulation-transcending formations for you, to give you powerful magical clothes, and to help you increase your overall strength. I have a 70% assurance to let you safely transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. After hearing these words, the hand that the old man had stretched out trembled faintly. In addition, you don't have to worry about me retaliating against you. In fact, I can take an oath to not harm you. The world is very big, and after advancing to the 4th stage, you can go everywhere, even to space. Since you have dealt with me in the past, you should know about my disposition. As long as I take an oath, I won't violate it. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said calmly. The old man was finally moved. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, well done. As long as they convinced the old man to give up on bringing down the heavenly tribulation and dying alongside everyone else, it would be easy to settle this matter. In the future, they could find many ways to deal with the old man. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, another person came over. May I ask if little friend Tyrannical Saber is at home? The loud voice of a man echoed. Another person had come. Today was really a mess. It was already very late at night, yet guests came one after another. However, that voice sounded rather familiar. Shu Hang seemed to have heard that especially loud voice just recently. I remember now, this is Demon Monarch Nirvana's voice. Demon Monarch Nirvana's voice was very distinct. When talking, it felt as though he was roaring. He liked to study explosives and lived in a place where explosions happened often, so when he talked with other people, he was perhaps apt to shout, with his voice only growing louder and louder as time went by. Over here, Senior Nirvana, I'm over here, Song Shu Hang replied. Demon Monarch Nirvana, who was originally supposed to arrive in the evening of the following day, unexpectedly arrived early. Well, he had really come at the right time. Aha, I originally said I'd arrive in the evening, but Eternity here took the initiative to look for me, and since he was in the Jiangnan area, it saved me the time I would have wasted to find him. As such, I just came here early in the morning. I didn't bother you all, did I? Demon Monarch Nirvana entered the small courtyard with a smile. Demon Monarch Nirvana was wearing a thick explosion-proof outfit. This outfit was his magical robe, and it suited him really well. After all, his hobby was studying explosives, and so he would be facing the danger of explosions at any moment. Explosion-proof robes could effectively protect him from harm during those explosions. Behind Demon Monarch Nirvana was a otherworldly man with a delicate and pretty face and a light smile. Heavens, Song Shu Hang blurted out when he saw the man. This man was Eternity, the fellow Taoist who'd blocked Immortal Fairy Bishui's immortal boat yesterday afternoon to confess to her. Although this fellow Taoist was somewhat dull when it came to love, he was definitely a genius when it came to cultivation. He was a young but already at the peak of the 5th stage, and could attract the Heavenly Tribulation at any moment. As long as he survived the tribulation, he would become a powerhouse of the 6th stage true monarch level. That was to say, this guy was another loose cannon that could explode at any moment. What kind of evil wind was blowing today? People who would be facing their heavenly tribulation soon came one after the other, all gathering in the same place. Song Shu Hang felt that he was truly done for today. If his inner world could cut off the heavenly tribulation, he still had a chance to live. But if it couldn't, in that case, if someone attracted the heavenly tribulation tonight, all of them who were about to face their heavenly tribulation would be done for. Demon Monarch Nirvana entered the courtyard, and couldn't help but blurt out, WTF. Surrounding the house were the formation's medicine master and Venerable White had set up. They isolated the outside world from the courtyard, so the auras in the courtyard couldn't be felt from outside. Now, as soon as Demon Monarch Nirvana entered the courtyard, he saw Song Shu Hang, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, and the unknown old man, 4 people who were nearing their tribulation. Eternity was also stunned, the light smile on his face turning stiff. Did you 4 get together to play mahjong? 4 guys who are about to face their heavenly tribulation actually gathered together in a single place. Are you tired of living or something? Demon Monarch Nirvana said mockingly. Adding on Eternity whom he had brought, there were now 5 such people gathered together. 3 people would play landlord, and 4 people would play mahjong. What were 5 people supposed to play? Maybe 4-player chess. 4 people would play the game, and 1 person would act as the referee. Then after playing chess, all 5 people would end up killed by the heavenly tribulation. Song Shu Hang responded, this was all merely an accident. Taoist priest Horizon added, I came all the way here just to get some soy sauce, I was just preparing to leave. Then, fellow Taoists, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Everyone, let's meet again another time. Preferably not in the next days. As for the evil energy of the netherworld, it was no longer a problem. With so many fellow Taoists present, the evil energy of the netherworld would have long been purified. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "Ahem, there is just some misunderstanding between this old fellow Taoist and me, but the misunderstanding should be cleared up soon. Afterward, this old fellow Taoist and I will be taking our leave. After all, it's too dangerous for a group of people who are soon going to face their heavenly tribulation to gather. Then quickly scatter. Seeing you guys all gathered together isn't something that my heart can handle," Demon Monarch Nirvana said. Seeing the 5 people gathered together, he felt stifled. After saying that, he looked at Song Shuheng, and said, "Little friend Shuheng, where are you planning on facing your heavenly tribulation? Looking at you, you seem to be brimming with energy, and your heavenly tribulation can come at any moment, right? Time waits for no one, let's find a place to set up your tribulation transcending formation." Honestly, it's pretty rare to see someone like little friend Shuheng, who is diligently practicing even though he is about to face his heavenly tribulation. When Song Shuheng heard his words, he burst into tears. It was all an accident. During the past few days, I carefully controlled my cultivation speed, only trying to temper my constitution and meditate to increase my mental energy. But tonight, 2 accidents happened one after another, resulting in my cultivation suddenly moving forward by 2 small steps, almost causing the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Demon Monarch Nirvana said, "Those 2 accidents were truly uncanny. For you to actually come across 2 fortuitous encounters that ended up increasing your strength just when you were about to face the heavenly tribulation. It really is hard to tell whether your luck is good or bad. If you always had such good luck, then you would progress really quickly. Usually, you would be lucky to have such uncanny accidents happen to you." Ahaha. Song Shuheng laughed dryly, and then said, "Usually, my luck isn't this uncanny. It's a bit worse. Indeed, just a bit worse, only a tiny bit." At this moment, True Monarch White Crane opened its eyes, and said, "Stupid Nirvana, it's actually you." Just now, it had its closed since it was adjusting its state. Demon Monarch Nirvana laughed strangely, and said, "Hehe, perverted crane, it's you. I couldn't recognize you at all in your cute female form." The 2 people seemed to know each other. Huh? True Monarch White Crane smiled coldly. "I'm perverted? You're the one who likes to study explosions. Explosions are merely a hobby. What's wrong with men who like explosions? As for you, you should quickly find a person you like and get married. Seeing you flip between male and female makes me feel stifled," Demon Monarch Nirvana said. While Demon Monarch and True Monarch were having their exchange, and just as Taoist Priest Horizon was bidding his goodbye to everyone, another figure entered the courtyard. This person was an ordinary cultivator of the 2nd stage realm wearing a black Taoist robe. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Song Shuheng's residence?" the 2nd stage cultivator said in a polite voice. Fairy Dongfang 6 looked at the visitor. It's a fellow Taoist from Profound Wind Valley." The Profound Wind Valley was a pill refining sect with some reputation. They mainly did business with loose cultivators. When loose cultivators wanted a pill refined, they could bring the materials to the Profound Wind Valley to get help in refining the pill. Although the Profound Wind Valley's pill refining technology couldn't be compared to larger pill refining sects, their prices were relatively fair, and so they were very popular among loose cultivators. However, little friend Song Shuheng didn't lack medicinal pills, right? Not long ago, after he welcomed True Monarch White, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group had given Song Shuheng a big gift which contained robes and medicinal pills. These pills were enough for Song Shuheng to use for more than half a year. Song Shuheng looked curiously at the 2nd stage cultivator. "Who are you? May I know why you are looking for me?" He didn't really know any cultivators from the Profound Wind Valley. The 2nd stage cultivator looked at Song Shuheng and gently smiled. "There is no mistaking, you're indeed fellow Taoist Song Shuheng. Why is fellow Taoist looking for me?" Song Shuheng asked. The cultivator of the profound wind valley nodded. Someone entrusted me to give fellow Taoist a certain thing. The cultivator of the profound wind valley stretched out his hand into his clothes and brought out a small box, opening it. When the small box was opened, a seal placed on the body of the cultivator was removed. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the cultivator of the profound wind valley rose sharply from average second stage realm to peak second stage realm. Strong and violent true chi gushed out of his original dantian, dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon body, dragon palm, dragon neck, dragon head, and dragon horn dantian, arousing the power of heaven and earth. Then, huge clouds began to gather in the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The cultivator of the profound wind valley still had a gentle smile on his face, and said, "I've been entrusted to bring fellow Taoist Song Shuheng this heavenly tribulation as a gift today." Sheet. This motherf asterisk Kerr, whom Shuheng didn't even know, just went ahead and brought down the heavenly tribulation for everyone. At this time, in the courtyard, there were 5 cultivators who were about to transcend the tribulation. As such, the heavenly tribulation that came down this time was a 5+1 heavenly tribulation. At that time, nobody would be able to face such a crazy heavenly tribulation. F***ck. You motherf asterisk king piece of sh asterisk t, f asterisk cku. The closest to that cultivator of the profound wind valley was eternity. After throwing out a powerful curse, he flew toward the cultivator of the profound wind valley, and kicked his waist. If the cultivator of the profound wind valley was instantly killed, the heavenly tribulation in the sky would disperse as long as it wasn't formed completely. Eternity could deal with a trivial second-stage cultivator in mere seconds. The cultivator of the profound wind valley didn't resist, as there was no point in resisting. The opposite party was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor. Moreover, he was at the peak of his realm. He wouldn't be able to resist even if he tried to. However, his task had been accomplished. Crack. Eternity's kick cut the cultivator of the profound wind valley into 2 pieces. However, no blood gushed out from the wound that had been cut at the cultivator's waist. There was only some liquid similar to oil that was flowing out. Hehe. The cultivator from the profound wind valley forced a smile, but his eyes revealed a look of relief, just as though he had been freed. Song Shuheng saw the other's wound, and realized in an instant that the guy was someone who had been completely puppetized. At the same time, he immediately understood who had sent this guy. It should have been that puppet master from the Forbidden Area. That guy had the ability to puppetize people and create skin puppets from dead cultivators. Moreover, the other party had countless puppet clones. Killing one would only result in another appearing. That guy was really someone who would give others a headache. Crush it. Otherwise, the puppet won't die, and will continue to attract the heavenly tribulation, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. At the same time, she unleashed a magical technique. In the next moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuheng, Demon Monarch Nirvana, and Taoist Priest Horizon all sent out attacks toward the body of the cultivator of the profound wind valley. But right at this time, in the sky, the heavenly tribulation of that cultivator of the profound wind valley had finished forming. When this heavenly tribulation appeared, Song Shuheng and the other 4 immediately felt a powerful attraction, and their own heavenly tribulation quickly formed. In the sky, 5 more clouds of tribulation appeared. "We're definitely going to die," the old man muttered. Now, he was really going to die alongside 7 Lives Talisman. Song Shuheng, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, Demon Monarch Nirvana, and Fairy Dongfang 6 used their strongest attacks, resulting in the upper and lower body of that cultivator of the profound wind valley being crushed on the spot. However, even with the body completely crushed, the heavenly tribulation in the sky did not stop, and continued to condense. The heavenly tribulation didn't disperse. Fairy Dongfang 6 looked up towards the sky. Horizon said, "This guy still isn't dead." F***ck. Just what kind of creature had that guy been modified into? He'd already been crushed thoroughly but had yet to die. His core is still fine, and it's definitely hidden somewhere nearby. When this guy came to us, he apparently did not bring his core with him. Therefore, even if we smashed the puppetized body into pieces, he didn't die completely. Since he isn't dead, the Heavenly Tribulation won't disperse either. The color of Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's face turned ugly. This fellow who was only at the second stage dared come to them and attract the Heavenly Tribulation. As expected, he had prepared beforehand. That puppet core should be hidden nearby, as the Heavenly Tribulation would only form above them if it was close. If they were given some time, looking for the puppet core shouldn't have been a difficult matter. However, the thing they lacked the most right now was time. The Heavenly Tribulation above their heads wouldn't wait for anyone. The Heavenly Tribulation of that cultivator of the profound Wind Valley would end up attracting the Heavenly Tribulations of Song Shuhang and the others as well. The true chi and spiritual energy of the 5 people were boiling uncontrollably, and finally erupted like crazy, instantly attracting their own tribulation lightning. Things progressed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people felt that they had already been locked onto by their Heavenly Tribulation. Sheet. Quickly get rid of that old man to reduce the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. Horizon stared at the old man. He knew that this old man wasn't part of their group. Just a while back, the old man had said that he would attract the Heavenly Tribulation to end all of them. Now, facing the 5+1 Heavenly Tribulation, it could at least become a 4+1 Heavenly Tribulation if they were to kill the old man, reducing the power of the tribulation. This old man isn't a part of your group? Then why didn't you kill him earlier on? You guys are really seeking death. Demon Monarch Nirvana gritted his teeth, and said, "It's already too late, the 5+1 Heavenly Tribulation has already formed. It would be of no use to kill the old man now. Just let him live and have him carry some of the burden from the Heavenly Tribulation." Boom! In an instant, Song Shuhang and the others' Heavenly Tribulation had taken shape in the sky. The entire sky above Jiangnan University town had been filled with thunderstorms. The only thing visible in the sky to the naked eye was lightning. My God, just how big is this Heavenly Tribulation? Taoist priest Horizon stared in shock. The scope of this Heavenly Tribulation simply defied the rules of cultivation. At this moment, Song Shuhang suddenly called out loudly, "Seniors, don't resist, just cooperate with me." In the next moment, Song Shuhang, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, Eternity suddenly disappeared. If not now, when would they leave? This Heavenly Tribulation was simply too terrifying, so there was simply no other choice besides seeing if the inner world would be able to cut off the Heavenly Tribulation's power. If it could, then everyone would be happy. If it couldn't, then all of them could only wait for their deaths. Rumble. In the sky above Jiangnan University town, a streak of lightning split the sky, looking like a snake made of electricity dancing in the air. Loud sounds of thunder continued to echo. The first rumble of thunder came from the Heavenly Tribulation that the puppetized cultivator of the profound Wind Valley had attracted. It was early in the morning, and people that had been sleeping soundly were startled awake by the loud sounds of thunder. Damn, the weather forecast is actually this bad? Didn't they just say that the whole week would be sunny? Why is there suddenly a thunderstorm, then? Many people were awoken by the sound of thunder that continued to ring out. Moreover, the sound of thunder was simply too concentrated, akin to firecrackers exploding right next to one's ear. The rumbling had not ceased ever since it began. Many people had noticed the strangeness of the lightning in the sky. The lightning seemed to have all gathered in a small area. The number of thunderbolts in the area was strange yet extremely spectacular. Moreover, the thundercloud seemed to be at a very low altitude, looking like it could fall to the ground at any moment. There were some that felt an instinctive fear in their hearts when they stared at the thundercloud, truly uncanny. In this world, could there possibly be a more terrifying thundercloud than this one? Some people muttered to themselves. However, they soon realized that there could indeed be an even more terrifying thundercloud than this one. In the sky, another 5 thunderclouds varying in size appeared near that thundercloud from before. Then, the 6 thunderclouds of different sizes all condensed into a single, much larger thundercloud. It was when the tribulation lightning of Song Shuhang and the 4 others was attracted. Well, sheet. The 6 thunderclouds clumped up together in the sky, making the range of the lightning even larger. Immediately after, people found out that the entire sky had been filled with thunderclouds. The entire sky was discharging lightning. Was this the end of the world? Some mentally weak people had nearly peed their pants from fear. But, the number of people who brought out their phones and similar devices and tried to take pictures of the sky filled with lightning was much higher. However, just as people were preparing to take the photos, the lightning in the sky suddenly disappeared. The lightning and the thunder instantly vanished as if they had never appeared in the first place. F***ck, just what is happening? Could it have been a hallucination? The faces of the people in the vicinity of Jiangnan University town all became confused. This night, many people were definitely going to have a sleepless night. The heavenly tribulation in the sky had suddenly disappeared because Song Shuheng had activated the inner world just in time, pulling into it the 3 seniors who were about to face the heavenly tribulation alongside him. If the inner world was able to keep off the heavenly tribulation, then the heavenly tribulation from before would be handed over to that puppetized cultivator of the profound wind valley and that old man. Song Shuheng was a good person, but he wouldn't bother saving his enemies either. However, after the inner world was activated, Song Shuheng, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Taoist Priest Horizon, and Eternity didn't successfully get into it. Instead, they were transferred into a dark space. It was a space with no sense of direction, having some similarity to outer space, except it lacked stars and meteors. What it did have was endless lightning. They were surrounded by tribulation lightning from all directions. Besides Song Shuheng and his group, there was also a fragmented puppet core, glittering faintly. Also, that old man had also appeared beside Song Shuheng with a confused face. F***ck, how did this happen? Where is this place? Song Shuheng stared with wide eyes. Shouldn't they have been transferred into his inner world? Could this have happened since they were in the middle of the tribulation? Moreover, the nameless old man and the puppet core were also with them. I also don't know. Could it be that a 9th stage tribulation transcender has transferred us to this place while passing by? Taoist Priest Horizon asked while frowning. It shouldn't have been a tribulation transcender. The spatial fluctuations generated by tribulation transcenders are different, Eternity said. Furthermore, if it was indeed a tribulation transcender, they would have scattered us all over the world. Song Shuheng had a bad feeling. He stretched out his hand, and pressed on his chest, stimulating the strength of his inner world again. The connection with the inner world was still there. He had already become one with the inner world, and no one could break the connection between the two of them. However, the connection between the inner world and Song Shuheng had become rather distant this time. Originally, he should have been able to enter the inner world with a single thought, but now, Song Shuheng felt that it would take his inner world a very long time to be able to bring all of them in. To sum it up, the instant teleportation had become a channeled teleportation. F***ck, they were truly done for this time. The nameless old man muttered, I'm dead, this independent space. I seem to have heard a legend about it, said Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. It is said that when a 7th stage venerable tries to advance to the 8th stage profound sage realm, the might of their heavenly tribulation is too fearsome and has the power to destroy the entire world. Therefore, when 7th stage venerables had to face their heavenly tribulation, they would be pulled into a place called Heavenly Tribulation Realm, where they would eventually face their tribulation. After successfully transcending their heavenly tribulation, they would be instantly ejected from the independent space, and all the cultivators in the world would be able to feel their presence, becoming aware that an 8th stage profound sage had been born. This is one of the reasons 8th stage profound sages would show their divinity in front of the masses. Does that mean that the power of the heavenly tribulation we are going to face has reached the power of the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage? Eternity said with a bitter expression. A heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage? Did it have to be this exaggerated? Among the 5+1 people who were about to face their heavenly tribulation, 1 was dealing with the tribulation of the 3rd stage, 2 with the tribulation of the 4th stage, 1 with the tribulation of the 5th stage, and 2 with the tribulation of the 6th stage. The strongest among them were the 2 peak 5th stage spirit emperors. With 6 heavenly tribulations joining together, it was reasonable to say that the strongest this heavenly tribulation could get was 20 times more powerful than an ordinary tribulation of the 6th stage. But now, the heavenly tribulation had become one for ascending to the 8th stage profound sage realm from the 7th stage. Not to mention the people present, even a 7th stage venerable would be done for with this kind of heavenly tribulation. The nameless old man had a dull expression, and continued mumbling, "I'm dead, I'm dead." Song Shuheng bitterly laughed, and said, showing divinity in front of the masses. Scholar Drugged Goon might have really liked this heavenly tribulation realm. Rumble, the radiance of the lightning from all 4 directions grew brighter and brighter, becoming a sea of lightning surrounding the 5 people and the puppet core. It was a real sea of lightning, one that extended as far as the eye could see. What do we do? Horizon gulped. This vast sea of lightning was filled with the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. When facing this sea of lightning, Horizon felt totally insignificant. What else can we do? Prepare for the tribulation. Whatever ability, skills, techniques, and means you've got, just bring them out. Is there still any point in hiding anything at this point? If you don't bring them out, then you'll end up dead, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman gravely said. Can't argue with that. Eternity's eyes lit up, looking at the vast sea of lightning without fear. He felt a sense of heroism in his heart. He wanted to recite a poem to express his mood. Unfortunately, he hadn't bought any heroic poems lately, and so he couldn't recite them anyway. If he managed to get out of this alive, he definitely had to buy a bundle of heroic poems from the scholarly faction, buying all the copyright as well, just so that he wouldn't run into any problems like this again. How unlucky. I spent so much effort improving my super tribulation transcending formation, and even requested Venerable White's help to perfect it further. I wanted to use this formation to condense a golden core with 8 dragon patterns. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's liver was in pain. Right now, say nothing of golden cores with 8 dragon patterns, he should only pray to survive this calamity. I even went through much trouble to carry out a transaction with little friend Song Shuheng to get my hands on the blood pearls that Blood Demon had dropped so that I could finish forging my tribulation transcending magical treasure. Then, just as my magical treasure was almost finished, I met with this unexpected disaster. I've waited for 300 years, and I was so close to advancing to the 6th stage true monarch realm, Taoist priest Horizon said bitterly. I'm in the same boat. I paid a high price to have Demon Monarch Nirvana prepare a set of tailor-made tribulation transcending formations for me, but I can't even make use of it now, Eternity said. Song Shuheng said, I had also asked Senior Nirvana to prepare a set of tribulation transcending formations for me, and I was preparing to advance to the 4th stage. I'm dead, the nameless old man kept muttering. The words of the old man caused the others to be even more depressed. Boom! Flames exploded amidst the sea of lightning. The heavenly tribulation had officially started. The sea of tribulation lightning used a small portion of its power to lock onto all the people present, and the first wave of the heavenly tribulation slowly took shape. The power of the heavenly tribulation had locked onto the 5 people as well as the core of the puppet on the scene. Each person would have to deal with their own share of tribulation power. The 6 wisps of tribulation power changed based on the realm of the cultivator they targeted, and their strength also differed. The strength of this first wave of the tribulation wasn't high. It was some sort of advance notice, warning the 5+1 cultivators that their end was near, and that the countdown of the time they had left to live had started. However, Song Shuhang and the others weren't going to give up this easily. Even if the Heavenly Tribulation were stronger than this, what was the problem? The path of cultivation consisted in breaking through hopeless situations and finding a way to survive amidst death. The path to immortality consisted precisely in transcending life and death, defying the will of the heavens itself. The strength of this first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation isn't too high. Everyone, make thorough preparations. If any of us can, we should help the core of that puppet survive the first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation. That way, we can use it to attract the strongest attack of the second wave, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said in a grave tone. While speaking, he threw out a few talismans, giving himself, Song Shuhang, Horizon, Eternity, and also that old man an extra layer of protection. Leave the task of protecting the core of the puppet to me, Eternity said. After saying this much, his body moved, and he arrived beside the puppet core. I'm dead, the nameless old man kept muttering. Soon after, the people on the scene unleashed their various abilities. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman arranged a small talisman formation. Eternity took out a pair of mother-child swords. Taoist Priest Horizon took out a blood-red magical treasure. It was the tribulation transcending magical treasure he had been forging all this time but had yet to perfect. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, slashing with his saber intent. The saber intent intertwined his body, and lifelike steel armor formed around his body. His saber intent should be enough to deal with the first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation. Armor intent? Eternity asked. It was very difficult to condense this type of defensive intent. Therefore, he totally hadn't expected that little friend Shuhang had condensed armor intent still in the 3rd stage realm. No, this is saber intent, Song Shuhang said gravely. Eternity was dumbfounded. Senior, don't look down on it just because it looks like a set of armor. This saber intent is the real deal. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up. Although its defensive power is very high, it's still saber intent. Eternity kept silent, and his face had the words, "Kiddo, you ain't fooling me," written all over. The nameless old man continued, I'm dead, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman raised his leg and kicked him. Return to your senses. Regardless of life or death, put up a fight. If you have any trick up your sleeve, just use it, no need to hide it. If we give our all, we might find a way to survive. The bleak eyes of the old man flashed. Then, he hurriedly took out a black gourd, releasing the 2 evil black ghosts within. However, the evil ghosts called out pitifully as soon as they came out, and were reduced to ashes under the strength of the Heavenly Tribulation. The old man looked at Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman with an innocent gaze. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. The old man was a ghost cultivator, and most of his tricks consisted in ordering around evil ghosts. Moreover, the ghost commander he had specially raised to transcend the tribulation had already been killed by Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. In other words, the old man was just a burden for the rest of the group, and it was unlikely that he would get past the second wave of the tribulation. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was really depressed at this time. Song Shuhang suddenly said, hypothetically speaking, if we manage to get through the Heavenly Tribulation and leave this dark space, will we also show our divinity in front of the masses like 8th stage profound sages? Whenever an 8th stage profound sage stepped out of this Heavenly Tribulation realm, just like in games, there would be a global notification issued to all cultivators. Actually, not only cultivators, because Western practitioners and practitioners of other systems would also witness the process where one showed their divinity in front of the masses. Who knows, it might be so. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman wasn't sure either. If it really happened, Scholar Darkened Kun would definitely envy us, Song Shuhang said. Scholar Darkened Kun's life goal was to reach the 8th stage Profound Sage realm as soon as possible so that everyone could remember his Taoist name and given name. I wouldn't mind yielding this opportunity to Scholar Darkened Kun, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sighed, and then said, "It's coming." The first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation had taken shape, and it was about to rain down on the people present. When it came to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Taoist Priest Horizon, Eternity, and even that old man, the first wave of their Heavenly Tribulation was pretty normal. It was the same as ordinary Heavenly Tribulation, and it started with the lightning of tribulation raining down on them. However, Song Shuhang discovered that there was something wrong with his Heavenly Tribulation. In the Sea of Lightning, the portion of tribulation power that had locked onto him turned into several human figures. The figures were made of lightning and had large builds. They wore animal skin and held axes, clubs, and other similar weapons in their hands. They gave off a very primitive and barbaric vibe. Their sharp gazes passed through the Sea of Lightning and locked onto Song Shuhang. It felt as though primitive men had traveled through time and space, coming to battle. Everyone else's Heavenly Tribulation was perfectly normal. It was just the timeline of Shuhang's Heavenly Tribulation that had gone wrong. What's the meaning of this? The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Was the Heavenly Tribulation targeting him specifically? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others also saw that Song Shuhang's Heavenly Tribulation was rather bizarre. "Little friend Shuhang, be careful," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said gravely. If they wanted to help Song Shuhang, they had to wait to get past the first wave of their own Heavenly Tribulation. Boom, 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 in the Sea of Lightning, 5 bolts of tribulation lightning exploded toward Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others, as well as toward that puppet core. Given the strength of the trio, it wasn't a problem to resist the first wave of tribulation lightning. Even the old man, though a burden for the rest of the group, could still resist the first wave of the tribulation. After all, he was a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd stage. In the meantime, on Song Shuhang's side, the primitive men made of tribulation lightning roared, appearing beside Song Shuhang in the blink of an eye. There were 12 of them in total, and they attacked at both long and short distance. Axes, arrows, spears, and so on flew toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and took out his treasured saber-broken tyrant. His invisible saber insect was still in his inner world, and he couldn't take it out. He looked very calm at the moment, and he had a 90% assurance of keeping off the attacks of these primitive warriors made of tribulation lightning. Then, just as the first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation was about to engage in battle with Song Shuhang, the golden light of virtue on his body flashed. The virtuous Lamia appeared, but she wasn't holding the blood bone or the face-slapping flip-flop this time. Instead, she was carrying a huge cannon on her shoulder. It was the mother cannon that Senior White 2's clone had gifted him, one part of the supernatural might capable of overturning the world, something, see gods, slay gods mother-child cannon. The virtuous Lamia skillfully lifted the god-slaying mother cannon, and aimed at those primitive men made of tribulation lightning. Boom, a streak of golden light shot out of the god-slaying mother cannon, and everything blocking the path of this beam of light was obliterated. The only thing left behind was scorched earth. Those primitive warriors were no exception, and they were blown up to pieces. However, it didn't end here. The beam of light kept traveling in a straight line, and finally pierced through the seething sea of lightning. Just like Moses, who had parted the Red Sea in the Bible, the god-slaying cannon also parted the sea of tribulation lightning. The sea didn't return to its previous appearance for a very long time. In the end, the beam of light the god-slaying cannon had shot reached the depths of the sea of tribulation lightning and exploded, creating a mushroom cloud. The might of the attack was simply shocking. The incredibly powerful blow of the cannon attracted the attention of the other fellow Taoists. Did the blow just now have the strength of the 6th stage true monarch rank? Eternity said. I'm afraid it was even higher, Taoist priest Horizon said. If the strength of Song Shuhang's magical cannon didn't diminish with time, they might be able to hold on for quite some time. Who knew, perhaps they might even get through the tribulation if they were lucky. Just as hope was budding in the hearts of the various fellow Taoists, the heavenly tribulation in front of them changed. The lightning of tribulation started to condense once more. Countless long and thin objects, filled with a sense of modernity and with an empennage, surfaced in the sea of tribulation lightning. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's complexion changed drastically. In the meantime, somewhere in China, Scholar Drunken XXX grabbed his phone, and slowly swiped on the screen. On the screen was a long and beautiful review of the movie Apocalypse War. It was a whole 10,000-character long review, and it was all about the big boss of the movie, Evil General Mingyue. It was absolutely a wonderful composition, right? Scholar Drunken XXX had been very pleased with it. Thereupon, he had lured the other party with an annual salary of 1 million RMB, hiring the online reviewer that had written this 10,000-character long impression of the movie. He was such a talented person, and he could perhaps write him other reviews of the movie from different angles from time to time. Unfortunately, he hadn't had too much screen time in Apocalypse War. As such, although the review was long and beautiful, it was somewhat lacking in content. Thereupon, Scholar Drunken XXX and Venerable Spirit Butterfly came to an agreement. Scholar Drunken XXX was also going to participate in fellow Taoist thrice reckless new movie, My Reckless and Unrestrained Life. After the movie was out, he would make that online reviewer write another long review on his character in this new movie. It felt truly good when people remembered his existence. Now then, little friend Shu Hang is about to transcend his tribulation, right? Not bad, the speed at which he's advancing is truly incredible. I wish I could also advance this quickly. I really want to reach the 8th stage profound sage realm and show my divinity in front of the masses so that everyone can remember my Taoist name, Scholar Drunken XXX said in a soft voice. After seeing the sea of lighting that the heavenly tribulation had turned into, not only Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's but also the other fellow Taoists' faces changed. Taoist Priest Horizon's face directly turned green. There were countless guided missiles in the sea of tribulation lightning. Some of these missiles were by themselves, while some were in groups of 3, arranged side by side. There were also groups of 4 lined up one after another, and still some that were in the formation shaped like the character. There was a great number of missiles, up to 1,000, and that number was continually increasing. Besides the missiles, there were also countless long and thin barrels. Earlier, when eternity was courting immortal fairy Bishwe, the heavenly tribulation was giving signs of condensing into long and thin barrels, and now, the barrels had finished forming. However, these weren't really gun barrels, but tank cannons instead. Only the turrets of the tanks had condensed, and there were nearly 3,000 of them. The heavenly tribulation really became modern. Eternity bitterly laughed, and said, "The world is about to change," and the heavenly tribulation likewise changed. Unfortunately, I hadn't been able to discuss how to deal with this modernized heavenly tribulation with Demon Monarch Nirvana yet. What the heck, why did the heavenly tribulation turn into guided missiles? This is something unheard of. The 8th stage profound sage tribulation recorded in our sect didn't have anything like these modern weapons. Horizon cried out. It's normal that there hasn't been a modernized heavenly tribulation for 8th stage profound sages as of yet, because the last time an 8th stage profound sage appeared was thousands of years ago. Back then, these modern weapons didn't even exist, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. "I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead," the old man kept muttering. Song Shuhang looked at the guided missiles and the tank cannons, sighing deeply. The modernized heavenly tribulation from his dream had really appeared. Furthermore, it was even scarier than what he had dreamt of. In his dream, the modernized Heavenly Tribulation had turned into armed forces that shot at him, and the guided missiles were the grand finale of the modernized Heavenly Tribulation. At that time, the slow-moving guided missile vehicles were what had jolted Song Shuhang awake from his dream. But now, the grand finale of his dream, the guided missile vehicles, had already appeared in the second wave of this Heavenly Tribulation. Moreover, their numbers had reached a terrifying 1,000, with them still being supported by another 3,000 tanks of varying kinds. Horizon bitterly laughed, and said, even if this was real life, such a number of guided missiles and tanks, 1,000 plus 3,000, would be enough to kill us several times over, and now, these missiles and tanks had appeared directly during the Heavenly Tribulation. Facing such a level of power, even a seventh stage venerable could only die. In other words, the 5 people on the scene were unlikely to survive even the second wave of the Heavenly Tribulation. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, enough chit-chat, let's just all use everything we've got. Naturally, Palace Master still had his life-preserving means. He had huge backing, such that even a big sect like the Limitless Demon sect didn't dare provoke him. Thereupon, he didn't lack life-preserving means. However, facing this Heavenly Tribulation of the 8th stage profound sage rank in the Heavenly Tribulation realm, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was uncertain if his life-preserving means and his resurrection means would be effective. While facing such a powerful Heavenly Tribulation, there was a chance both his body and soul might get destroyed instantly, not giving the resurrection method the time to activate. Besides the old man, the other 4 gritted their teeth and pulled themselves together. If they were going to die, they would go out with a bang. Song Shuhang pushed to the limit the Saber intent armor, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, steel hands technique, and his other techniques. The treasured saber in his hand shook slightly, and his strongest defensive saber, the inverted scale saber technique, was now ready. Actually, Song Shuhang still had another thought that he hadn't said out loud. If the second wave of the Heavenly Tribulation was already the modernized Heavenly Tribulation, what would the third wave of the Heavenly Tribulation be? Could it be an upgraded version of the modernized Heavenly Tribulation, with things like atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and so on? Or, could there be even more terrifying things, such as weapons that used futuristic black technology? If the third wave of the Heavenly Tribulation was really a nuclear bomb, then everyone could only type GG in all chat. Even scholar Xian Gong, who had set up hundreds of layers of defensive formations, was almost killed, and he was already a cultivator of the peak 6th stage at that time. In the sea of tribulation lightning violently rose, thunderbolts unceasingly surged, thunder kept on rolling, shocking and hurting Song Shuhang's eardrums. The number of guided missiles and tank cannons in the sea of tribulation lightning continued to rise. The expression on Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others' faces became increasingly grave. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia, fairy at #% made her move. Her figure rose above Song Shuhang and the others. Then, she raised the mother cannon of the God-slaying cannon, and pointed it at the sea of tribulation lightning. Boom! The God-slaying cannon fired once again, and red-hot cannon light shot out of it. Then, the virtuous Lamia held the gun and turned around. The light of the God-slaying cannon likewise moved, cutting the sea of tribulation lightning like a huge lightsaber. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions continued to ring out, and a large number of the guided missiles and tanks in the sea of tribulation lightning exploded. The sea of tribulation lightning continued seething as explosions shook it. But if compared to the explosions happening right beside them, the shock wave of these explosions was nothing at all. We can attack already? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's eyes lit up. When a cultivator faced their Heavenly Tribulation, they'd usually wait for the Heavenly Tribulation to fall a bit, and then they would go all out and destroy the tribulation lightning. But the virtuous Lamia had attacked before the missiles and tanks even fired. Hurry, attack quickly. Taoist priest Horizon said hurriedly. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, and Eternity each launched their own attacks at the Sea of Tribulation Lightning. As Song Shuhang didn't have any long-range offensive means, he could only slash out with his flaming saber technique a few times. The old man shivered and shot out dark chi, but his black chi was only able to go a meter away from his body when it was destroyed by the evil warding power of the Heavenly Tribulation. This guy was nothing but comical relief at this point. I'm dead, the old man muttered once again. After Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others' attacks, the number of guided missiles and tanks in the Sea of Tribulation Lightning had decreased by a fraction. However, compared to the huge number at the start and the new ones that were appearing in the Sea of Tribulation Lightning, the decrease in the number of guided missiles and tanks wasn't much. Finally, the number of Heavenly Tribulation guided missiles stabilized at around 900, while the number of tanks had instead increased to around 4,000. This was the number that could be estimated at a glance, enough to make one's leg go soft. At this point, the second wave of the Heavenly Tribulation had finally stopped producing new guided missiles. In the next moment, the 900 Heavenly Tribulation guided missiles together with the 4,000 tanks fired in unison and bombarded Song Shuhang and the others. This was why the Heavenly Tribulations of the 8th-stage rank and above were transferred into the Heavenly Tribulation realm. If the power of this Heavenly Tribulation were to be unleashed in the main world, the region where the Heavenly Tribulation rained down would become a dead zone. Thunder resounded, and the wind continued to surge violently. The Tribulation Lightning was accompanied by the power of the Tribulation of the Inner Demon, stimulating the fear in their hearts and making their flesh creep. At this time, the fragmented puppet core suddenly flew out into the air. The core flew higher and higher, away from Song Shuhang and the others. As it flew away, some of the Heavenly Tribulation guided missiles and tanks changed direction and bombarded it. Boom! The fragmented puppet core was the first to be shot among the ones who had entered the Heavenly Tribulation realm. It was reduced to nothing amidst the terrifying explosion. It was seemingly the final struggle of that cultivator of the profound Wind Valley. Had he done what it could to attract some of the firepower from Song Shuhang and the others? No one knew what he was really thinking. Perhaps it had already lost control over his actions when his body was puppetized. In the next instant, 10 especially fast guided missiles that were in the front exploded first. The talisman barrier that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had set up seemed to be as fragile as glass as it was broken through. Afterward, Taoist Priest Horizon's unfinished tribulation transcending magical treasure was likewise torn apart by the power of the explosion. Eternity's defense stood out the most among the five as it was a sword formation that combined offense and defense into one. If he'd been facing the Heavenly Tribulation alone, he would have been able to keep up with the Heavenly Tribulation for a long time with this sword formation. However, when the 10 guided missiles exploded together, the power of the Heavenly Tribulation and the guided missiles accumulated, and Eternity's offensive-defensive sword formation instantly collapsed. Finally, Song Shuhang's Virtuous Lamia plus Saber Intent Armor. Song Shuhang's Virtuous Lamia expanded and protected all the fellow Taoists. The Saber Intent Armor, which was originally attached to Song Shuhang's body, had been projected onto her body and attached to her as well. The Virtuous Lamia put away the god-slaying mother-child cannon, which could only fire at intervals and couldn't fire continuously. Afterward, she purely used her body to defend. Boom, 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 as the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation continued to explode, the Virtuous Lamia's body continued to grow smaller and smaller, and the golden light fainter and fainter. The Virtuous Lamia suddenly let out a loud scream. The scream was modulated with a clear rhythm. It sounded rather strange, sounding like it was the scream of a man. After the scream, the Virtuous Lamia suddenly fell to the ground with her head tilted and died. Taoist Priest Horizon wiped the blood at the corners of his mouth, and asked, "Dead?" Song Shuhang's Virtuous Lamia was the last defense of the group of 5. They didn't expect the Heavenly Tribulation guided missile to actually have such power. 10 of them had already destroyed their defenses. In fact, there wasn't even a need for 10, around 5 guided missiles would have had enough power to obliterate all of their defenses. If it hadn't been for Song Shuhang's virtuous lamia suddenly blocking the attack for them, they would have all died from the power of those 10 explosions. Actually, Song Shuhang himself didn't expect the virtuous lamia to last so long under the attack of the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation. The virtuous lamia had a special defense bonus against the Heavenly Tribulation. The power of virtue was very effective against the Heavenly Tribulation. If one had condensed some light of virtue, they could use it to counter a lot of the tribulation's power. Because of this natural advantage, the virtuous lamia was able to last all the way up to now. But now, Song Shuhang's virtuous lamia also died. The time that the virtuous lamia disappeared would be the time that the 5 men would be buried beneath the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. Taoist priest Horizon was afraid of death, so he had used his strength-imparting method to delay his Heavenly Tribulation of the 6th stage for 300 years. But now that he truly faced death, he didn't feel that afraid. He felt that his will had become stronger than it ever had been. Unfortunately, if his will had been this strong a few years ago, he would have gone and faced the Heavenly Tribulation of the 6th stage already, and wouldn't have waited until today. Song Shuhang. My dear elder sister. In such a time, you're still in the mood to play around? Although the virtuous lamia seemed to have shrunk a lot, truthfully, she was still a long way from true death. Boom! At this time, the tank shells hit. Different from the missile's explosions, their main forte was their penetrative ability. After getting hit by a few shells, the virtuous lamia struggled to get up, and then she opened her mouth, and screamed, ah, the scream was modulated with a clear rhythm. After screaming, the virtuous lamia once again fell on the ground and died. Taoist priest Horizon. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Eternity. Is it really dead this time? Taoist priest Horizon asked. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, and he said, nope. He didn't know how to explain this special hobby of the virtuous lamia to his seniors. But, the virtuous lamia won't be able to last long either. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, her strength is rapidly decreasing, it's only a matter of time before she disappears. We must find a way to break through these guided missiles. While transcending the tribulation, Song Shuhang had been desperately trying to establish a connection with his inner world, but his inner world seemed to have been blocked by the Heavenly Tribulation realm, and the channel teleportation was going to take too long. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Eternity, and Horizon remained silent. Breaking through the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation. If they could break through them, they would have already done it. At this moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman suddenly said, little friend Shuhang. If you get out alive, please tell fellow Taoist Tian Wei that I love her. Also Fairy Lychee, please tell her I also had a crush on her. Right, there's still Fairy Dongfang 6 and Fairy Firefly, I've always liked them. Song Shuhang was stunned. You are the one who is most likely to get out of this alive. Ever since you've welcomed Venerable White, your luck has been skyrocketing. You're the only cultivator I met whose luck is comparable to Venerable White. If anyone were to get out of this Heavenly Tribulation alive, it would be you. If I die, please give this message to the various fairy maidens for me, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. In fact, besides the fairies in the chat group, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman still had feelings for many other female cultivators, but Song Shuhang didn't know them, so he didn't mention them. Song Shuhang. Eternity said, little friend Shuhang, say these words to immortal fairy Bishui, I deeply love her, I love her very much. Song Shuhang. Horizon added, this old man doesn't like anyone, but I have a treasure house at Mount Jianggui. If you get out of this alive, you can go there and look for it. Song Shuhang. Boom, boom, boom. While they were talking, dozens of guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation exploded, and hundreds of tank shells bombarded the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia screamed once again. This time she was no longer half dead. Her body was really destroyed, so she dissipated. Just as the virtuous Lamia disappeared, Song Shuheng felt pain pricking his eyes, and then golden runes flew out of his eyes and rushed toward a guided missile. It was the secret appraisal technique. It had been triggered. Under normal circumstances, Song Shuheng's secret appraisal technique would only activate after he had touched the target with his hand. But sometimes, it would also trigger on its own. It was still unknown how or why it triggered. Now, after the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation had blown up the virtuous Lamia to pieces, the secret appraisal technique finally activated. Song Shuheng felt as though the time in the surrounding area had slowed down. Whether it was the explosion of the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation or Senior Seven Lives Talisman and the others, their movements all slowed down. The golden runes that had come out of his eyes touched the missile, and then returned to his eyes. At the same time, a deep wound appeared on his back, so deep that even his bones were visible. Blood spurted out like there was no tomorrow, and the intensity of the pain he felt was increased tenfold. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and endured the sharp pain. The information related to the Heavenly Tribulation was transmitted to his mind. The information was short and concise. The appraisal of the Heavenly Tribulation is unavailable. F***CKU. Luckily, the information didn't end there. A missile made of tribulation lightning, a product of the mutated group version Heavenly Tribulation. It has, at the very least, the strength of the 7th stage, and possesses both the power of a missile and that of the Heavenly Tribulation. It's suggested to team up with an 8th stage profound sage to transcend this type of tribulation. It's suggested to team up with an 8th stage profound sage to transcend this tribulation? What 8th stage profound sage? Where am I even supposed to find an 8th stage profound sage? Actually, Senior White 2 had that kind of power, but Shuheng had no idea where he was at the moment. Moreover, Senior White 2 was originally from the Netherworld realm, and the Heavenly Tribulation had the power to restrain him. If he really barged into Song Shuheng's tribulation, there was a chance that the Heavenly Tribulation might become even stronger. Isn't there any other method to deal with it? Appraise some method to deal with this mutated Heavenly Tribulation. It doesn't matter what kind of price I have to pay, give me this information. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and recalled those 88,888 voices, further stimulating the secret appraisal technique. The wound on his back became even deeper, and the pain increased several-fold. In the next moment, a method to deal with the mutated Heavenly Tribulation really resurfaced in his mind. First method, use the Life Talisman, which can grant the user a 20% probability of surviving. If there was a 20% probability of surviving, did it mean that there was an 80% probability of dying? The probability of dying was too high. Using this method equated to leaving his life in the hands of fate. Song Shuheng didn't want to use this method unless he was truly cornered. Second method, upgrade your light of virtue. Upgrade your sister. Whom can I look for at this time to upgrade my light of virtue? His light of virtue had already materialized, turning into the virtuous Lamia, and had basically reached the max level. If he wanted to upgrade his light of virtue further, he would need the corpse of a 9th stage tribulation transcender to suddenly fly over, with the other party being willing to let him ferry their soul. However, the chances of this happening were even lower than all the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation to suddenly become duds. Third method, open your size-reducing purse and, buzz, the appraisal ended here. The size-reducing purse? What kind of treasure is there in my size-reducing purse? Lady Onion and the Enlightenment Stone? Does it want me to throw out Lady Onion? Ahem. Speaking of which, Lady Onion was rather pitiful. She had been forced to experience Song Shuheng's tribulation 2 times in a row. If the Heavenly Tribulation hadn't come this suddenly, Song Shuheng was planning to move her to his inner world before transcending his tribulation of the fourth stage so that she wouldn't have to suffer with him. Song Shuheng immediately stretched out his hand into his size-reducing purse, starting to rummage through it. Afterward, he discovered that his movements had also slowed down a lot. When he activated the secret appraisal technique just now, he had concentrated his mental energy to the limit and also activated the innate skill of his eye aperture, expert sight, to reach the bullet time effect. Song Shuheng opened his size-reducing purse with much difficulty, only to discover that Lady Onion inside had already passed out. If he were to throw her out, she would definitely turn into onion ash under the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. As such, what was the thing that could help him? The golden chain from the 33 Divine Beast sect? No, that shouldn't be it. The seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit? No, that thing also couldn't save his life and protect him as he was transcending the Heavenly Tribulation. The silver dragon puppet? This thing could only be used to escape, but he was surrounded by the lightning of tribulation from all sides at this time. There was nowhere to escape. The spirit beast seal? This gadget was just a supplementary magical treasure that could help him subdue spirit beasts. Wait a moment, was it talking about this? Song Shuheng was looking at something he had obtained in the forbidden area last time, that ancestral puppet, the half-spider puppet king. Shuheng had once appraised this gadget, and the result had been, half-spider puppet king, one of the ancestral puppets of the jet black sect that immortal? Personally manufactured. When in perfect condition, its strength was comparable to the peak of the 8th stage, but now, 89% of its body is damaged, and there is no point in repairing it. The technology the core of the puppet uses makes it act as a pseudo-eternal furnace. The energy core was preserved in good condition, and it can be extracted and utilized. Since the information related to the immortal of the jet black sect was censored, it meant that they were still alive. Anyway, although the half-spider puppet king had been greatly damaged, its core was a sort of pseudo-eternal furnace. The energetic core was still intact, and it could be extracted and used. The core of a puppet at the peak of the 8th stage that could be extracted and utilized. He should be able to make use of it as long as it was loaded into a new puppet. Song Shuheng gave his silver dragon puppet another glance. Unfortunately, the silver dragon puppet wasn't a battle-type puppet, and its rank was too low. After all, it was a flying puppet that only cultivators below the 4th stage would use. Even if he were to stuff the core of the half-spider puppet king inside, how much power could it possibly display? Then, Song Shuheng remembered that he had another puppet with him. Back at the Chu family, during the battle on the grievance-settling platform, Shuheng had found a puppet in the immortal cave of that puppetized fellow, Mr. In the past, Song Shuheng had appraised that puppet. The result of the appraisal had been, a tailor-made high-quality puppet manufactured for one of the VIP clients of the ancient jet black sect. It has many wondrous uses and needs 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage to be activated. It was a puppet that would only start moving after it had been fed with 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage. In other words, its strength should also be that of the 8th stage or above, right? If he could extract the core of the half-spider puppet king and put it into this other puppet, would he obtain a puppet of the 8th stage rank? If they could rely on the strength of this puppet of the 8th stage, there was a chance they might be able to transcend this mutated heavenly tribulation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was hope. However, there was a problem. The pseudo-eternal furnace core was still in the body of the half-spider puppet king, and he would need several complicated steps to extract it and load it into that other, high-quality puppet. But now, the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation had already broken through the defense of the virtuous Lamia, creating a hole right beside Song Shuheng and the others. Song Shuheng didn't even have the time to take out both puppets, let alone performing all those complicated steps. Just as he was looking for them, a missile of the Heavenly Tribulation created a hole next to him. Song Shuheng got to experience the might of the exploding missile from zero distance. The mighty explosion radiated power capable of destroying the world, and it also had a kind of godlike dignity. The missile of the Heavenly Tribulation didn't only aim to destroy the physical body of the cultivator, but to destroy their mind as well. There really wasn't any time. Such being the case, would he have to use the life talisman and gamble on that 20% probability of surviving? Just as he was in deep thought, the Saber intent armor on Song Shuheng's body flashed. Earlier, the Saber intent armor had been attached to the body of the virtuous Lamia and had withstood several waves of missiles. Now, it had finally reached its critical point. Bright Saber intent chopped out, cleaving through the explosions. The strength of this Saber intent was only around the 4th stage rank, but it was still able to give Song Shuheng the instant he needed. Song Shuheng seized the opportunity to take out both the half-spider puppet king and that other, high-quality puppet, hurling forward the former. Given the situation, he had no time to extract the pseudo-eternal furnace core, and he could only gamble. After the half-spider puppet king was thrown forward, it kept off in front of Song Shuheng. The already badly damaged puppet of the peak 8th stage crumbled in front of the explosions of the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation. If the half-spider puppet king had been in its prime, attacks of this level would have been unable to injure it. But now, 89% of its body had been damaged already, and it started to break right after getting hit by the explosions. Just like Song Shuheng had predicted, the puppet core in its body flew out. The crumbling ancestral puppet also bought Song Shuheng some time. Now was the time to act. Song Shuheng threw that high-quality puppet toward the pseudo-eternal furnace core. This high-quality puppet was very strange. When it was in Song Shuheng's size-reducing purse, it would absorb all the spirit stones it came in contact with. Therefore, Song Shuheng decided to see if the high-quality puppet could absorb the pseudo-eternal furnace core after coming in contact with it, completely activating. Boom, 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 the missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation kept flying over and exploding. The tanks that filled the whole sky opened fire once more, and the tank shells and the missiles attacked Song Shuheng from all directions. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman placed his hands behind his back, and calmly stood there. Taoist Priest Horizon sat cross-legged, his face serene. Eternity gazed toward a distant place, and immortal fairy Bishue's figure seemingly appeared before his eyes. I'm dead, I'm super dead, the nameless old man kept muttering. Song Shuheng tightly clenched his fists, and shouted, "Come on." The high-quality puppet had come in contact with that pseudo-eternal furnace core. When they touched each other, the arms of the high-quality puppet suddenly moved, stretching out and grabbing the pseudo-eternal furnace core, and finally stuffing it into its chest. Soon after, an incredibly powerful aura resurfaced on the body of the puppet. The look of the high-quality puppet also started to change. The body of the puppet was like quicksilver, and it ultimately transformed into a curvaceous woman. Its face also changed into that of a woman. However, the face of the woman was very ugly, just as though it was some kind of evil ghost. Next, the eyes of the puppet shone, emitting uncanny orange light. According to Song Shuheng's secret appraisal technique, the high-quality puppet was a tailor-made puppet that the ancient Jet Black sect had manufactured for one of their VIP clients. If it was a tailor-made puppet, it meant that it already had an owner. Regardless of its owner being dead or alive, its look and features had been specially set for that VIP client of the ancient Jet Black sect. The hideous puppet moved its eyes, first looking at Song Shuheng, and then at the rumbling tribulation lightning heading toward itself. The eyes of the puppet flashed, and it issued an awe-inspiring cry. Exactly what you would expect from a puppet of the 8th stage rank, so overbearing. Song Shuheng felt that there was still hope for him. But right at this time, the high-quality puppet suddenly held its head and squatted down. Was it possible that it wanted to survive by holding its head and squatting down? After seeing the high-quality puppet squat down and hold its head, Song Shuheng was disheartened. Right after making its appearance, the puppet displayed such a cowardly move. Could it even be trusted? Even if it had the strength of the 8th stage, would it be able to display it with such a cowardly attitude? At this time, Song Shuheng had started to doubt whether the last method his secret appraisal technique had mentioned was truly related to this high-quality puppet. However, there was no time to think. Another guided missile had just detonated. Boom! The power of the explosion shrouded Song Shuheng's group of 5. Song Shuheng felt his skin ache slightly, and the deep wound on his back, the one the secret appraisal technique had left behind, almost made him pass out. While facing the incoming explosion, that high-quality puppet that Song Shuheng had great expectations of maintained its previous posture, not moving in the slightest. Song Shuheng was in despair. There was no hope. This situation was truly hopeless. From the looks of it, he could only rely on that 20% probability of survival that the life talisman offered. Whether he would die or live was now God's will. Boom, boom, boom. When that missile detonated, the 10 or so guided missiles right behind it also exploded. I'm dead, I'm dead. The old man copied the posture of the high-quality puppet and squatted down, putting his hands on his head. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had a firm expression on his face, and he held all sorts of talismans in his hands. He, too, owed a magical treasure similar to the life talisman which could allow him to come back to life. However, similarly to Song Shuheng's case, whether this method would work was up to God's will. Before dying, he had to give his all and fight. As before, Taoist priest Horizon kept his hands behind his back. There was a gentle expression in his eyes, just as though he didn't care whether he would live or die. If he could maintain this state of mind, there was hope for him to advance to the 7th stage venerable realm in the future. Eternity, the young 5th stage spiritual emperor, silently fixed his clothes. Then, he tightly grasped his 2 swords. He didn't have any resurrection method, but even if he were to die, he would die standing. The guided missiles detonated with all their might, and the high-quality puppet maintained its cowardly posture as it was engulfed in flames. Right behind, Song Shuheng poured all his strength into the 3rd style of the inverted scale saber technique, the inverted scale style. He then condensed his saber intent armor anew, further strengthening the saber style and getting ready for the final struggle. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took out all his talismans, defensive ones, supplementary ones, offensive ones, and those with special effects, and activated them. Taoist priest Horizon controlled his flying sword and used all the strength he had left to slash out. Eternity wielded his 2 swords, only attacking and not defending. The nameless old man called out pitifully, "Ah!" He was in utter despair since he had no defensive methods left. Soon after, the guided missiles and the following tank shells blew up his body to pieces. The old man was literally blown up to pieces, and his body was then reduced to ashes under the high temperature of the explosions the missiles had generated. It was reduced to ashes only because the strength of his body was at the peak of the 3rd stage. Otherwise, he would have evaporated directly. This time, no one was able to save him. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Eternity, Song Shuheng, and Taoist priest Horizon were all struggling to survive, and death was closing in on them. Aside from the lightning of tribulation, the guided missiles also possessed the power of the fire, metal, and wind of tribulation, as well as the power to generate inner demons. The bodies of those guided missiles were made of fire and metal tribulation. The lightning of tribulation had increased their firepower while the wind of tribulation their speed. As for the tribulation of the inner demon, it had increased the intimidating power of the explosions. This wave of modern heavenly tribulation had fused all the different types of heavenly tribulation into a single body. This was why it had such frightening power. As if that wasn't enough, from the second wave, the heavenly tribulation had decided to use AoE attacks. All the members of Song Shuheng's group of 5 were being targeted, without any distinction. The old man was reduced to ashes in a single breath. The next to fall was Song Shuhang. His inverted scale style was unable to resist the power of the explosion. It crumbled, and the Saber intent armor followed immediately after. The counterattack of the Saber intent armor was likewise useless, because the armor was destroyed before it could even launch it. After losing the protection of the inverted scale style and the Saber intent armor, Song Shuhang's body was engulfed in the explosions, getting bruised and lacerated. Then, he gazed at that high-quality puppet, which was still squatting down and holding its head. He hadn't expected that this puppet would turn out to be such an embarrassment. Had he known earlier, he would have stuffed the pseudo-eternal furnace core into his silver dragon puppet. With a core of the 8th stage, the silver dragon puppet could have perhaps resisted a little. Today, his luck had been truly sheet. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and tried to mobilize his Saber intent to condense the Saber intent armor once more. At this time, just as though it had sensed Song Shuhang's thoughts, the high-quality puppet, who had been squatting down up until now, suddenly shivered. In the next moment, it turned its head around and quietly gazed at Song Shuhang. At this time, Song Shuhang was using the Saber intent armor and the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha to resist the explosions, but his skin and flesh still ruptured. The hand he was using to hold the saber was charred black, and his hair and eyebrows had been reduced to ashes, revealing a dazzling bald head. The dazzling bald head and the newly formed light of virtue on his body made him look like a senior monk. The orange light in the eyes of the puppet shone slightly. Soon after, it stretched out its hand and took off its face. The hideous face was really moved aside a little. From the looks of it, the hideous face was actually a mask. After the mask was moved aside, half of the exquisite little face of the high-quality puppet was revealed. Since it was a puppet, its small face was expressionless. Next, the puppet returned to its previous posture, squatting down and holding its head. But this time, a weak layer of light spread from its body, quietly wrapping around Song Shuhang. Soon after, the light spread all around Song Shuhang, wrapping around Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, and Eternity. The weak layer of light wasn't a barrier. Moreover, its color was too pale, and it was hardly visible under the light of the dazzling Heavenly Tribulation. Except for the layer shrouding Song Shuhang's body, the one shrouding Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others had a very low defensive power, and it couldn't completely ward off the damage of the Heavenly Tribulation. Therefore, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others hadn't immediately discovered this layer of light. Around one breath later, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman fell. He had resisted against the power of the missiles for 3 breaths altogether. Actually, given his strength of the peak 4th stage, the fact that he had resisted for 3 breaths against these guided missiles with the strength of the 7th plus stage was already a miracle. At this time, there were close to 100 wounds of varying sizes all over his body, and his cool black windbreaker had been torn to pieces. He was soaked in blood. In addition, all the true chi in his body was exhausted, and over 90% of his meridians had been damaged. Everything before Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's eyes went black. It's over, he thought to himself. The figures of several fairy maidens appeared before his eyes. Each of those fairy maidens had their own unique characteristics and charm. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman really liked these fairy maidens. Actually, although he said he had a crush on them, he just appreciated them at the end of the day. The fairy maidens underwent myriad changes before his eyes. It was said that when a person was about to die, their life would quickly replay before their eyes, but what appeared before 7 Lives Talisman's eyes were ever-changing fairy maidens. As expected, I'm truly hopeless, huh? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman forced a smile and passed out. When Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman fainted, the pale layer of light around his body shone. Then, the body of the unconscious Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman slowly but firmly squatted down, placed his shivering hands on his head and assuming the same posture as the puppet. After that, The light on Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's body seemingly used Song Shu Hang as a relay station and resonated with that high-quality puppet. After Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had squatted down and held his head, his body swayed alongside the impact of the explosions. The guided missiles were continually exploding beside him, and the tank shells hitting his body non-stop, but Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman wasn't injured in the slightest. No matter how hurt he was, he would never give up. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman disconnected and entered into spectator mode. Soon after Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman fell, it was Eternity's turn. He who had discarded defense and decided to bravely fight the Heavenly Tribulation head-on was now in a situation 100 times worse than Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's. His arms were twisted beyond recognition, and both his treasured sword had been destroyed. There was a total of 17 holes in his body at this time. If an ordinary person had suffered these injuries, they would have died without a doubt. Ahahaha, wonderful! Eternity shouted loudly. Then, he lost consciousness while he was still standing. He would rather die standing than survive kneeling down. However, Eternity hadn't expected that his body would shamefully squat down after he had passed out. He unexpectedly revealed such a cowardly posture while facing the merciless Heavenly Tribulation. He had curled up into a ball after holding his head. Then, just like Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, he disconnected and entered into spectator mode. He, too, started to sway left and right under the explosive attack of the guided missiles and tank shells. F***ck, what is happening? Right before dying, the severely injured Taoist priest Horizon decided to take a look at 7 Lives Talisman and Eternity, who were transcending the tribulation alongside him, and see if they were still alive. But when he turned his head around, he saw that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and Eternity had displayed extremely embarrassing postures. They were holding their heads and squatting down. Moreover, they were continually swaying. Were they trembling? Taoist priest Horizon was enraged. Damn, I have truly misjudged you guys. I thought you were unyielding characters who would rather die standing than survive kneeling down. I didn't expect that you were such cowards. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the half-dead Taoist priest Horizon also lost consciousness. Just as he was about to pass out, Taoist priest Horizon did all he could to straighten his back, and still forced himself to stand straight even with how seriously injured he was. Even if this old man is going to die, I will still face death proudly. As for the two cowardly men beside me, this old man is truly ashamed to be associated with them. This was what Taoist priest Horizon was thinking at this moment. Before his death, the severely injured Taoist priest Horizon glared towards the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation in front of him, and roared, come and blow up this old man. If I scream in front of death today, I'm not a man. Let's not even talk about Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and Eternity, who displayed such cowardly postures. Come, Heavenly Tribulation. This old man is not afraid of you. As Taoist priest Horizon was thinking this, his consciousness continued to fade. Then, he found himself in an alarming situation. He found his knees slowly bending. It felt as if there was an incredible force in this world pressing on his body and forcing him towards the ground. Was his will too weak? No. It was likely the doing of the Heavenly Tribulation. Not only does this modern Heavenly Tribulation want to destroy the physical body of a cultivator, but it even wants to wreck their will. However, this old man won't surrender this easily. The will and heart of this old man have already been tempered, seeing past life and death. This old man isn't even afraid of death, yet you want me to kneel? In your dreams. Taoist priest Horizon thought, full of passion. Even if he were to die, he'd not bow down. Nevertheless, after a short while, his knees gradually gave in. Eventually, he too knelt down in the same posture as Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and Eternity. Taoist priest Horizon felt incredibly humiliated. In addition, after he was forced to kneel, his hands started shaking. Then, out of his control, his hands slowly rose, seemingly planning to complete that cowardly posture. No! Place them down. Bastard! Let me place my hands down. At least, let me die with dignity. Taoist priest Horizon roared in his mind. However, the cruel reality was right in front of him. After a breath, his hands had finally ended up on the top of his head, in the classic, holding one's head while squatting down, posture. He was now in the same situation as Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman in Eternity, whom he despised just a while back. Afterward, his body began to sway uncontrollably. At this moment, Taoist priest Horizon felt that his dignity had been completely trampled upon. This was an utter humiliation. At the same time, he finally realized something. He was mistaken about fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman and fellow Taoist Eternity. They weren't cowards, and they should have been like him, people with strong determination, but a weak body. After all, fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman and fellow Taoist Eternity were both strong-willed men, nothing like that nameless old man. In the end, Taoist priest Horizon used his remaining strength to look toward Song Shuheng. There, Song Shuheng was still bitterly struggling against the heavenly tribulation. On his body, the previously scattered light of virtue was gradually recovered. As long as Song Shuheng wasn't dead, his light of virtue wouldn't disappear. Even if it was destroyed 1,000 times, it would eventually recover. At this moment, the bald Song Shuheng stood straight with bloodied clothes. Taoist priest Horizon felt a sense of relief, and eventually lost consciousness. Just in this fashion, behind Song Shuheng, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, Eternity, and Horizon were all in the holding one's head while squatting down posture as they weirdly swayed under the assault of the explosions. Every time the three of them swayed, the layer of light on their bodies would shine. Next, a type of energy that surpassed true qi and spiritual energy would be gathered from their bodies and transferred to Song Shuheng. This energy would finally be transferred to the cowardly, high-quality puppet through Song Shuheng. After completing this cycle, with the body of the high-quality puppet being the final destination, the energy would then pass through Song Shuheng once again, and then return to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and the other two's bodies. 4 people and 1 puppet maintained this mysterious connection while swaying under the violent assault of the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation, not falling in spite of that. Song Shuheng had no idea how many Saber attacks he had already sent out, nor did he know how many times he had condensed the Saber intent armor. In fact, he was already in a semi-unconscious state due to excessive blood loss and energy consumption. Other than that, he had nearly 100 injuries on his body. The current him was instinctively slashing with his saber, operating the inverted scale style of the inverted scale saber technique, and then switching back to the saber intent armor formed from saber intent. While the saber intent armor and inverted scale style were intact, he would use a saber with his left hand, and use the flaming saber technique. But after such a long amount of time, why hadn't he turned into ashes due to the explosions of the guided missiles and tank shells that filled the sky? This was a good question, but he no longer had the mental capacity to give it any thought. In his size-reducing purse, Lady Onion was in a cruel cycle of being shocked awake, then shocked unconscious, then getting shocked awake again, and then back to shocked unconscious. If the power of the explosions of the guided missiles hadn't been weakened by Song Shuheng, that layer of light of the high-quality puppet had generated, and that size-reducing purse crafted by a 9th-stage tribulation transcender crafted, then Lady Onion would have long become a dead onion. Song Shuheng remained in his state of muddle-headedness for several minutes. Then, at some point, the virtuous golden light on Song Shuheng's body grew bright once again, and the virtuous Lamia reappeared. After her return, Song Shuheng's mind shook due to the strength she had brought him. As soon as the virtuous Lamia appeared, she wrapped around Song Shuheng and stretched out her hands to block the explosions from the guided missiles and the long-range attacks from the tanks. Then, she tilted her head and looked at the guided missiles that were still exploding around her, at the high-quality puppet in front of her, which had assumed the holding one's head while squatting down posture, and also at Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and the others in the rear, who had assumed the same posture as the puppet. The virtuous Lamia attempted to learn and copy their posture. Unfortunately, she had no legs, and could only coil her tail. In the following moment, the virtuous Lamia leaned back and raised her head. After the pitiful scream, she tilted her head and died. Song Shuhang. After hearing the scream of the virtuous Lamia, his mind was able to recover a little since the former was temporarily blocking the heavenly tribulation for him. I'm still alive? Song Shuhang was stunned, and couldn't believe it. Is it possible that my life talisman activated already, making me resurrect here in the heavenly tribulation realm since it's a sealed place? No, my magical treasures, the treasured saber broken tyrant, the size-reducing purse, and other stuff, are still with me. I haven't been reborn through the life talisman, I'm still alive. Song Shuhang hurriedly took out healing and true chi recovery pills from his magical bracelet, swallowing them down. He then took out some medicinal paste and applied it onto his wounds. He was currently badly injured, and his scalp went numb at the sight of his wounds. Fortunately, most of these injuries could be healed through medicinal pills. Now, he had to recover some strength and heal up before the virtuous Lamia collapsed. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang looked behind him. He had been able to hold up, so the three seniors, who were stronger than him, should also be alive, right? When Song Shuhang looked behind him, he saw nothing. The never-ending explosions blocked his view, and so he couldn't see anything. In addition, the aura of the heavenly tribulation had surrounded him, and he couldn't sense the auras of the three seniors. I wonder how the three seniors currently are doing. However, it wasn't time to think of such things. Although he didn't know how he'd been able to hold up, now that he'd already held up until now, he couldn't give up. Furthermore, judging from the time, the guided missile of the heavenly tribulation should also be about to end. Song Shuhang's assumption was right. The last wave of guided missiles exploded at full power. The heat from the explosion passed through the defense of the Lamia and directly affected his body. The sound of the thunderous explosion lasted for several dozen breaths before stopping. After more than 20 seconds, the explosions finally subsided. After that last wave of guided missiles, Song Shuhang's virtuous Lamia had shrunk by a whole 90% and had been reduced to the size of an ordinary person, still protecting Song Shuhang in her embrace. Is it over? Song Shuhang was delighted. The flames and the light from the explosion dissipated. Song Shuhang saw the high-quality puppet, which was still in that cowardly posture, and faintly sighed. Although the puppet was somewhat trash, it was undoubtedly a puppet of the 8th stage, made from very good materials. It actually remained unscathed amidst the fearsome heavenly tribulation. Then, Song Shuhang looked behind him. After that, Song Shuhang's chin dropped. Who could tell him how this sight came to be? The three seniors, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, Taoist Priest Horizon, and Eternity, were all in that cowardly posture, with them holding their heads and squatting down, and he could even see that their bodies were slightly shaking. The three seniors looked badly injured, and seemed to be unconscious. Nevertheless, there was still a bit of life in them, and they were still alive. It's good as long as they're still alive. Song Shuhang was relieved. He turned back to look at the high-quality puppet, which was still in that cowardly posture in front of him. Thanks. Song Shuhang sincerely thanked it. This time, as long as one's IQ wasn't too low, they would be able to tell that the fact the three seniors were still alive was definitely because the cowardly high-quality puppet had helped them. Song Shuhang being alive and kicking should also be due to that high-quality puppet. The high-quality puppet didn't reply to Song Shuhang. It only slightly moved from its position, with its back turned toward Song Shuhang, and then continuing to maintain the posture of holding its head while squatting down. Was it angry? Or perhaps, the next wave of the tribulation was coming? Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the sea of heavenly tribulation. Then, his expression froze. The sea of heavenly tribulation, which had originally covered a vast area, was now shrinking and condensing together. With the vast sea of heavenly tribulation condensing, its essence would be brought out. As such, by how much was its power going to increase? However, even more terrifying was the thing that the heavenly tribulation was condensing into. Something similar to a nuclear silo was rapidly taking shape. This was probably the final wave of this heavenly tribulation, and as expected, the scary nuclear weapon-type heavenly tribulation had appeared. Song Shuhang turned to look at that high-quality puppet. Would it be able to block this wave? The high-quality puppet raised its head to look at the nuclear silo, and then, suddenly flipped forward, switching from the squatting posture to a kneeling oars posture. Song Shuhang was disheartened. Did this mean that there was no saving them? After seeing the oars posture of the high-quality puppet, Song Shuhang remembered the secret book of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family, Monster Organization, to be more accurate, the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique, from the 500 Ways to Surrender to a Human Cultivator You're Unable to Defeat, included in the 200 Must-Have Skills for a Monster Spirit to Survive. With the corner of his mouth slightly twitching, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked up towards the slowly forming nuclear silo, growing more and more restless. He couldn't help but recall the nuclear incident related to Senior Xian Gong. Back then, ordinary people decided to test a nuclear bomb that had the power equivalent to 20,000 to 30,000 tons of TNT. Such a warhead had almost resulted in the death of scholar Xian Gong, who was at the peak of the 6th stage, and had even set up hundreds of layers of barriers. However, the shape of the nuclear silo condensing amidst the heavenly tribulation sea before his eyes seemed extremely advanced, so its TNT equivalent would definitely far exceed 30,000 tons. Even if it were to reach 200,000 tons, it wouldn't be strange. Furthermore, the nuclear silo was born from the heavenly tribulation, making it a combination of cultivation and science. Such a combination could only result in its power being way stronger and way more terrifying than nuclear weapons manufactured by ordinary people. The heavenly tribulation learning how to make use of the power of science was even worse than thugs learning martial arts skills. The power of the guided missiles in the second wave of the heavenly tribulation had already reached the 7th+ stage, and the power of this nuclear weapon in the third wave was very likely already at the 8th+ stage level. Would the high-quality puppet be able to hold up? Song Shuhang was worried. Can't it take advantage of the fact that the nuclear silo has yet to take shape and attack it? Song Shuhang estimated the distance between the nuclear silo and himself, and then dismissed the thought. He was only a little over 2 kilometers away from it, so if they were to hit the nuclear silo in advance, it would only end with him dying earlier. So, should he just quietly wait for the nuclear bomb to descend? Song Shuhang felt a sense of hopelessness in his heart. This kind of situation where one knew that the other party was going to beat them up, yet couldn't do anything besides waiting to get beaten up, simply made him feel disheartened. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, the nuclear silo that was in the process of forming 2 kilometers away from him suddenly froze. The heavenly tribulation froze for more than 10 seconds. It was as if time had stopped. What was going on? Song Shuhang opened his eyes. Was it possible that the heavenly tribulation didn't have enough energy to form a complete nuclear bomb? Another 10 seconds later. The nuclear silo in the distance let out a jarring hum. Then, strands of awe-inspiring energy appeared in midair, turning into supreme runes that got branded onto the nuclear missile. Each rune poured the power of the heavenly tribulation into the missile. F***CK. Song Shuhang could only stare wide-eyed. The nuclear silo was already so abnormal, and these supreme runes had actually come now, upgrading it. wasn't this overkill? Song Shuheng said, damn it, why is this Heavenly Tribulation upgrading? As his voice fell, the Heavenly Tribulation in the air sent out a thought to all the cultivators in the area who were transcending the tribulation. There was a foreign object of the 8th stage rank object interfering with the Heavenly Tribulation. As a result, the power of the Heavenly Tribulation will be upgraded to the peak of the 8th stage. Song Shuheng, F************************************ CK. Puppets, to an extent, could be regarded as magical treasures that were part of a cultivator's strength. There should have been no problem with taking out a puppet during the Heavenly Tribulation, at the condition that the puppet was one's own. Puppets were like magical treasures, it would take a lot of time for a cultivator to refine one. After that, they had to leave their brand on it to completely make it their own. However, the high-quality puppet that Song Shuheng was using was a tailor-made puppet that the ancient Jet Black sect had manufactured for one of their VIP clients, and not for Song Shuheng. Its core had been pulled out from the Jet Black sect's ancestral puppet, which had no connection to Song Shuheng. Therefore, when the high-quality puppet of the 8th stage interfered with the Heavenly Tribulation, the Heavenly Tribulation mutated. The power of the Heavenly Tribulation increased. It jumped from early 8th stage rank to peak 8th stage rank. It was now infinitely close to the 9th stage. At that time, not even the high-quality puppet of the 8th stage would be able to handle it. The strength of the high-quality puppet was around mid-level 8th stage at most. In addition, its pseudo-eternal furnace core wasn't originally part of it, so the strength that it could bring out was really only around early 8th stage rank. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tribulation was so meticulous with its terms of service, not giving cultivators any chance to cheat their way through them. Shuheng's liver was in pain, and he felt as though there was a knife being twisted in his heart. I thought that the 8th stage puppet would give me a chance to live through the tribulation, but I didn't expect the Heavenly Tribulation to directly flip the table. Song Shuheng couldn't really blame the puppet either, for without its help, the guided missiles of the second wave would have blown him to bits. Unfortunately, even if you helped me, I only managed to survive a wave of the Heavenly Tribulation. Besides, I'm merely dragging you down. Perhaps you might end up buried under this Heavenly Tribulation. Song Shuheng felt guilty, and apologized. If the high-quality puppet hadn't intervened in the Heavenly Tribulation, given the durability of its body, it could have easily survived the 8th stage rank guided missiles raining down before the whole Heavenly Tribulation mutated. At that time, after Song Shuheng and the others had died, the Heavenly Tribulation would disappear, and the puppet would be able to safely leave the Heavenly Tribulation realm and return to the main world. But now, due to having intervened in Song Shuheng's Heavenly Tribulation, it also became part of the tribulation. It was very likely that it would end up buried together with Song Shuheng in the tribulation. In the front, the high-quality puppet in the oars position tilted its head after hearing Song Shuheng's words. Then, it turned its head around, and continued to maintain the cowardly position. 10 seconds later, the shape of the nuclear silo changed again as those supreme runes were engraved onto it one after another. The nuclear silo was then engulfed in a type of illusory radiance, and its size quickly reduced. The fluctuations of energy emitted from it also got stronger and stronger. From the looks of it, it was upgrading from a nuclear weapon to something way scarier. What monstrosity was the nuclear silo going to turn into? Would the nuclear bomb evolve into a hydrogen bomb? Or was it going to transform into something even more terrifying? Just as Song Shuheng was in deep thought, the virtuous Lamia once again took out the god-slaying cannon. The god-slaying cannon was now off cooldown. Each strike of the god-slaying cannon would consume spirit stones of the 8th plus stage rank. Luckily, Song Shuheng had borrowed a ton of spirit stones from Senior White. Otherwise, he might have been unable to keep up with the consumption. The virtuous Lamia put the cannon on her shoulder and fired at the nuclear silo. Song Shuheng didn't stop her. He might as well let her go ahead and try. Who knew, perhaps things might turn for the better for him. Boom! The god-slaying cannon opened fire. The cannon light condensed into a beam and dashed forward, seemingly planning to annihilate everything in its path. In the next moment, the beam of the god-slaying cannon bumped into that illusory light covering the nuclear silo. After that, the beam of the god-slaying cannon disappeared. It simply vanished, just as though it had never existed in the first place. That thing surely had a good defense. 5 seconds later, the Heavenly Tribulation completed its transformation. Then, something that resembled a futuristic fighter plane rose from the original, nuclear silo, whizzing toward Song Shuhang. Afterward, the fighter plane threw at him what seemed to be a hydrogen bomb. Song Shuhang didn't have too much of a reaction when he saw the Heavenly Tribulation give birth to fighter plane. He had already gotten used to it. Actually, let alone fighter planes, even if the Heavenly Tribulation were to turn into a spaceship, he wouldn't be surprised. Boom! That hydrogen bomb the Heavenly Tribulation had condensed detonated in midair, and a dazzling sun appeared above Song Shuhang's head. A thunderous explosion followed, and the classic mushroom cloud was also there. Song Shuhang, who was in the center of the explosion, faced a temperature of several million degrees Celsius. Now, everything was in the hands of that high-quality puppet. If the puppet failed to resist the attack, Song Shuhang and the others would very likely evaporate. If they were lucky, some small traces of their existence might stay behind. When the hydrogen bomb came down, a layer of light visible to the naked eye resurfaced on the body of the high-quality puppet kneeling on the ground. Even amidst the explosion of the hydrogen bomb, this layer of light was very eye-catching. The pseudo-eternal furnace core in its body went into overdrive, and it could explode at any time. The high-quality puppet was giving it its all. But under the power of this hydrogen bomb, whose strength infinitely approached that of the 9th stage, that layer of light didn't last long. Due to the pseudo-eternal furnace core inside its body having gone into overdrive, the puppet forcefully entered into limited power supply mode after 10 breaths. The power of its defensive barrier was immediately reduced by more than half, and its body started to crumble. Its back and the puppet parts inside its body were annihilated amidst the explosion. However, even though its body was crumbling, it still maintained its original posture, not moving in the slightest. The power of the defensive barrier around its body had started to weaken, but the barriers protecting Song Shuhang and the 3 cultivators behind him were still intact. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked toward the still expanding mushroom cloud in the sky. A heavenly tribulation that combined cultivation and science. Even the duration of its explosions was unscientific. It almost felt as though the explosion was going to last forever. His inner world was still unavailable. In the end, would he have to rely on that life talisman to survive? Crack! At this time, that high-quality puppet had directly fallen to the ground. It couldn't even maintain the boar's posture. It tilted its head, and the orange eye behind the mask gazed at Song Shuhang's bald head without blinking. The layer of light on its body had already disappeared, but it still tried its best to maintain the barrier around Song Shuhang and the other 3. Song Shuhang didn't have the heart to look at the crumbling puppet. If only he had the power of a 9th stage tribulation transcender, he could have probably destroyed that hydrogen bomb with just one attack, but there were no ifs or buts in this world. Nonetheless, he was still unwilling to accept his fate. Song Shuhang closed his eyes. Since he was going to die, he might as well experience how it felt to die in the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. If he was lucky enough to come back to life, this experience would be invaluable. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Hello, are you fellow Taoist Song? Can you hear my voice? The signal at your current location isn't too good. Are you exploring some secret realm? A towering voice suddenly echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang was confused. Right, let me introduce myself first. My name is, forget it. Just like 7th cultivator of true virtue, you can call me Almighty Merchant. I don't want to brag, but as long as there is a treasure in this world, and you can pay the right price for it, I can get it and sell it to you. Thereupon, do you wish to buy something? Song Shuheng was puzzled. At first, he'd thought he was having auditory hallucinations at the point of death, but after hearing the name, Almighty Merchant, he finally came to his senses. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue had told him about this Almighty Merchant in the past. During that 1-month trip in space, Venerable hinted him to prepare a large number of spirit stones so that he could buy the things he wanted after discovering the whereabouts of the Almighty Merchant. Song Shuheng's original plan was to buy the cure to Li Yingzhu's disease from that Almighty Merchant, and this was also the reason he had borrowed all those spirit stones from Venerable White. With such a huge number of spirit stones, it shouldn't have been a problem to get the cure. Then, if he had some extra spirit stones left, he could use them to buy whatever interesting treasure the Almighty Merchant had to offer. Since Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue never contacted him, Song Shuheng thought that he had yet to find the whereabouts of the opposite party. But now, the mysterious Almighty Merchant contacted him on his own even though he was in the Heavenly Tribulation realm. One had to remember that not even Song Shuheng's inner world was working here. Yet, the Almighty Merchant had managed to contact him regardless. What was the origin of this person? An ordinary 9th stage tribulation transcender shouldn't be able to do all this. As such, was the opposite party an immortal? Thoughts were constantly welling up in Song Shuheng's mind, but he quickly cast them aside. He had no time to waste right now. Senior, I want a treasure that can help me transcend the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuheng said hurriedly. If possible, make haste, Senior. Otherwise, I'm going to die in the heavenly tribulation realm. At this time, Song Shuheng didn't even consider whether the Almighty Merchant could deliver the treasure to the heavenly tribulation realm. He was just a desperate man grasping at every straw. After hearing these words, the mysterious Almighty Merchant paused for a moment, and then said, "What? You are in the heavenly tribulation realm?" But, Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said that you were still at the 3rd stage realm. I don't have time to explain, I'm going to die soon. Senior, I have a spatial treasure full of spirit stones. What kind of tribulation transcending magical treasure can you give me in exchange? Help me pick up a magical treasure that can assist me in transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 9th stage rank. Quick, quick, quick! Song Shuheng said in a hurry. He had no time for useless talk, he had to seal the deal as soon as possible. No wonder the signal was so bad, so you were in the heavenly tribulation realm. I usually try to stay away from that place, but I directly barged into it today, the mysterious Almighty Merchant said. Senior, I'm going to die at this pace. Look, you can take all the spirit stones I have if you want. Song Shuheng said. If he died under the heavenly tribulation, all the magical treasures and spirit stones he had with him would be reduced to ashes. He really didn't have the time to bargain right now. Human beings die in the pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in the pursuit of food. Open the restriction of your magical treasure and let me take a look at the number of spirit stones inside, the mysterious Almighty Merchant said. Song Shuheng issued a mental order, and the spatial magical treasure he had borrowed from Venerable White opened, revealing the myriad spirit stones of the 8th and 9th stage inside. You have quite a bit of spirit stones there, but still not enough to buy something that can help you transcend a heavenly tribulation of the 9th stage, the mysterious Almighty Merchant said. How could it be that easy to transcend a heavenly tribulation of the 9th stage? If that was the case, the world would be filled with 9th stage tribulation transcenders. While they were discussing, something akin to spiritual sense swept past Song Shuheng. A high-quality puppet from the Jet Black sect? What a pity, had I come a little earlier, I could have given you something that would have allowed you to transcend the tribulation of the 9th stage if matched with that high-quality puppet. But now, your puppet is too damaged, the Almighty Merchant added. Senior, quick! I'm dying. Song Shuheng said. Don't be impatient, the almighty merchant said calmly. Song Shuheng's heart sank. This guy isn't waiting for me to die and collect all my spirit stones before I turn into ashes, right? Don't project your dirty thoughts onto my noble person. I'm known as the almighty merchant, and although I might be a little bit of a profiteer, I attach great importance to fair deals, the almighty merchant said. It feels as if this powerful expert has a mind-reading ability or something of the sort. I indeed have a mind-reading ability. People of my level all have similar tricks at their disposal, the almighty merchant said. *CK, I hate mind-reading abilities the most. Anyway, I just happen to have a treasure that can help you. I'll count to 3, and the transaction will be considered completed at that time. After that, you'll have to quickly take out this item I'm going to send you from your spatial magical treasure. You'll have to be quick and precise. If you are 1 second late, you might be reduced to ashes, the almighty merchant said sternly. Next, the almighty merchant said hastily, 1, 2, 3. He was very quick, and counted to 3 in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Song Shuheng felt his body become light. *CK. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand into venerable white spatial magical treasure to take out the item the almighty merchant had sent over. In the next moment, a golden Mianguan 1, also known as flat imperial hat, appeared in Song Shuheng's hand. The hat was shining and glistening. The only problem was that this Mianguan wasn't emanating any energy fluctuations, and it was no different than an ordinary imperial hat. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't a magical treasure. Had he been cheated? This thought flashed through Song Shuheng's mind. Nonetheless, Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and decided to wear it on his head. If that almighty merchant had been someone without credibility, venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue wouldn't have spent so much time looking for him. But just as he prepared to wear the flat imperial hat, Song Shuheng discovered that his head was extremely slippery. He was a baldy at this time, and he didn't have a single strand of hair left on his head. Therefore, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to wear this flat imperial hat. Without hair, he couldn't make use of the jade hairpins attached to the hat to secure it to his head, and he could only rely on the chin strap to keep it in place. Moreover, wearing a flat imperial hat on a bald head would give birth to a scene too dazzling to the eye. Just as the flat imperial hat was tottering on Song Shuheng's bald head, on the verge of falling down, 2 slender hands stretched out and supported the hat. It was the virtuous Lamia. At this time, her body had the size of an ordinary person, and was floating behind Song Shuheng, using her hands to support the flat imperial hat on his head. Song Shuheng relaxed, and prepared to firmly latch the flat imperial hat onto his head. But right at this time, the virtuous Lamia put some strength into her hands and pulled the flat imperial hat away from Song Shuheng's head. Song Shuheng. My dear elder sister, now is not the time to have fun. My life is at stake here. The virtuous Lamia raised the flat imperial hat, and placed it on her own head. She then coiled her long hair up and properly wore the hat, skillfully inserting the jade hairpins into her long hair. The fringe of pearls in front of the flat imperial hat dropped down, gently swaying alongside the movements of the virtuous Lamia. At this time, both her eyes gave off a feeling of extreme power. Is it possible that the flat imperial hat wasn't for me, but for the virtuous Lamia? Song Shuheng thought to himself at this time. The virtuous Lamia gently pushed the flat imperial hat, and a huge amount of power of virtue exploded from it, merging with the body of the Lamia. In the next moment, the magnificent projection of a golden imperial robe appeared in midair, draping over her shoulders. The womanly imperial robe was very long, and it covered even her tail. There were 9 dragons moving about on the imperial robe, looking very lifelike. The robe had been directly condensed with the power of virtue. At this time, the Lamia was like an empress ascending to the throne. This type of elegant clothing very much suited the virtuous Lamia. The phoenix robe and phoenix crown she wore the last time, as well as the flat imperial hat and golden empress robe this time, greatly increased her imposing manner. She was simply born to wear this type of clothing. The body of the empress-like virtuous Lamia started to change again, instantly reaching the size of 10 or so meters. Afterward, she bent slightly, wrapping up Song Shuhang, the crumbling high-quality puppet, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, and Eternity with the left sleeve of her imperial robe. Then, she used her right hand to grab at the air, condensing a tyrannical and cold saber intent in her hand, which then transformed into a saber. Perhaps due to Song Shuhang's influence, the saber she condensed was straight and slender. It looked both like a saber and a sword. After the saber intent materialized, it was dyed with the thick golden light of virtue. Song Shuhang gazed at the current appearance of the virtuous Lamia, and couldn't help but recall when she was rolling on the ground earlier, screaming and playing dead. Were the Lamia from before and this empress-like Lamia wearing an imperial robe the same person? The virtuous Lamia shot a glance at Song Shuhang. After that, she used the straight saber in her right hand to fiercely slash at the horizon. Dignified imperial saber intent slashed toward the explosion of the hydrogen bomb. After the saber slash swept past the surrounding area, the Heavenly Tribulation, the explosion of the hydrogen bomb, and the mushroom cloud all disappeared. The dark Heavenly Tribulation realm was now filled with golden light. The slash of the virtuous Lamia had turned into a golden sun, hovering in the middle of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. The Heavenly Tribulation had thoroughly disappeared, and this time, it didn't upgrade again. The reason was that the virtuous Lamia wasn't a foreign aid, but one single entity with Song Shuhang. Buzz, 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 in the next moment, the whole Heavenly Tribulation realm started cracking. The energy there split into 4 streams that fell on the bodies of Song Shuhang and the others. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Horizon, and Eternity immediately broke through to the next realm. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who was advancing from the 4th to the 5th stage, ended up condensing a golden core with a whole 8 dragon patterns. His wish to condense a golden core with 8 dragon patterns had been fulfilled just like that. Song Shuhang also started to break through, advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage. The true qi in his body gradually transformed into innate true yuan. Song Shuhang's breakthrough was especially long. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and the others had already finished, but he was still breaking through. However, something far more shocking than them advancing to the next realm took place at this time. All the practitioners in the universe, regardless of their system, raised their heads and started looking at the sky. Regardless of their system, age, or strength, cultivators, ancient witches, deities, ancient wizards, ancient sorcerers, in short, all kinds of practitioners, felt a disturbance in the force. Newcomers that had just come into contact with the world of cultivation or those loose cultivators that were lacking in knowledge might not understand what was happening, but the majority of the cultivators who had proper knowledge immediately realized what had happened. Someone had just become an 8th stage profound sage. For nearly 1,000 years, no cultivator or practitioner from other systems had been able to reach the 8th stage realm. However, someone finally stepped past the 7th stage today, becoming the first person in 1,000 years to become an 8th stage profound sage. Who is it? From where does this expert that has ascended to the 8th stage profound sage realm come from? There wasn't a sign at all, yet some venerable suddenly became a profound sage, succeeding on top that? Is it one of the venerables from the scholarly faction that were in seclusion? During this period, the scholarly faction has been making big movements. From what I know, a large number of their disciples recently returned to the general headquarters, and they organized a big demon hunting event. The scholarly faction might have been preparing the way for that 7th stage venerable in secluded meditation. Could it be Venerable Spirit Butterfly? Many years have passed since news of Venerable Spirit Butterfly only being a step away from the 8th stage profound sage realm had spread. According to my teacher's guess, Venerable Spirit Butterfly is amongst the 10 people with the highest chance to ascend to the 8th stage in the entire world of cultivators. For some time, all the cultivators and practitioners of other systems fell into heated discussions. Everyone raised their head to look towards the sky, though this sky wasn't truly the blue sky. No matter where one was, as long as they raised their heads and looked upward, they would be able to feel something within them. It didn't matter if they were at the bottom of the sea, underground, in a room, or in space. 9 Provinces Number 1 group had also fallen into a wild and heated discussion. True Monarch Northern River, F***CK, which senior advanced to the 8th stage Profound Sage Realm? How come I haven't received any news? Northern River's loose cultivator was the newsman of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group, and even he hadn't been able to gather any information. Sioux Clan 7, just as I was preparing to close up, something so explosive happened. At Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, are you the one who ascended? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I don't know anything either. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, does Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue know any insider information? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I'm really not sure. At this point, let's just wait for the new Profound Sage to show their divinity in front of the masses. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, I just went and asked all the venerable rank fellow Taoists I know. Besides Venerable White who closed up, none of the other venerable level fellow Taoists showed any signs of ascending. Heavens, it can't be that Venerable White broke through again? Thrice reckless Mad Saber cried out. It shouldn't be, Fairy Lychee said. Although Venerable White said that he could charge towards the Profound Sage Realm at any time, he wasn't planning to advance to the Profound Sage Realm this quickly. He seems to have his own plans. In that case, who is it? Anyway, after seeing that someone ascended to the 8th stage Profound Sage Realm, I immediately recalled that Scholar Drunken Heaven, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. When the bright moon appears, I'll give you 3 chances, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. Say my Taoist name right, and you won't have to die. Fellow Taoist when the bright moon appears, was really jealous at this time. This was the 8th stage Profound Sage Realm. Which senior had been lucky enough to ascend? Also, showing one's divinity in front of the masses. After stepping into the 8th stage realm, who wouldn't know the name of this person? If he could do the same, no one would be able to forget his Taoist name ever again. Here it is. I want to see clearly which senior has ascended to the 8th stage and worship them as soon as possible, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. He deliberately ignored the threat from fellow Taoist, when the bright moon appears, acting as if he hadn't seen anything. At this moment, all the practitioners across the universe would be able to see a picture as long as they raised their heads. The first thing to come into their view was an empress wearing a golden imperial robe. The golden flat imperial hat swayed slightly, the fringe of pearls hanging from it also shook slightly, covering the empress' eyes, and making it so that people couldn't see her appearance clearly. The magnificent imperial robe emphasized the boundless dignity of the empress. This was the new 8th stage Profound Sage. In that instant, the cultivators from all over the universe stared at the empress and engraved her appearance in their minds. At this moment, countless young and single cultivators found themselves infatuated and in love. They unconsciously fell in love with this dignified empress. Which faction is this empress from? Looking at her attire, she seems to be from a very ancient sect or influence. At this time, the Golden Empress in the picture stood at the center of the world. Everyone was talking about her and making guesses as to what her background was. She had been the first person to ascend to the 8th stage Profound Sage Realm in the past 1,000 years, and given her imposing manner, she definitely wasn't an ordinary 8th stage Profound Sage. The 9 Provinces Number 1 group suddenly turned silent. Well, don't you guys that Empress somewhat familiar? Fairy Firefly said. Fairy Lychee said. It wasn't as simple as being familiar. Heavens, isn't that the virtuous Lamia embodiment of little friend Shuhang's golden light of virtue? Could it be that the one who transcended the tribulation and became an 8th stage profound sage was little friend Song Shuhang's golden light of virtue? Thrice reckless mad Saber stared with wide eyes. True monarch Northern River pondered for a moment, and then said, maybe what we are seeing is the main body of the person on which little friend Shuhang's golden light of virtue is based. It's possible that little friend Shuhang's light of virtue merely copied the appearance of the Empress. What Northern River said makes sense, screenwriter Monk Swallow Cloud said. They simply couldn't imagine Song Shuhang's golden light of virtue suddenly transcending the tribulation and becoming a profound sage. Fairy Dongfang 6, she felt that the truth might be different from what Northern River had envisioned. Because not too long ago, little friend Song Shuhang, fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman, and several other fellow Taoists that were about to face their heavenly tribulation suddenly disappeared. However, she didn't say anything since she had no proof. Strange, why isn't there any info about this Empress already? True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. An 8th stage profound sage showing their divinity in front of the masses wasn't as simple as displaying their figure in front of the various cultivators. The Taoist name or title of the profound sage would form the sage seal, which would then be displayed in front of everyone. As soon as the sage seal representing their name appeared, all the cultivators in the world would be influenced by it for the next year, forced to remember the profound sage. After a year, the influence of the sage seal would gradually disappear. Now, the image of the Empress had appeared, but the sage seal, representing her identity, had yet to reveal itself. The sage seal. One day, I, Drunken Moon, shall also show my divinity in front of the masses. I shall make it so that everyone in the world will remember my name, Scholar Drunken Moon, fellow Taoist when the bright moon appears said. Just as cultivators all over the world were waiting for the sage seal of the Empress to appear, the angle of the picture in the void changed. The frame shifted downward, until it reached and focused on the left sleeve of the Empress' imperial robe. There, a bright bald head appeared in the frame. The bald head was exceedingly shiny, reflecting the golden light and blinding everyone's eyes. Was it possible that the Empress wasn't the profound sage? With the real profound sage being that baldy with a big shiny head? Merciful Buddha. At this moment, Buddhist cultivators joined their palms together, chanting the name of Buddha. After seeing that shiny bald head along with the glittering Empress, Buddhist cultivators came to a realization. A compassionate and wise senior monk had transcended the tribulation, becoming a profound sage. That glittering Empress was none other than the materialized version of this senior monk's golden light of virtue. To condense golden light of virtue of this level, this senior monk had definitely gone through myriads of tribulations, gotten rid of his selfish desires, and ferried the souls of billions of people. Merciful Buddha. Merciful Buddha. Merciful Buddha. Buddhist monks all over the world gazed at that senior monk in the sky with solemn faces, chanting the name of Buddha and engraving the picture in their minds. There were also some young Buddhist disciples who couldn't help but feel pride well up within them. Look, the new profound sage is a senior monk of our Buddhist faction. Moreover, it was a senior monk with great compassion and integrity. Our Buddhist faction is the greatest, and even the first profound sage in 1,000 years is ours. Just as the bald head appeared, characters also started condensing in midair. It's the sage seal. The sage seal is about to appear. The one that transcended the tribulation this time was unexpectedly a senior monk from the Buddhist faction. It's just that his entire head is engulfed in golden light of virtue. When would we be able to see his appearance? Once the sage seal appears, the face of the senior monk will be revealed. To be able to condense such an incredible golden light of virtue, truly admirable. Besides the practitioners from the world of cultivators, the practitioners from other systems were also talking about the first sage in 1,000 years in their own language. The sage seal transformed into a series of brilliant characters, but it kept changing. According to the records, when an 8th-stage profound sage showed their divinity in front of the masses, the sage seal would be directly branded onto the void. No one had ever heard of a constantly changing sage seal. Exactly what you would expect from the first sage in 1,000 years. He was definitely out of the ordinary. The sage seal was constantly changing. Vaguely, the cultivators of the entire universe were able to see the words tyrannical, song, armor, book, whale, saber, path, virtuous. Strange, why did a senior monk from the Buddhist faction have words such as tyrannical, saber, and armor in his sage seal? The only word that seemed to fit the image of this senior monk was the word virtuous. After about 10 breaths, in the void, the sage seal of the first sage in 1,000 years finally condensed. Tyrannical Song. The 2-word sage seal remained suspended in the void, and all the cultivators in the world were influenced by it. Everyone would firmly remember the name Tyrannical Song during the next year. The first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Monk Tyrannical Song. In 9 provinces number 1 group. The words Tyrannical Song made my heart skip a beat, Fairy Lychee said. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue, thrice reckless mad Saber, when I saw those 2 words, I immediately thought of little friend Song Shuheng. The fellow Taoists in the group all fell silent. True monarch Yellow Mountain, let's keep watching. In the void, the frame of the divinity show continued to shift downwards, and finally the face of Senior Monk Tyrannical Song entered the frame. Practitioners from all over the world had looks of expectation on their faces as they watched the divinity show, eager to see Senior Monk Tyrannical Song's real appearance. In particular, there was a number of small cultivators that wore an admiring expression on their faces while waiting to see the bearing of the first sage in 1,000 years. The first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Monk Tyrannical Song. Although they still hadn't seen his face, whether it was the dignified empress made of golden light or that straight figure of his, both had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the majority of practitioners. Gradually, Tyrannical Song's face was reflected in everyone's eyes. The senior monk's face was different from what the practitioners of the world had expected. Practitioners from all over the world believed that Senior Monk Tyrannical Song would have the appearance of a compassionate senior monk. He might look somewhat old, but he would definitely have a merciful and compassionate face, with eyes full of wisdom. But just as Senior Monk Tyrannical Song's face was revealed in front of the masses, everyone saw the face of a youth, energetic and full of vitality. How should they put it? It looked quite delicate. Senior Monk Tyrannical Song had bright eyes filled with wisdom. However, they weren't the same as the eyes filled with great wisdom they had been expecting. The supposed senior monk had actually turned out to be a young neighborhood boy. All the practitioners looked at the young face, and then suddenly it came to them, could this be the so-called returning to simplicity? If a true senior monk were to stand in front of you, you wouldn't be able to figure out that he was a senior monk, you would feel that he was a completely ordinary monk instead. However, regardless of how the world looked at him, it would not change his status as a senior monk. This was what it meant to be a real, senior monk. For a while, lively and excited discussions ensued among cultivators and practitioners of other systems that didn't know who Song Shuheng was. As for those cultivators who knew him, they had long been stunned. Among them were those powers who were acquainted and friendly with Song Shuheng, such as the scholarly faction, those of Yu Jiaojiaosi race, the disciples of the Chu family, and the Western monk. Mr. Tyrannical Saber has already gained enlightenment and ascended to become an 8th-stage profound sage. Cultivators from the scholarly faction couldn't believe what they were seeing. After all, it wasn't that long ago when Mr. Tyrannical Saber had been a guest at their scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy. Although he had been able to save the scholarly faction and the world of the Golden Lotus, at that time, Mr. Tyrannical Saber's personal strength hadn't been that impressive. The disciples of the Chu family looked at Mr. Profound Sage Song with an admiring expression. Had Mr. Song Shuheng been hiding his strength all this time? The Western monk pointed at the baldy Song Shuheng in the sky, and told his master Wu Yinzi, "Teacher, in the end, it's still better if I join the Buddhist faction. Wu Inzi. F***ck. Why did the first sage in 1,000 years have to be a Buddhist monk? Why couldn't it be someone from our great Taoist faction? I really wish that our great Taoist faction could also give rise to a profound sage. No, one isn't enough, it would be best if it could churn out 2 or 3 profound sages in a single go. That would definitely be a slap in the Buddhist faction's face. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Who can tell me what is happening? Why has little friend Xu Heng suddenly ascended to the 8th stage, showing divinity in front of the masses? Even if he took some ancient wonder drug, it couldn't possibly bring about such an effect, could it? Young Master Phoenix Slayer was shocked. Little friend Song Shuheng's cheat-like breaking through speed had shocked the fellow Taoists of 9 provinces number 1 group time and time again. However, Song Shuheng seemed to think that the seniors in 9 provinces number 1 group weren't shocked enough, and so he simply activated his strongest cheat, jumping straight into the 8th stage realm and even showing divinity in front of the masses. Did he really want to surprise everyone to death? Island Master Tian Kong said, "Heavens, this is unscientific." Vice Island Master Tian Wei said, "Heavens, this is uncultivation." Sun-splitting halberd Guada, picture of a cute puppy. Picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. I have a conjecture, could this fellow who had transcended the tribulation be an ancestor of little friend Song Shuheng? It could someone from ancient times who only broke through now, going through the heavenly tribulation and ascending to the 8th stage? Sun-splitting halberd Guada guessed. Fairy Lychee, the chances are simply too low. Thrice reckless mad Saber, perhaps it's the shady fortune teller passing himself off as Song Shuheng? After getting captured by that senior, maybe the shady fortune teller had a fortuitous encounter and broke through again? Do you think that's even possible? Copper Trigram had just broken through to the 6th stage, so he'd first have to ascend to the 7th stage, Northern River's loose cultivator denied. At this time, Su Clan 16 said calmly, "It's Shuheng, it's not some other person." She was absolutely sure that it was Shuheng, there was no mistaking it. "It's indeed little friend Shuheng," Medicine Master added. Only Shuheng could have that look full of youthfulness. Furthermore, the whole process of showing one's divinity in front of the masses originated from the power of heaven and earth. Even if that shady fortune teller assumed someone else's appearance while transcending the tribulation, he would still reveal his real face when showing his divinity in front of the masses. With that said, Medicine Master suddenly looked forward to the moment Immortal Master Copper Trigram ascended to the 8th stage. Fairy Dreamland, Soft Feather, also added, "It's undoubtedly Senior Song. You can recognize him at a glance with his current appearance. Otherwise, we can make a bet. I'll be the banker." Miss Soft Feather's train of thought was truly different from that of the masses. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, this daughter of his actually wanted to sit down be the banker. Should he support her? Fairy Dongfang 6 remained silent. She looked at Demon Monarch Nirvana, who was beside her and was likewise silent. They had a small guess in their hearts, but they planned to wait until little friend Shuheng came back or finished showing his divinity in front of the masses. "Doudou, I've got one thing to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it." The day before yesterday, Song Shuheng told him that he would soon catch up to him. Then, after one day of sleep, Song Shuheng had already reached the 8th stage. Calf * Cur. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, if this is really little friend Shuheng, just what kind of cheat did he use? I can only kneel. Question: how can one directly jump from the 3rd stage to the 8th stage profound sage realm? Please, share the experience. When the bright moon appears burst into tears. The scholar's heart felt so stifled that he wanted to go to the toilet and cry himself to sleep. At this moment, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shouted, Wait, there is another change. Changes seem to be taking place in the frame of the Divinity Show. The frame shifted from Song Shuhang's body, moving towards his back. Indistinctly, people were able to see another figure. No. It wasn't one, but 3 figures. There were unexpectedly 3 figures behind little friend Song Shuhang. Since the picture of the divinity show had focused on those 3 figures, could it be that another 3 profound sages had been born? Boom! Practitioners from all over the world all burst into excitement. This, could it be that senior monk Tyrannical Song hadn't been alone during the tribulation, and had collaborated with other 3 fellow Taoists to survive? Wasn't this too crazy? The first sage in 1,000 years had unexpectedly worked together with the second, third, and fourth sages to transcend the tribulation? Could it be Senior White? The fellow Taoists from 9 provinces immediately guessed. None of them looks like Senior White. Moreover, their posture seems to be a little off. True monarch Yellow Mountain had sharp eyes, and felt that the posture of the 3 at the back was rather cowardly. The frame then gradually zoomed in. Afterward, practitioners all over the world turned silent. This was mainly due to the posture of the second, third, and fourth sages in 1,000 years. The frame orderly shifted from one to the other. The second sage in 1,000 years, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, was wearing a tattered black windbreaker with scars evident on his body. At this moment, he was curled up into a ball, holding his head while squatting down. His body was shaking slightly, it seemed as if he was trembling. Next up was the third sage in 1,000 years, the seriously injured Eternity. Eternity was rather handsome, and normally speaking, he would be a fitting partner in the eyes of most female cultivators. But at this moment, just like Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, he was holding his head while squatting down, a truly cowardly posture. Finally was the fourth sage in 1,000 years, the frenzied strength imparter, Taoist priest Horizon. He was in an even more cowardly posture, with him in an oars posture, kneeling on the ground. After they had shown their divinity in front of the masses, the sage seals of the trio began condensing. Due to the 3 of them being unconscious, which made them unable to choose their sage seal, the principles of heaven and earth directly used their Taoist names to create the sage seals. The second sage in 1,000 years, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. The third sage in 1,000 years, Eternity. The fourth sage in 1,000 years, Horizon. These 3 were all clearly from the Taoist faction. Unlike the domineering bearing of Senior Monk Tyrannical Song, which caused every Buddhist cultivator in the world to chant the name of Buddha, Taoist cultivators from all over the world felt their hearts become stifled when they saw this scene. There seemed to be something blocked in their hearts, making the air they breathed congested and hot. These 3 profound sages from the Taoist faction were simply too cowardly. Wu Yinzi cried out, F***ck. He had just made a wish for 2 or 3 Taoist profound sages to be churned out so that they could slap the face of the Buddhist faction, but he hadn't expected that his wish would be fulfilled this quickly. However, when the wish was fulfilled, it made his heart feel pained. I suddenly don't know what to say. I've only got this feeling of wanting to burst into tears. The frenzied strength imparter, Horizon. Did he actually become a profound sage? Many people recognized the frenzied strength imparter, Horizon, and they all seemed unable to believe what they were seeing. The posture of those 3 profound sages from the Taoist faction, is it some special posture to transcend the tribulation? Some people were trying to forcefully whitewash the 3 profound sages from the Taoist faction. Perhaps it's a 3-in-1 formation that can bring about immeasurable power, which then allowed them to survive the group tribulation, some people immediately said. The corners of the mouth of a veteran Taoist profound sage living in seclusion twitched. Oh great immortals, these 3 cowards are simply losing the face of us Taoists. The disciples in Eternity's family rubbed their eyes, especially that simple-looking man. F***ck. Did I mistook him for someone else, or has the young master become an 8th stage profound sage? The people in Horizon's sect were even more stunned. They knew the strength of Elder Horizon better than anyone else. How did their elder suddenly become a sage? After the frame of the divinity show swept the three people, it then zoomed out, showing everyone. Dignified Empress, floated high. On the left side was a coward holding his head and squatting down, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. In the middle was Song Shuhang, standing straight. On the right side was another coward holding his head and squatting down, Eternity. At the back, still in an oar's posture, Horizon. This frame was simply too beautiful, more than one could take. Fairy Dongfang 6 and Demon Monarch Nirvana glanced at one another. Demon Monarch Nirvana then flipped open a small book, and silently wrote a few words, thoughts on the possibility to transcend the tribulation as a group. Meanwhile, in the limitless demon sect, young Master Hai's eyes widened, and blood spewed out of his mouth as his complexion paled. 8th stage Profound Sage, showing divinity in front of the masses, young Master Hai gazed at the void, squeezing out these words. This simply went against the principles of cultivation. That, stressed by a mountain of books, hadn't even completed his 100 days foundation establishment when they first met. Back then, young Master Hai could have killed him with one finger, and simply hadn't put him in his eyes. But now, the opposite party was already an 8th stage Profound Sage? What kind of joke was this? Wait a moment, is this an illusion? Young Master Hai closed his eyes. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and held a new magical treasure, activating it. It was the magical treasure he had prepared to deal with that cursed nightmare that would torment him from time to time. When this magical treasure with the capacity to break illusions and remove nightmares was coupled with the mental type treasure that young Master Hai already had, it could greatly weaken the effects of the curse afflicting his body. After the magical treasure was activated, young Master Hai felt refreshed. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the void again. In the void, the divinity show had yet to end. In the picture, Song Shuhang had his eyes closed, and with the golden lamia serving as contrast, he gave off the aura of a great expert. It wasn't an illusion, and it wasn't a dream either, it was cruel reality. That salted fish called stressed by a mountain of books had already advanced to the 8th stage Profound Sage realm. How is this possible? How? Young Master Hai said, gritting his teeth. Next to him, Zhengning rested his hands on his wooden sword, his expressionless calm. Demon Monarch Anji furrowed his brows, and likewise gazed at the divinity show in the void. After a while, he said, "This new Profound Sage looks somewhat familiar." Demon Monarch Anji wasn't human. Therefore, he had always had trouble telling humans apart. Even if he had seen someone a few days ago, he might not recognize them when meeting them the next time. "It's that fellow called stressed by a mountain of books," Zhengning said calmly. "What? That salted fish? Impossible." Demon Monarch Anji was shocked. A few months ago, he had casually grabbed that stressed by a mountain of books and almost killed him. Now, that very same guy was showing his divinity in front of the masses? What a huge joke. This is undoubtedly the truth. Zhengning calmly closed his eyes. Perhaps he was an expert trying to experience a normal life in the mortal world, and he ended up meeting us by coincidence. Now that his experience has come to an end, he naturally advanced to the 8th stage. Many powerful seniors would choose to conceal themselves among ordinary people at intervals of a few hundred years, living like normal people. This experience could further strengthen their will and heart. Then, there were also some seniors that would decide to experience a normal life in the mortal world right before breaking through to the next realm. This experience could clear their hearts and worries, allowing them to face the tribulation in perfect condition. This stressed by a mountain of books was probably one of the latter. Demon Monarch Anji. Stressed by a mountain of books was a senior experiencing a normal life in the mortal world? His heart felt truly stifled. Young Master Hai closely watched the picture in the void. That guy was experiencing the life of a normal person? It seemed this was the only reasonable explanation as to why, stressed by a mountain of books, had advanced to the 8th stage realm in just a few months, showing his divinity in front of the masses. After a short moment, young Master Hai closed his eyes, and said gravely, regardless of what is happening, it's no longer possible to solve the contradiction between stressed by a mountain of books and I. Now, let's forget about everything else and concentrate on advancing to the 5th stage realm and condense a golden core realm with 7 or even 8 dragon patterns. That's the only way we have to participate in the great plan of the limitless demon sect. Our future achievements won't be inferior to those of a profound sage. We'll go even one step further, reaching the 9th stage tribulation transcend a realm, and perhaps even becoming immortals. Since stepping on the path of cultivation, he had had only one objective, reaching immortality. Everything he had done was for the sake of becoming an immortal. He had 2 options now, either die while walking on the path to immortality, or reach the immortal realm. There was no third option. Young Master Hai took a deep breath, and used a meditation technique to calm himself. He couldn't keep watching or thinking about this matter. Otherwise, that stressed by a mountain of books might become his inner demon while advancing to the 5th stage. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, the Eye of the Sea King was also closely watching the divinity show. The first sage in 1,000 years, it said gravely. Its tone was somewhat bleak. The sea urchin warriors kneeling below were trembling. Whenever the Sea King used that tone, it meant that he was in a really bad mood. Each time this happened, the sea urchin warriors would see a bloody scene. After a while, the voice of the Sea King settled down. After another long while, the Sea King said gravely, "Do you still want to deal with the first sage in 1,000 years?" Next to the Sea King, that rough-looking wooden puppet didn't reply. Was this your plan? Even after using that ready-to-die cultivator to bring down the heavenly tribulation, you weren't able to injure the opposite party in the slightest. Instead, you made him break through and show his divinity in front of the masses. Hehehe, the Sea King sneered. I refuse to believe that he has already reached the 8th stage realm, the rough puppet said in a grave tone. The Sea King replied, You still refuse to believe? Ahaha. Then, what is that picture above your head? Do you want to tell me that he's not showing his divinity in front of the masses? The name, Tyrannical Song, was engraved in our consciousness, and won't disappear for the next year. Isn't this the sage seal? I'll use my means to investigate this matter and get to the bottom of it. I don't believe this to be true, said the puppet. After saying this much, it threw to the ground the right leg piece of the silver armor, gradually melding into the darkness and disappearing. The Sea King picked up the silver shin guard, slowly looking at the picture of the first sage in 1,000 years above its head, falling into deep thought. With the whole world watching, Song Shuhang stood straight. He had been standing like this since the very beginning, not moving in the slightest. It wasn't that he was trying to act cool, but he was still breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th stage realm. When a cultivator was in the 3rd stage realm, they had to break through their 4 mysterious meridians. Each time they opened a meridian, their strength would greatly increase for a short period. Then, after reaching the 4th stage realm, the constitution of the cultivator would get 4 to 10 times stronger, and the meridians in their body would always be open, allowing them to benefit from body of the Battle King all the time. Every single one of their moves would have the same strength as that of a cultivator of the 3rd stage giving their all. Song Shuhang's constitution had already reached the 4th stage, and after his body got tempered by that super heavenly tribulation, added to the boost he received after breaking through, his constitution was directly pushed to the limit of the 4th stage. Other than their constitution getting stronger, the liquid, true qi, inside the body of a cultivator would transform into innate true yuan after advancing to the 4th stage. Innate true yuan was the ultimate form of true qi, and after going one step further, it was possible to transform innate true yuan into spiritual energy, advancing to the 5th stage realm and condensing a life-bound golden core. What Song Shuheng practiced was the 33 divine beasts technique, and the pseudo-innate true qi inside his body transformed into innate true yuan very quickly. However, the amount of true qi in his body was far higher than that of other cultivators of his level. As such, the time it took him to complete the process didn't really change that much in the end. After true qi of a cultivator had changed into innate true yuan, it would finally be able to keep up with the energy consumed to ride a flying sword. At the same time, the fact that the body of the Battle King was constantly active guaranteed that the body of the cultivator wouldn't suddenly break due to being too weak while riding their flying sword. At this time, Song Shuheng was somewhat excited. He had finally practiced to the realm where he could ride a flying sword. Once he had familiarized himself with the saber riding process, his acrophobia would definitely turn for the better. Around 30 breaths later, all the true qi in Song Shuheng's body had transformed into high-quality innate true yuan. Afterward, he entered the last phase of the breaking through process. All the innate true yuan in his body flowed back into his original dantian, starting to condense there. An illusory true yuan core would condense in the original dantian of each cultivator of the 4th stage. Cultivators called this true yuan core illusory core, and it had a certain relationship with the life-bound golden core one would condense after advancing to the 5th stage. However, there was already a core in Song Shuheng's original dantian. It was precisely the projection of the great whale that came to be after those 33 beasts had fused together. Now, as his innate true yuan flowed back into his original dantian, the true yuan merged with the projection of the great whale. At the same time, the sage seal, which represented Song Shuheng's status, also did its part, pushing its way into Song Shuheng's original dantian. The sage seal with the words Tyrannical Song written on it floated right above the projection of the huge whale. Soon after, the huge whale was quietly empowered by the sage seal, with its shape starting to change again. Under normal circumstances, the illusory core inside the body of a cultivator should be round, but now, the huge whale in Song Shuheng's body had replaced the illusory core. After transforming, the huge whale had changed beyond recognition. It was fat, had a huge mouth, horns on its head, scales all over the body, and claws attached to its belly. It didn't look like a whale at all. On the contrary, it looked more like a draconic beast. However, it was still somewhat different from dragons. Song Shuheng also didn't know how to describe the fat whale inside his body. This illusory core isn't going to give me problems, right? Song Shuheng thought to himself. The heavenly tribulation he had transcended wasn't the ordinary tribulation of the 4th stage. As such, he didn't know if the fat whale illusory core, in his original dantian was something all those who practiced the 33 divine beasts technique had, or if it was some kind of mutated item. Whatever. I'll just ask Venerable White after leaving the heavenly tribulation realm, Song Shuheng thought to himself. After completing the breakthrough, Song Shuheng opened his eyes. Now, how to leave the heavenly tribulation realm? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a piece of information was transmitted to his mind. After an 8th stage profound sage had shown their divinity in front of the masses and condensed a sage seal, no person in the world wouldn't know their name. But after showing their divinity in front of the masses, there was still another thing the 8th stage profound sage had to do. They had to give the profound sage speech. After advancing to the profound sage realm, they had to hold a speech in front of the myriad practitioners in the universe. This rule had been there since ancient times, and it was very likely something the first wielder of the will had said after taking control of the will of the heavens. Heavens, what to do now? Heavens, what to do now? Song Shuheng's heart was stifled. He was just a newly ascended 4th stage cultivator, and even after counting the time that he'd spent cultivating in the time city of the crystal clear water pavilion, not more than 4 months had passed since he had started. He'd only been able to experience so much, and faced with the task of having to deliver a speech in front of practitioners from all kinds of systems, what could he say? Should he talk about 5-year simulation for the 3-year university entrance examination 1? If he were to talk about that, he would probably get beaten up by practitioners from all over the world. Or, should he talk about his cultivation experience? However, in retrospect, he didn't have much to say about his cultivation experience. Furthermore, with regard to what he'd experienced, few people in the world would believe him. After joining the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, he had followed his seniors and trained a little bit, without even acknowledging a teacher. Afterward, he reached the 4th stage under the guidance of these seniors from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He couldn't just tell the practitioners from all over the world, in all honesty, cultivation is mostly about fate and luck. I trained a little and followed my seniors around, and in a little over 4 months, I've already reached the 4th stage. Practitioners from all over the world would definitely beat him if he said that. Moreover, he wasn't the scholarly sage. He wouldn't be able to display a smile similar to that of the scholarly sage and then simply introduce to everyone his cool birth, his cool childhood, his cool training, and his cool achievements. If he couldn't talk about his cultivation, then should he talk about his tribulation transcending experience? After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang looked at Eternity and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who were beside him and holding their heads while squatting down. Moreover, there was still Senior Horizon, who had assumed the boar's posture before anyone realized. Thinking back to what he had experienced in this tribulation. The first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation was relatively weak. At that time, everyone was able to face it head-on. Come, fight me. The second wave of the Heavenly Tribulation, here, they used the hold one's head and squat down posture while faintly swaying. The third wave of the Heavenly Tribulation, at that time, the boar's posture appeared, and they knelt on the ground. At last, he came across Senior Almighty Merchant, who provided him timely assistance. Degree, how could he possibly share such a tribulation experience with others? Seeing that the time for his profound sage-level speech was approaching, cold sweat covered Song Shuhang. What do I say? What can I talk about? Who can give me a draft? At this time, practitioners from all over the world were all looking at the sky with heads raised. Although the previous divinity show had been quite exciting for everyone, these practitioners were more interested in the following profound sage-level speech. According to the records, after the 8th stage profound sage had displayed their divinity in front of the masses and condensed the sage seal, a profound sage-level speech would soon follow. In ancient times, the cultivators, even if they were loose cultivators, would have relatively fast cultivation speed. This wasn't only due to the strong spiritual energy in the world at the time, but also because 8th stage profound sages would appear every 100 or 200 years or so during that time period. As such, loose cultivators could frequently listen to profound sage-level speeches, benefiting greatly. This first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Monk Tyrannical Song, what was he going to talk about? Merciful Buddha, will Great Master Tyrannical Song explain Mahayana scriptures? Us Buddhists would be definitely interested, the Buddhist disciples said excitedly. In this little monk's opinion, lotus flowers will bloom from Great Master Tyrannical Song's mouth as he discusses the wonders of life. Perhaps Great Master Tyrannical Song will condense an 8th stage golden lotus, explaining the wonders of the state of mind, bringing his palms together as a simple greeting while smiling with the purity of a lotus flower. This monk thinks that Great Master Tyrannical Song will explain the principles of virtue. The Great Master has condensed his power of virtue to an unprecedented and extreme state. Perhaps he'll discuss the wonders of the light of virtue. The Buddhist disciples all made various comments, but without exception, they all believed that they'd benefit greatly tonight. Some Buddhist disciples had tactfully taken out pen and paper, prepared to record Great Master Tyrannical Song speech so they could study it well later. Finally, it was time for the profound sage-level speech. Song Shuhang still hadn't figured out what to say, but the time had already come. He braced himself, using everything he had to keep a calm and straight face. What do I do? What do I do? Song Shuhang could feel billions of eyes staring at him from all over the universe. Practitioners of all kinds were all staring at him. The pressure was as great as a mountain. If there's nothing I can do, I'll just risk it all. Anyway, I'm already bald, so I'd better sit cross-legged and put the lotus blossoming tongue skill to good use, imitating Buddha and just wearing a smile without saying a word. Afterward, with a profound expression, I could say to practitioners from all over the world something like, "Do you understand? This way, there's a great chance that I'll be able to get through by fooling everyone. It's here, it's here. The profound sage-level speech is coming." Practitioners from all over the universe under the 8th stage realm did everything they could to put their other matters aside and gaze at the sky in order to listen to the profound sage-level speech. Even some of the great sect's hidden 8th stage experts sat quietly, waiting to hear what this newly advanced fellow Taoist had to say about cultivation. Perhaps they could also comprehend a few things through analogy. At this moment, under the gaze of practitioners from all over the universe, Song Shuhang sat cross-legged. When he sat down, the empress-like virtuous Lamia floating behind him also bent down, attaching herself to his body and boosting even further Song Shuhang's awe-inspiring aura. Song Shuhang's eyes slightly lowered as if he was entering a state of meditation. A moment later, he opened his mouth, gently letting out a breath. In the end, he did not imitate Buddha's posture of picking up a flower and smiling, for imitating such a posture would only let him deceive those lower-level cultivators. He definitely wouldn't be able to fool the stronger ones. At that time, he might just end up getting beaten up. At last, just as the profound sage-level speech started, Song Shuhang got an idea. Although he didn't know any speech, he could recite from memory the speech of another powerful cultivator. He still remembered the speeches that the scholarly sage and immortal Chenglin had given back then. The scholarly faction held the copyright for the speech of the scholarly sage, and he couldn't casually talk about it in front of everyone. However, there was no problem in doing so for immortal Chenglin's speech. Therefore, he recalled the whole process of Empress Chenglin's speech. Chenglin's speech didn't begin with something profound, but with the widely circulated Taoist canon. Song Shuhang imitated Chenglin's posture when she had begun her speech, imitating her aura as well. There was a lot of karma involved between Song Shuhang and Chenglin, to the point that Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, Yi Si, was one of Chenglin's fragments. Therefore, as Song Shuhang started imitating Chenglin, his aura changed accordingly. A deep and enigmatic aura emanated from Song Shuhang's body. It was both mysterious and wondrous. Practitioners from all over the world that were paying attention to the profound sage-level speech froze. They felt that the first sage in 1,000 years, Great Master Tyrannical Song, had seemingly turned into a different person as the speech was about to begin. The virtuous Lamia wrapped around Song Shuhang, and under the bright light of virtue, people weren't able to see his appearance clearly. However, when practitioners from all over the universe saw the bright light of virtue, they suddenly realized many things. The dazzling light of virtue was like a mirror formed from the path of virtue. Taoist, Buddhist, demonic, and monster cultivators, as well as ancient witches and ancient sorcerers, as long as these people had no evil thoughts directed at Song Shuhang, they were able to see their own reflection in the light of virtue, discovering many things about them. The profound sage had yet to begin his speech, and practitioners from all over the universe had already benefited a lot. However, the Sea King, the mysterious puppet cultivator, demon monarch Anji, and a few other cultivators of the limitless demon sect only felt that the light of virtue was extremely dazzling and didn't gain any insight from it. The virtuous Lamia helped Song Shuhang appear even more outstanding. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's hands formed a Taoist seal, and he slowly opened his mouth. His voice sounded as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of life, as if it came from ancient times. Song Shuhang slowly recited the introduction of the Taoist canon, neither fast nor slow. The Taoist canon was widely spread in the world of cultivation, with not only the Taoist disciples, but even demonic, Buddhists, and monster cultivators having a rough understanding of it. All over the universe, countless practitioners had heard about the Taoist canon, and some Taoist disciples had to listen to it since childhood, to the point that they had gotten sick of it. But now, Song Shuheng explained the Taoist canon from a completely different point of view, something unheard of. His words were full of mystery, and the profound content of the Taoist canon was explained in just a few words. As Shuheng spoke, people could indistinctly see pure white lotus flowers blooming from the mouth of the first sage in 1,000 years. As these lotus flowers bloomed, the wonders and beauty of Tyrannical Song's profound sage-level speech rose by a notch. The lotus flowers were just the beginning of the phenomenon brought about by the speech. Later, during the profound sage-level speech, every word of Song Shuheng transformed into the sound of the Great Way, resonating with heaven and earth. The unceasing emergence of auspicious clouds and white lotuses, coupled with the sound from the speech, seemed like a piece of music that made all the practitioners intoxicated. The same content was heard differently by different people, with everyone having their own understanding. This isn't a profound sage-level speech. A veteran profound sage of the Taoist faction breathed heavily, and said, "This is a tribulation transcend-level speech." No, perhaps it was of an even higher level. A tribulation transcend-level speech? However, hasn't profound sage Tyrannical Song just ascended to the 8th stage? A disciple asked doubtfully. I'm definitely not mistaken, this simply cannot be a profound sage-level speech. It is very likely that this Tyrannical Song had a tribulation transcender for a teacher. It's likely that he was gradually influenced by his teacher, and the level of his speech ended up being way higher than profound sage rank, the old profound sage said seriously. Strange, why is Great Master Tyrannical Song not talking about Buddhist or Mahayana scriptures, and instead speaking of the Taoist canon? Many people of the Buddhist faction were doubtful. Furthermore, Great Master Tyrannical Song's speech on the Taoist canon was very profound. It was clear that this first sage in 1,000 years had studied the Taoist canon to an unimaginable level. Could it be that Great Master Tyrannical Song isn't a Buddhist cultivator? Unconsciously, this thought flashed in the minds of many people. In the 9-province No. 1 group, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, Fairy Lychee, this profound sage-level speech, why the hell did it sound so familiar? Aside from Spirit Butterfly, Tyrant Flood Dragon, and Lychee, True Monarch Fallout, Great Master Profound Principle, and Great Master Profound Principle also sent a series of ellipses. Fairy Lychee, Senior Spirit Butterfly, what's the matter? Island Master Tian Kong asked out of curiosity. Now then, the way fellow Taoist Tyrannical Saber explained the Taoist canon was truly marvelous. Each word was very profound, and it allowed me to benefit immensely, Vice Island Master Tian Wei said. I feel that the level of this speech related to the Taoist canon might be higher than the profound sage rank, Su Clan 7 said. Little friend Shuheng was unexpectedly able to talk about such a profound argument. Cough. If I'm not mistaken, this speech related to the Taoist canon should be the same one we heard in the immortal cave of that immortal, right? True Monarch Fallout said. Indeed. However, that immortal used an ancient language when explaining the Taoist canon, while little friend Song Shuheng translated it to Chinese, Fairy Lychee replied. The lot of them had entered Immortal Chenglin's immortal cave alongside Venerable White, braving risks inside. After it was translated into Chinese, the level of the Taoist canon decreased a little, dropping from the immortal rank to the tribulation transcender rank. If you guys have time, you should definitely head to Immortal Chenglin's ruins alongside Senior White and listen to the original version of her speech. Its effects are even better, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said with a nod. After reading this conversation, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces No. 1 group that still hadn't entered Immortal Chenglin's ruins discovered what had happened. Heavens, little friend Shuhang is truly quick-witted, Dharma King Creation said. However, little friend Song Shuhang was still able to create a resonance between heaven and earth after repeating this immortal-level speech. This means that he, too, has a very deep understanding of the Taoist canon. Not bad, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said via voice message. Fairy Dreamland, Soft Feather, Senior Song is the best. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's body stiffened, and he forcefully swallowed back into his belly the second part of the sentence where he was praising Song Shuhang. He had been too careless. Up until now, he hadn't considered little friend Song Shuhang a threat due to his cross-dressing fetish. But now, the opposite party had produced great results in just a few months. He saved the Chu family back then, and now, he went ahead and showed his divinity in front of the masses after transcending the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. After these events, Soft Feather's good impression of Song Shuhang had skyrocketed. He couldn't afford to be this careless anymore. Otherwise, he might end up losing his beloved daughter. Venerable was in deep thought. In short, little friend Song Shuhang got past the hurdle of the profound sage-level speech thanks to his quick-wittedness, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. However, I'm worried about fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman. What about his profound sage-level speech? Fellow Taoist Song Shuhang had been quick-witted enough to copy Cheng Lin's speech and repeat it, but fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman hadn't gone to Cheng Lin's ruins, and he knew nothing about this speech. Fairy Lychee said, at this time, fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman is still keeping up that cowardly position where he's holding his head and squatting down, and it is unknown if he has regained consciousness. There are also that eternity in the frenzied strength imparter, fellow Taoist Horizon. I'm curious as to what they'll talk about. Fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman has a unique understanding of talismans. If he can talk about the way of talismans, it would be pretty good, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said after pondering for a moment. Northern River's loose cultivator, actually, you don't need to worry that much about fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman. Given his solid foundation, he might really be able to take out a profound sage-level speech. I'm more worried about the other two. If fellow Taoist Horizon has to talk about something, he might go ahead and tell everyone about his strength-imparting experience. He's definitely very skilled in that field, True Monarch Fallout said after pondering for a moment. His strength-imparting experience? Will the world of cultivators be filled with small frenzied strength imparters from now on? It sounds rather scary, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Fairy Lychee, at that time, low-level cultivators would have to pay attention at any time so as to avoid a powerful senior suddenly appearing in front of them and forcefully imparting onto them several years' worth of strength. At that time, the trust between younger cultivators and seniors would be lost forever. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group trembled after imagining such a scene. At this time, Dharma King Creation had a sudden idea. When showing one's divinity in front of the masses, does the profound sage-level speech have to be a speech? Because, as I see it, this profound sage-level speech is nothing but a huge live broadcast, half-mandatory one on top of that. A pop-up window would appear in front of all cultivators, notifying them about the divinity show, and inviting them to join the channel with the profound sage-level speech. Therefore, I was thinking, it would be pretty cool if I could sing loudly and hold a universal concert during the profound sage-level speech after advancing to the 8th stage profound sage realm. If all the cultivators in the universe could hear me singing, would definitely feel super motivated. As soon as Dharma King Creation sent this message, the entire 9 provinces number 1 group quieted down. No one dared to praise Dharma King's initiative. The various fellow Taoists were in panic mode. Dharma King Creation had seemingly unveiled the biggest secret of the profound sage-level speech. Someday in the future, after he had advanced to the 8th stage profound sage realm and held a universal concert, the entire world of cultivators would be done for. Hey, how come you are all silent? Dharma King Creation said. After quite a while. Dharma King Creation, guys. After another long while. Dharma King Creation, F*CK, alright, I'll break the silence myself. Can you guys stop acting like this? It was just a metaphor, alright? I wasn't really going to hold a universal concert. In addition, I'm still at the 5th stage realm, and there is a long time before I show my divinity in front of the masses. As such, why did you all keep silent? Don't you know that not saying a word can sometimes hurt others? Ahahaha, I feel relieved after knowing that fellow Taoist creation was just joking. True Monarch Northern River heaved a sigh of relief. Fellow Taoist creation, you should have said it earlier. You almost scared me to death. There are things you can't joke about, and you should have said it right after the message that you were joking so as to avoid this embarrassing situation, thrice reckless mad Saber said. Cough, I suddenly lost my internet connection. I wasn't staying silent on purpose, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. Lost internet connection, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Me too, Island Master Tian Kong said. My elder brother lost his internet connection, and so did I. We use the same network, Vice Island Master Tian Wei said. Dharma King Creation. Lost internet connection your sister. I've decided, after I advance to the 8th stage, I won't stop at singing. I'll dance and sing very loudly, shocking every one of you bastards to death. The corner of Fairy Lychee's mouth twitched. She quickly changed the topic of conversation. Actually, what fellow Taoist creation said is correct. The profound sage-level speech doesn't necessarily have to be a speech. There are many things one can do. For example, Fairy Dongfang 6 might perform her 9 bewitching dance steps at that time. When the bright moon appears, wonderful. I want to hold a calligraphy lesson when the time comes, thoroughly explaining the art of calligraphy. I'll seize the opportunity to write down my Taoist name 1,000 times. That way, all the cultivators in the universe would be able to firmly keep it in mind. After Scholar Drunken XXX sent the message, the 9 provinces number 1 group quieted down again, and none dared to respond. Hey, why did you become silent all of a sudden? When the bright moon appears, asked out of curiosity. After a short while. When the bright moon appears, guys? After another short while. When the bright moon appears, guys, say something. After another long while. Enough, say something. Sometimes, it's really hurtful when no one replies. When the bright moon appears said angrily. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, fellow Taoist Drunken Star, after showing your divinity in front of the masses, you'll condense the sage seal. At that time, all the cultivators in the universe would firmly keep in mind your name, unable to forget it even if they wanted to. Therefore, there is no need for you to resort to calligraphy. When the bright moon appears. In that case, why did none of you reply? Amidst the divinity show. Song Shuhang's speech was coming to an end. All the practitioners in the universe were enthralled, and wished that the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, could keep speaking forever. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang was at the end of his rope, for he had heard only this much from Qinglin. It was already quite the feat that he had managed to repeat this well the part he had heard. Although Song Shuhang looked calm, he felt huge pressure at this moment. He felt as if countless eyes were staring at him all the time, making him feel rather uncomfortable. However, even if the profound sage-level speech looked scary, it wasn't really a dangerous experience. The speech is going to be over soon. Song Shuhang thought to himself. In addition, he had consumed a lot of energy while transcending the tribulation. As such, he got somewhat hungry when he smelled the aroma of his lotus-blossoming tongue skill. Along with Song Shuhang's speech coming to an end, the sound of the Great Way gradually settled down, becoming lower and lower. All the practitioners in the universe understood that it was a sign that the speech of the profound sage was about to come to an end. Is it about to finish? What, already? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, please continue for a little more. I wish I could use all the good deeds I've accumulated to let Profound Sage Tyrannical Song continue with this speech forever. The wishes of the practitioners in the universe turned into a mysterious power that headed toward Song Shuhang. It was something akin to the power of faith. When this power of faith fell onto Song Shuhang's body, it changed into a huge amount of power of virtue that blended into his body. The profound sage-level speech could allow all the practitioners in the universe to have a glimpse of the great way for free. As such, wouldn't the profound sage be on the losing end here? However, the answer was no. Because the speech was a great opportunity for the profound sage as well. The process where one showed their divinity in front of the masses was the only opportunity a cultivator had in their life to give a speech in front of the myriad practitioners in the universe. Not making distinctions and giving a speech to all the practitioners in the universe was undoubtedly a great deed. As such, after the end of the speech, even a profound sage that hadn't accumulated any power of virtue would instantly condense a large amount of it. The golden light of virtue filling the sky fell on Song Shuhang's body, merging with the virtuous lamia attached to his body. The virtuous lamia blinked her eyes. Then, she slowly fell backwards, calling out pitifully, "Ah!" Afterward, she tilted her head, and died. The virtuous lamia screamed miserably, her expression very vivid. After she died, she lay on the ground, completely still. She took playing dead very seriously. Furthermore, her skill in playing dead was becoming better and better, becoming more and more realistic. This scene was instantly transmitted through the frame of the profound sage-level speech to all the practitioners in the universe. The sudden change that occurred to the virtuous lamia had startled all the practitioners in the universe. What had happened? What happened just now? Why did Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's golden light of virtue suddenly scream and fall backwards? Could it be that someone had taken advantage of the Profound Sage-level speech to sneak attack Tyrannical Song? Who was it? Who decided to interrupt Tyrannical Song's Profound Sage-level speech? That's bad. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's Golden Empress of Virtue suddenly died during his Profound Sage-level speech. At this time, many practitioners that didn't understand much about the profound sage speech became angry. It wasn't easy to get the chance to hear such a great speech, yet someone had actually dared to interrupt it. This wasn't something that the myriad practitioners in the universe would let go. This guy was seeking death. Song Shuhang, never would he have expected that the unique hobby of the virtuous lamia would come out right as he was about to end his profound sage-level speech. The originally dignified empress of a virtuous lamia had turned into a jokester in an instant. "Elder sister, my dear elder sister, couldn't you just stay still for a few more seconds and let me finish my profound sage-level speech?" Song Shuhang was filled with all sorts of feelings. Afterward, he sped up his talking speed, quickly narrating the last part of what he remembered of Cheng Lin's speech, ending his own speech. Cheng Lin's original speech was in some ancient language, and since Song Shuhang had translated it into Mandarin, it inevitably led to the loss of some nuances, which greatly reduced the effect of the speech. Still, even so, the speech was at the tribulation transcender level. At the end of his speech, Song Shuhang made a Taoist seal with his hand, smiled, and then slowly closed his eyes. A perfect ending. The practitioners from all over the universe weren't willing to accept it, but the profound sage-level speech had already ended, and they couldn't just force Song Shuhang to continue. Furthermore, besides Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, there were still 3 other profound sages who were going to give their speeches soon. Although they seemed a little cowardly, they were still profound sages. What they were going to say couldn't be too bad, right? Therefore, all the practitioners in the universe could only silently look at Song Shuhang's figure as it gradually became vague and transparent, looking very reluctant. Wait, everyone, did you notice? While giving his speech, profound sage Tyrannical Song made a Taoist seal with his hand. That was a Taoist seal, and not a Buddhist one. Some people with sharp eyes had noticed this point. Now that you say that. Profound sage Tyrannical Song's clothes also weren't like those worn by Buddhists. Furthermore, profound sage Tyrannical Song talked about the Taoist canon, and not some Buddhist scripture or sutra. Although he was bald, perhaps profound sage Tyrannical Song was simply born without hair? Or it could be that he just likes being bald. Anyway, just because profound sage Tyrannical Song is bald, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's a Buddhist. I also noticed that not only did profound sage Tyrannical Song not have hair on his head, but even his eyebrows and eyelashes weren't anywhere to be seen. Perhaps he isn't actually a baldy, it's just that all his hair had burned while going through the tribulation. Many Taoist cultivators began to read into these small details, and their conclusions had already gotten very close to the truth. It was likely that there'd be much controversy whether profound sage Tyrannical Song was a Buddhist or a Taoist in the following period of time, and all would heavily discuss one issue: which faction is the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, really from? But just now, was there really someone that attacked profound sage Tyrannical Song? The Golden Empress of Virtue behind him screamed miserably and then dropped to the ground, so something must have taken place, some people said. If none attacked, perhaps profound sage Tyrannical Song's speech would have lasted some mo. Those guys were still discussing when the Golden Empress of Virtue behind the gradually becoming transparent profound sage Tyrannical Song suddenly came back to life. After the virtuous Lamia finished playing dead, she calmly got up again. Afterward, she stretched out her hand and fished in the air. There were many fluctuating white lotuses in the air, which had appeared there when Song Shuheng was utilizing his lotus blossoming tongue skill. Originally, Song Shuheng was preparing to wait the end of the profound sage level speech to let these white lotuses vanish. But now, the virtuous Lamia had suddenly stretched out her hand and picked them up, placing them into her mouth and starting to chew them. The dignified aura of the golden light of Virtue Empress was completely gone. Song Shuheng, the virtuous Lamia, ate very fast. Before Song Shuheng turned completely transparent, she was able to eat up all the white lotuses in the air. All across the universe, the various practitioners were confused. Are the lotus flowers that appear when an expert gives a speech edible? Some people asked. Although there are no records about it, perhaps they are really edible. Seeing the Golden Empress of Virtue ate them with such satisfaction, perhaps they're really delicious? Another topic that was worth researching is the phenomena that an expert gives rise to during their speech edible. Also, will one's strength increase after eating such phenomena? After the profound sage-level speech ended, Song Shuheng let out a breath of relief. He looked towards the virtuous Lamia, feeling that she had evolved a little bit. Just now, after the profound sage-level speech ended, a vast amount of power of virtue poured into his body and was then absorbed by the virtuous Lamia. She seemed to have become more lively after that. Just now, swallowing Song Shuheng's lotus flowers seemed to be an instinctive action of the virtuous Lamia, in an attempt to accumulate energy. Song Shuheng had a feeling that the virtuous Lamia would be undergoing a much greater evolution soon. Song Shuheng's issued an order, and the huge virtuous Lamia slowly entered his body. However, when she returned into Song Shuheng's body, the imperial hat on her head fell off, while the imperial robe disappeared. Song Shuheng reached out to catch the wonderful imperial hat. Where did this imperial hat originally come from? Previously, when the virtuous Lamia put it on, large amounts of power of virtue had fallen on her body, giving the Lamia the power to smash the hydrogen bomb of the Heavenly Tribulation. Now, when the imperial hat fell off, the power of virtue that the virtuous Lamia had received from the imperial hat also disappeared. This portion of the power of virtue didn't belong to the virtuous Lamia, but rather to the imperial hat. After the imperial hat fell, the power of virtue within it seemed to have been consumed for the most part. However, as time passed, the power of virtue inside should slowly recover. In other words, this gadget was similar to energy-boosting equipment that would recharge over time. After putting it on, one would be able to use the large amount of power of virtue inside, and after the energy within was exhausted, it would slowly recover over time. Generally speaking, such equipment was very valuable, and wasn't one-time use equipment. Song Shuhang kept the imperial hat inside his magical bracelet, and then arrived beside the heavily damaged, high-quality puppet. The high-quality puppet was already unable to move, its back had been completely destroyed, and its pseudo-eternal furnace core was also currently locked due to the overload. After seeing Song Shuhang approaching, the orange eyes of the puppet slightly lit up. "I'll store you away for the time being and find a way to repair you after we leave this place. How about it?" Song Shuhang said. The light in the eyes of the puppet dimmed, and it entered standby mode. Song Shuhang carefully placed it inside the size-reducing purse. After doing all this, Shuhang turned to look at the two seniors who were holding their heads while squatting and the senior who was in a kneeling posture. He was able to get through the profound sage-level speech by being resourceful, but what were these three seniors going to do? Song Shuhang only had one Chenglin speech, so he couldn't help the three seniors. Thereon, the only thing he could do was to silently offer the three seniors his blessings and wish them good luck. The speech of the first sage in 1,000 years, Song Shuhang, had ended. Next up was the second sage in 1,000 years, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was in a coma. However, when the time for his speech came, a gentle power condensed between heaven and earth, pouring into Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's body and waking him up. His body was still very weak, but his consciousness had finally returned. I returned to my senses. Was I resurrected? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman wondered. A while back, they'd been completely unable to resist that terrifying wave of Heavenly Tribulation guided missiles and Heavenly Tribulation tanks, and could only silently watch as they died. They had failed to transcend the tribulation, but it was good that he was still alive. Next time, he'd definitely have to find a place with no people and cautiously transcend his tribulation there. Or so Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman thought to himself. At the same time, he examined his current condition to see in what shape he was after dying and getting revived. While inspecting his body, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was shocked. The innate true yuan of the fourth stage had already changed into fifth stage spiritual energy. Not only that, there was also a golden core quietly floating in his original dantian. There were many dragons moving about on this golden core. A golden core? Did I successfully transcend the tribulation? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman couldn't believe it. He then immediately began to count the number of dragon patterns on the golden core. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 dragon patterns. He actually had a golden core with 8 dragon patterns. It was a huge surprise. Besides this golden core with 8 dragon patterns, there was also a seal in his original dantian. If one were to carefully look at, they would be able to read the words, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, on it, which was his Taoist name. What is this seal? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was curious, so he used his consciousness to touch the seal. In the next moment, many scenes flowed into his mind. The first scene was when he lost consciousness under the assault of guided missiles and tanks. Then, a layer of light appeared on his body, and his body automatically took the initiative to assume that cowardly posture of holding one's head while squatting down. Then came the scene of the hydrogen bomb plus Song Shuhang's golden light of virtue transforming into an empress and smashing the heavenly tribulation. In the end, was the scene of him showing divinity in front of the masses. Showing divinity in front of the masses? Mom, what's all this about? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was surprised at first. Then, he burst into tears, and said, "I can't live on, I don't want to live anymore." When Palace Master was in despair, more information flowed into his mind. It was his turn to give the profound sage-level speech. Profound sage-level speech? Me? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was baffled. What damned speech do I have to give? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman felt stifled. What he transcended was obviously the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, but he ended up showing his divinity in front of the masses for some unknown reason. Actually, showing his divinity in front of the masses wasn't the problem. The problem was that he did so in a very cowardly posture, holding his head while squatting down. Now, all the practitioners on Earth, no, in the entire universe had seen his shameful display. In addition, his Taoist name, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, had been branded in the consciousness of each fellow Taoist. Therefore, every practitioner in the universe now knew his name. Would he still have the courage to show his face around from now on? Let's try to imagine the scene of Palace Master meeting a new fellow Taoist in the future. "Fellow Taoist, how are you? I'm Palace Ma, I know who you are. You are the second, cowardly, sage in 1,000 years, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. I can still clearly remember your posture while transcending the tribulation, you were holding your head while squatting down. F***ck, I don't want to live anymore." Just as thoughts were welling up in Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's mind, his body shook slightly, and he entered into profound sage speech mode. There were 30 seconds left before the start of his speech. Wait, what do I even talk about? At least give me a draft. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman panicked. He had just advanced to the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, so what could he possibly talk about? He couldn't help but turn his head in little friend Song Shuhang's direction, violently winking at him. He had discovered through the sage seal that little friend Shuhang had given an incredible speech just now. Therefore, was it possible that he had another draft he could give him? Song Shuhang looked at Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and shook his head. He wanted to help him, but didn't have the means. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, in the end, he could only rely on himself. Palace Master started to rack his brain, wondering what he could speak about. The influence behind him was incredibly powerful, and he had heard the speeches of several old seniors in the past. However, the content of these speeches wasn't suited for him. Moreover, all the practitioners in the universe would be able to hear this profound sage-level speech of his, those old seniors included. If he were to copy their speech, those old seniors were surely going to give him a beating once he was back. In that case, should he talk about his own experiences? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman recalled his life, and discovered that it had been a tragedy so far. When he was young and naive, Palace Master traveled throughout the world and made a lot of oaths, sometimes several of them in a single day. He recorded all these oaths in a black notebook, and he later got enmeshed in his own web. Even up until now, he hadn't finished taking care of those oaths. What a tragedy. He simply couldn't bring himself to talk about this black history. If he couldn't talk about his life experiences, what could he talk about? His tribulation transcending experience? Absolutely not. During the tribulation, he had played the role of a salted fish, and he even got disconnected midway. Afterward, he just kept that hold one's head while squatting down posture and somehow managed to get through. Next, he casually showed his divinity in front of the masses, and the practitioners that didn't know him thought that he had advanced to the 8th stage when he was just a 5th stage spiritual emperor with a golden core with 8 dragon patterns. He couldn't talk about this, either. In that case, what he could talk about? After pondering for a moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman concluded that he could share only his experience related to talismans. However, his knowledge in regards to talismans was limited to his previous realm, the 4th stage. Although he was very talented in this field, sharing his 4th stage rank knowledge about talismans during a speech of the 8th stage profound sage realm would certainly make him lose face. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was in a dilemma. But right at this time, his body shook slightly once more. The universal broadcast had started. Profound Sage Level Speech, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, please start with your performance. A huge number of practitioners raised their heads and pricked up their ears, ready to listen to the speech of the second sage in 1,000 years. The speech of the first sage, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, had been brilliant. Although the tribulation transcending posture of a Profound Sage 7 Lives Talisman had been a bit cowardly, he was still a profound sage. As such, the content of his speech shouldn't be much worse, right? All the practitioners were looking forward to his speech. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's overall style was completely different from Song Shuhang's. He didn't have something akin to the virtuous lamia with him, and he plainly appeared in the picture of the profound sage level speech. He wore a black-colored magical windbreaker, which was now in a mess after getting torn to pieces by the Heavenly Tribulation. But as the profound sage speech started, the sage seal inside his body automatically resurfaced, covering his body in awe-inspiring light. The sage seal had increased the level of Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's dignity on its own. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sighed and slightly opened his lips, preparing to go ahead with his speech about talismans. If the level was too low, so be it. He would try his best and share everything he knew about talismans with the myriad practitioners in the universe. He only asked everyone to have a clear conscience. But just as Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was preparing to give his speech, the calm voice of a woman was transmitted beside his ear. "Do you want a book?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's face stiffened slightly. Luckily, the sage seal was there, and the myriad practitioners in the universe didn't notice his change in expression amidst the light. "Do you want a book? You can make use of this book while giving the speech. Inside is recorded a complete profound sage-level speech. In addition, you won't have problems with the copyright. Do you want it?" The calm female voice echoed again. "Who are you?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked. "You haven't realized it yet? I helped you carry the burden of the Heavenly Tribulation earlier. Without my help, the 3 of you would have died long ago," the calm voice continued. "It's her. Is she the puppet that little friend Song Shuhang suddenly threw out earlier? What do you want in exchange?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think why this puppet had a profound sage-level draft with it. It was fine as long as he could get his hands on it. "I need a lot of materials to repair my body, and I need to collect them as soon as possible in order to patch myself up," the calm female voice continued. "Deal." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. As long as he could use wealth to solve the problem, it wasn't a problem at all. "In that case, put your mind at ease. Since the connection between us has yet to break, I'll seize this opportunity to transmit the content of that book to you," the woman said calmly. Although Song Shuhang had already placed the puppet back into his size-reducing purse, the connection between it and Palace Master, as well as the other 2, hadn't been broken yet. One could infer this point from the cowardly posture Taoist priest Horizon and Eternity had even now. "Please, hurry up. My profound sage speech had technically started a while ago," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. "Relax. I assure that you'll be satisfied," the woman said calmly. "All over the universe. How come the second sage in 1,000 years hasn't started with his speech already? Is it possible that he hasn't decided on the argument yet? Can it be that he doesn't know what to talk about, and hasn't started for this reason? Well, worthy of the second cowardly sage in 1,000 years? Nah, that can't be. After all, he's still a profound sage. He's probably pondering the content of the speech. The knowledge of these profound sages isn't something we can imagine. No matter what they talk about, it's enough to let us benefit for a lifetime. In the 9 provinces #1 group. Seeing that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman didn't start even after a while, the fellow Taoists in the group started to get impatient. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, this is too awkward, just say something. Fairy Lychee, however, I can relate. If it had been I in fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman's place, would have likely been the same, unable to say a word. After all, fellow Taoists that are quick-witted and lucky enough to have a profound sage-level speech like little friend Song Shuhang are very rare. At this point, the profound sage speech is just a torture for fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman. I can't watch it anymore. Hopefully, it will be over soon, True Monarch Northern River said. It's over. I fear that fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman won't be able to show his face around for the next year, thrice reckless Mad Saber said. The problem is that he is too shy. He could casually say something, and that would be the end of it. It wouldn't be bad if he could just talk about talismans. Maybe he has very high standards. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sighed. However, staying silent like this is too embarrassing. There is a chance Palace Master might develop an inner demon in the future. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were very worried, and they didn't feel like joking at this time. The influence behind Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Little Fu is too narrow-minded. He could have just copied and pieced together the content of the speeches that we old fogies gave in the past. Although I'm just a venerable, my speech should be still qualified for that profound sage speech, an old man said as he forced a smile. It's precisely because he's this obstinate that he fulfilled all the oaths he made when he was younger. Isn't this also the reason we trust him this much? Another old man said. Believe in him. Given his disposition, Little Fu won't give up that easily. I think he's steeling himself, preparing to talk about the way of talismans. Just as practitioners all over the universe, the 9 provinces #1 group, and the influence behind him were in deep thought, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who was amidst his profound sage speech, suddenly got up. It's starting. The second sage in 1,000 years is about to enter into action, practitioners all over the universe said in excitement. After standing up, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took 7 steps in the 4 directions. Then, under the gazes of the myriad practitioners in the universe, he pointed one hand toward the sky and the other toward the ground, saying gravely, "In this world, only I am supreme." All the practitioners in the universe were instantly dumbfounded. In the 9 provinces #1 group. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Fairy Lychee, True Monarch Northern River, the various fellow Taoists, had fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman finally lost his mind? Wait a moment, something happened. Dharma King Creation said at this time. As soon as Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman finished saying the words, "In this world, only I am supreme," a dazzling Buddha's halo resurfaced on his body. Then, golden lotus flowers resurfaced beneath his feet, supporting his body. The halo wrapped up Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's whole body, greatly increasing his prestige. Just what was happening? The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were dumbfounded. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, Dharma King Creation, F***CK, Buddhist Golden Lotuses and that boundless Buddha's halo. Something like this would appear only when a senior monk with great wisdom, compassion, integrity, and knowledge gave a speech. Since when did fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman have such profound knowledge of Buddhism? While wrapped up in that halo, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman opened his mouth and started with his speech, a Buddhist scripture. Thereafter, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman maintained his "Only I am Supreme" posture and started to talk about the profound mysteries of Buddhism. His speech was accompanied by the sound of the Great Way, and golden lotuses appeared and disappeared non-stop. Countless illusory projections of senior monks and arhats had materialized beneath Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's body. The illusory figures were sitting in a row and earnestly listening to his speech. The scene was absolutely magnificent. The myriad practitioners in the universe were once again enthralled. Although they were still confused as to why a Taoist profound sage like Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was giving a speech about Buddhist scriptures, they didn't really care about it at this moment. The speech of a profound sage was truly something hard to come by, even in 1,000 years, and one absolutely couldn't miss it. Furthermore, they already got to appreciate Senior Monk Tyrannical Song's Taoist scripture earlier, and now, they had the opportunity to listen to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's Buddhist scripture. That being said, was Buddha also a Taoist? In the sect of the Western monk. The Western monk raised his head and looked at Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman as the latter gave his speech. Then, he turned toward his teacher, Wu Yinzi, and said, "Teacher, I really want to join the Buddhist faction." Wu Yinzi, F************************************ CK. There are so many curses I would like to shout at this moment. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's speech didn't last lost, and it soon came to an end. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Dharma King Creation, Merciful Buddha. After listening to fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman's speech, both my mental and general strength increased. I made the same progress I would have made after practicing for 10 years. The fellow Taoists of the group finally returned to their senses. Although Dharma King Creation had long, dashing hair, he was still a Buddhist disciple. Now, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's speech had saved him 10 years of practice. In other words, the time left before Dharma King Creation reached the 8th stage realm had just decreased by 10 years. This news was definitely frightening. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, not only Dharma King Creation. Great Master Profound Principle had also profited immensely. Every Buddhist cultivator had obtained a lot of benefits after listening to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's speech. Even Taoist cultivators benefited quite a lot after comprehending things by analogy. First was Song Shuhang's Taoist canon, and now, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's Buddhist scripture. After these 2 profound sage-level speeches, Taoist and Buddhist cultivators were definitely the ones that had benefited the most. This whole, profound sage speech, thing makes no sense. We can understand why little friend Song Shuhang was able to give a speech about the Taoist canon, but what's the deal with Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman giving out an exquisite speech about Buddhism? It's both unscientific and uncultivation. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the next 2 profound sages started talking about monster or demonic scriptures. Northern River's loose cultivator side. Thrice reckless mad Saber, I feel that the next profound sage, the 3rd one in 1,000 years, will seek death big time. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. Intuition, thrice reckless mad Saber said. And you better not look down on the intuition of a cultivator. Fairy Dreamland, Soft Feather, Senior Thrice Reckless, how do you think will this 3rd sage seek death? The next sage is the 3rd one in 1,000 years, and perhaps there is really some fate between the 2 of you. Other than that, I've always felt that people with the number 3 somewhere in their name have severe death-seeking tendencies. What Soft Feather said makes sense, Sioux Clan 7 said in praise. People with the number 3 somewhere in their name have severe death-seeking tendencies +1. Now that I think about it, that shady fortune teller, Copper Trigram, is also ranked 3rd in the gold, silver, copper, iron series. As expected, he likewise had some fate with the number 3, Northern River's loose cultivator said with a laugh. There is also little friend Song Shuhang. He almost ended up with the Taoist name Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber once. I remember he sought death quite a lot during that period, Fairy Dongfang 6 added. Speaking of which, I recalled that, Sioux Clan's 3, from our Spirit River Sioux Clan was also a big death seeker. He liked to train talented disciples, and while earnestly teaching them, he would secretly create a clone to bully them and become their mortal enemy. Then, several years later, after the disciple had reached a certain realm, he would make the clone die in their hands. According to the rumors, he made 3 clones die within 2 years when he was on fire, Su Clan 7 said. Later, all that death-seeking negatively affected his practice. To treat his death-seeking disease, he steeled himself and changed his Taoist name to Su Clans 4, one day. Since that day, he never sought death again. As such, in our spirit river Su Clan, Su Clans 3, and Su Clans 4, are the same person. Thrice reckless mad Saber, after a short while. The fellow Taoists in the group discovered that thrice reckless mad Saber had quietly changed his Taoist name in the group to Frice reckless mad Saber. The profound sage speech came to an end. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman heaved a huge sigh of relief. Although he ended up talking about Buddhist scriptures, the speech he gave was indeed of the profound sage level. He had now successfully got past the profound sage speech. Along with his speech ending, the golden lotuses, that Buddha's halo, and the projections of the arhats all vanished. Profound Sage 7 Lives Talisman didn't eat the golden lotuses? Why didn't he have a feast before they disappeared? Were those arhats also edible? They were pretty big, and the nourishment they can provide should be much higher than Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's white lotuses, right? Luckily, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman couldn't hear the comments of the myriad practitioners in the universe. After concluding his speech, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman thought for a moment, and then said gravely, "The speech has come to an end, but this poor Taoist still has something important to share with the myriad practitioners in the universe." Poor Taoist? In other words, Profound Sage 7 Lives Talisman is a Taoist profound sage? Albeit being a Taoist cultivator, his knowledge in regards to Buddhist scriptures is still incredibly high. I feel like worshipping him. All are profound sages this knowledgeable? The myriad practitioners in the universe engaged in heated discussions. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took advantage of the fact that he was still live to say a few words. I wanted to tell the various fellow Taoists to not randomly take oaths or set high goals while you are young. This is something very important, and I felt the need to seriously warn everyone. Setting high goals and taking oaths will only make you happy for a short while, you'll definitely regret it afterward. After saying this much, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman closed his eyes and didn't speak further. Whoosh! In the next moment, all the power of virtue that the myriad practitioners in the universe had condensed fell onto Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's body. The share of power of virtue coming from Buddhist cultivators was especially rich. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's power of virtue rose sharply and quickly underwent a qualitative change. Finally, it condensed into the shape of a square. It was unknown how it would change in the future. The square-shaped item was very likely the embryonic form of something, similar to Song Shuhong's half-snake half-stickman light of virtue back then. After gathering even more power of virtue, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's light of virtue should also change shape. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman nodded his head, satisfied. Although he had almost died under the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, he had benefited immensely in the end. His enviable golden core with 8 dragon patterns, the awe-inspiring sage seal, and the terrific light of virtue around his body were things that the vast majority of cultivators would never obtain in their whole life. In particular, this sage seal, that exclusively belonged to 8th stage profound sages, had several mysterious powers. After getting back, he would ask his seniors about its various uses. There was a chance it could become a useful cheat that would aid him with his practice from now on. Moreover, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had been the true beneficiary of this profound sage speech. After all, he had been the only person to directly listen to the speech, and the myriad practitioners in the universe only got to see a rebroadcast with decreased effects. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman left the stage, very satisfied. He arrived beside Song Shuhang, and said, "Thanks. Senior, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her." Song Shuhang pointed at his size-reducing purse. The deal between the high-quality puppet and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman hadn't escaped Song Shuhang's ears. After all, the puppet had established a connection with the three seniors through him. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman faintly smiled and sat cross-legged beside Song Shuhang, taking a few medicinal pills to treat his wounds and starting to meditate. Song Shuhang gazed at the other two seniors and then at his size-reducing purse. Would Eternity and Horizon also have an opportunity to get a profound sage-level book from this high-quality puppet? Just like with Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman earlier, the third sage in 1,000 years, Eternity, also got a free cure when it was his turn to give the speech, regain consciousness as a result. Like Palace Master before, he returned to his senses first, with his physical beginning to slowly recover afterward. After regaining consciousness, he immediately inspected his body. I managed to successfully transcend the tribulation. Eternity was startled. He had unexpectedly broken through the fifth stage, advancing to the sixth stage true monarch realm. Eternity's eyes lit up. I'm already at the sixth stage. In that case, does it mean that I have another opportunity? He still remembered what had happened earlier, when he blocked Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal boat in an attempt to woo her. At that time, when he said goodbye to Immortal Fairy Bishue, he asked her, "Immortal Fairy, after I advance to the sixth stage, am I still in time to confess to you?" And, Immortal Fairy had said in reply, "We'll see when you advance to the sixth stage. Don't bother me now, I'm busy." Although Immortal Fairy Bishue hadn't given him a proper answer, he could try to court her again now that he had advanced to the sixth stage. Amidst his excitement, he ignored the sage seal inside his body, as well as the fact that he was holding his head and squatting down. Just as Eternity was indulging in flights of fancy, a piece of information was transmitted to his mind. Profound sage speech? Eternity was dumbfounded. Didn't he advance to the sixth stage true monarch realm? Why did he have to give a profound sage-level speech? Albeit confused, his eyes immediately lit up when he discovered what he was supposed to do during this profound sage speech. The myriad practitioners in the universe will be able to see me as I give my speech? China's #1 immortal chef, Immortal Fairy Bishue, also happened to be included amidst those myriad practitioners. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Eternity stood up, starting to fix his clothes. Today, he would let the world know how much he loved Immortal Fairy Bishue. For her, he was ready to gather all the ingredients in the world. As for the fact that he was cowardly holding his head and squatting while showing his divinity in front of the masses, it meant nothing to him at all. In his opinion, a cultivator should be broad-minded. If they couldn't even accept being placed in such a cowardly posture, then how could they cultivate? Of course, such a point of view could only suit someone like Eternity, whose character was rather eccentric and casual. Afterward, Eternity raised his head and appeared in the picture of the profound sage speech, beaming with confidence. Compared to the uneasy Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Eternity was definitely much calmer. In the following moment, his body slightly shook. Profound sage speech, Eternity, please start with your performance. The gazes of all the practitioners in the universe were all directed at Eternity. Today was truly the most joyful day in 1,000 years, for 4 profound sages had successfully transcended the Heavenly Tribulation. Right before this, there had already been 2 excellent profound sage-level speeches, one on the Taoist canon and the other on a Buddhist scripture, both of which were above the standard. All the practitioners in the universe began to look forward to the speeches of the 2 remaining profound sages. Eternity smoothed back his hair and cleared his throat. At this moment, the high-quality puppet in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse once again asked, "Do you want a book?" It is a book that can help you with your profound sage speech, for within the book is recorded a complete profound sage-level speech, and there won't be any problems regarding copyright. Do you want it? No, I don't need it. Eternity refused confidently. The high-quality puppet didn't insist, and quieted down. Senior Eternity looks really confident. Does he already have the content of his speech in mind? Song Shuhang and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who stood in the distance, had entered spectator mode. Now, they could only wait until the 4 profound sage speeches were over before they could leave this damned Heavenly Tribulation realm and return to the main world. Fellow Taoist Eternity's background is a mystery. Perhaps he had long prepared a draft, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. As they were talking, the 3rd profound sage speech began. It is a great joy for me to have this opportunity today to give a speech to my fellow Taoists all over the universe. I'm not that well versed in speaking, much less in giving eloquent and vain speeches. Therefore, I can only sincerely share my thoughts with everyone. Eternity's face was calm as he spoke slowly. As he spoke, his sage seal acted similar to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's, radiating dignified light that shrouded him, and made him appear filled with dignity. The profound sage speech is a big opportunity, and I would like to make use of it to discuss something rather unusual with everyone, Eternity continued. The interest of the practitioners in the universe was piqued. A speech about something unusual? Before this, there had been the explanation of the Taoist canon and a speech on a profound Buddhist scripture. So, what could profound sage Eternity's unusual speech be about? A demonic cultivation technique? A monster cultivation tome? Or could it be something about Western cultivation systems, or perhaps something about the cultivation system of ancient witches? All the practitioners in the universe were hooked. At this moment, Eternity said gravely, "Everyone, what do you know about courtship?" Song Shuhang, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, all the practitioners in the universe, these words. People really had no idea what to make of them. Among the myriad practitioners in the universe, the eyes of some sparkled as they said, "Wait, could it be that profound sage Eternity is going to explain a special, dual cultivation, method?" Dual cultivation was actually rather widespread in the world of cultivation. However, the effects of these widespread dual cultivation techniques were very so-so. There were only a few sects in the entire world of cultivation that possessed top-of-the-line dual cultivation techniques. As a result, when people heard Eternity mention courtship, their hearts were stirred. The so-called courtship is a kind of mating behavior between a male and female. Males usually display their strong points to females to gain the recognition of the opposite sex, Eternity said slowly. Meanwhile, his sage seal took the initiative to radiate a dignified light upon its master. It was clearly just common knowledge, but when Eternity discussed it, people were especially convinced. It seems a discussion about dual cultivation techniques, but what does the word mating mean here? Could it be that profound sage Eternity is talking about dual cultivation techniques for monsters? All the practitioners in the universe wondered. At this moment, in the Jiangnan area, there was a veiled woman whose hands suddenly stiffened as she was cutting vegetables. Then, she raised her head to look towards the sky. That bastard was actually showing his divinity in front of the masses, and giving out a profound sage speech. After hearing the content of his speech, Immortal Fairy Bishui suddenly had a bad feeling. With all the practitioners in the universe looking forward to profound sage Eternity's explanation on dual cultivation techniques, Eternity stretched out his hand and brought out a magical treasure. Then, he tapped on the magical treasure with a finger, and the treasure became a zither. Under everyone's eyes, Eternity sat down cross-legged, with the zither floating at just the right position for him to play. Practitioners from all over the universe were puzzled. This profound sage Eternity really wasn't acting according to the norm, eh? Wasn't he going to talk about dual cultivation techniques? What was he planning to do with the zither he brought out now? Could it be that the discussion of dual cultivation techniques and the zither were somehow related? As the cultivators were pondering, Eternity got ready to play the zither. Afterward, he stretched out his hand toward it and gave it a strong flick. Zhang, the sound of the zither was ear-splitting, and made everyone's ears buzz. However, what was strange was that when the practitioners from all over the universe recalled the sound just now, they only felt that it was soft and gentle, with the sound containing a sweet taste. Profound Sage Eternity seemingly possessed high attainments in the way of the zither, very cool. After the opening sound, Eternity then began to play. As he played, he began to sing as well. There is a beauty that can't be forgotten a day apart, and thoughts run crazy. The male phoenix roams, seeking all over the world for its female phoenix, but unfortunately, the beauty la 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 la. Eternity continued to just say la 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 for a while longer, not singing out any of the words. He only remembered the first few verses of the song, Courtship, resulting in him only singing half of the song and just using la 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 to make up for the part he had forgotten. After the 3 la la la, he found out that he really couldn't remember the words that came next. Thereupon, Eternity gave up playing and singing at the same time, focusing on playing the zither alone. As a result, his performance with the zither also went up by a notch. Wisps of smoke rose from the zither, heading toward the sky and assuming several different shapes in midair. After reaching a certain altitude, they transformed into beautiful scenery. There were mountains and rivers, flowers and grass. There was even a male and a female phoenix dancing in the painting-like scenery. All the practitioners in the universe watched the scene, and said doubtfully, "What is going on here?" Some cultivators tried to speculate, and said, Profound Sage Eternity might have cultivated a special musical technique, similar to the rumored 9 bewitching dance steps. Singing and dancing have always had a certain charming power. However, do the sound of the zither and the painting-like scenery have any special effect? There were some cultivators that paid special attention to the music and the scenery, and seemed to have felt something. I'm getting a vague feeling that as I'm looking at the painting-like scenery and listening to the music, my soul seems to have been cleansed. Perhaps the music of the zither has the effect of cleansing one's soul? But what does this have to do with dual cultivation techniques? I can't seem to figure out how this is related to courtship. There were some cultivators with some understanding of music that said, could it be that it's related to the lyrics Profound Sage Eternity was singing earlier? The lyrics sounded like they came from the song, Courtship, didn't they? While cultivators all over the universe were discussing, Eternity stretched out his hand to flick at the zither once again, putting an end to his performance. Afterward, he raised his eyes slightly and tried to appear as cool as possible in the frame of the Profound Sage speech. Eternity then seriously said, "This song, Courtship, is dedicated to you, my most beloved fairy Bichue. You are the female phoenix that has caught my heart. Regardless of whether you fly over countless mountains and rivers, just like the male phoenix, will follow you the entire way. Today, I say to you, in the presence of all the practitioners in the universe, that I love you. All the fellow Taoists in the world can bear witness to my love for you. Furthermore, my love has no bounds. I will love you my entire life, for eternity." Immortal Fairy Bichue, Immortal Fairy immediately felt several stares directed at her. This year's immortal feast is still short of a final dish. Would the fellow Taoists like some red-braised Profound Sage? All the practitioners in the universe, F***ck, so it turned out that this Profound Sage never wanted to talk about dual cultivation techniques, nor did he want to play soul-cleansing music for his fellow Taoists. Profound Sage Eternity had actually taken advantage of the Profound Sage speech to make a grand confession to Immortal Fairy Bichue in front of the myriad practitioners in the universe. It truly felt as though someone had forcefully fed them cow dung. Didn't he know how many cultivators in the universe were still single? Didn't he stop to consider how many of them would fly into a rage due to his actions? In 9 provinces number 1 group. Fellow Taoists, this third sage in 1,000 years is truly a big death seeker. At thrice reckless Mad Saber, thrice reckless, your intuition is too amazing. Eh? The tag failed? Did Thrice Reckless leave the group? True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said curiously. Frice Reckless Mad Saber, no, I just changed my name. From today onwards, call me Frice Reckless Mad Saber. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, what the heck is this Frice Reckless Mad Saber? Why did you change your Daoist name? Wasn't your Daoist name a self-reminder so that you would remember to be reckless but no more than thrice? Have you now changed your policy and decided to turn it into reckless but no more than thrice, 4 times? Frice Reckless Mad Saber, our friendship is over. In the Heavenly Tribulation realm, the profound sage speech can be given in this way? Song Shuheng said, surprised. The profound sage speech seems to be something semi-mandatory. After transcending the tribulation, the profound sage has to give a speech. But as for the content of the speech, it is up to the profound sage. However, I feel that fellow Daoist Eternity won't be getting any power of virtue since he used the speech to court someone. Since ancient times, there had never been a profound sage that had used the profound sage speech to confess to his beloved. First of all, by the time cultivators reached the profound sage realm, they would no longer be lacking wealth, partners, techniques, and land. Second, the profound sage speech was a great opportunity to gather virtue. The higher one's virtue, the higher their chance to transcend the following heavenly tribulation of the 9th stage. Therefore, since ancient times, there had never been a profound sage that had given up on the opportunity of giving the profound sage speech. Only Song Shuheng and company had been able to obtain this special opportunity ahead of time. As a matter of fact, Eternity hadn't reached the 8th stage yet, and this profound sage speech was something he had obtained for free. When it came to opportunities that people hadn't worked hard for, they would be unable to truly appreciate them. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman guessed that Eternity wouldn't receive any virtue after wasting the speech to court someone. And Palace Master's guess turned out to be correct. After Eternity's profound sage speech came to an end, there were no changes that happened to him. Practitioners from all over the world had just been malicious stabbed in their hearts, and let alone give him power of virtue, it was already a miracle that they weren't openly cursing him. Eternity paid it no heed. Frankly, he didn't really care about that amount of power of virtue. As long as he used the cultivation resources of his family and spent a few decades, he could easily acquire that much virtue. As such, courting immortal fairy Bishwe was of greater importance than gathering some virtue. Right after Eternity exited the profound sage speech, his body shook fiercely, and his face paled. In the air, countless illusions descended and enveloped him. Upon seeing this situation, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman pulled Song Shuheng and ran away, quickly leaving the place. What's happening? Song Shuheng asked. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, it's the inner demon tribulation, how could this happen? Haven't we already transcended the tribulation? Why did the inner demon tribulation suddenly appear? Eternity's body was shrouded in illusions, his eyes blurred. Due to his grave injuries, his face paled even more. It seemed that the level of this inner demon tribulation that had befall him was truly terrifying. It was unknown whether he would be able to withstand it. Inner demon tribulations were very personal, and so outsiders wouldn't be able to interfere much with them. The only thing that Song Shuheng knew could have some effect on the inner demon tribulation was mentioned in that article that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had sent to the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, the influence of Dharma King creation singing on the inner demon tribulation. In that document, Venerable Spirit Butterfly mentioned that the singing of Dharma King creation could break inner demons. If fellow Daoist Eternity is really unable to hold up against the inner demon tribulation, should I actually try using Dharma King creation singing? Song Shuheng thought to himself. I think that the sudden appearance of the inner demon tribulation might be related to the profound sage speech. At this moment, the faraway, frenzied strength imparter Taoist priest Horizon had come beside Song Shuhang and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Next, it was his turn to undertake the profound sage speech, so he had woken up like the rest. When he woke up, he similarly checked his body's condition and activated his sage seal. After activating his sage seal, he acquired the memory of what happened while he was in a coma. Taoist priest Horizon looked at eternity, and continued, if you think about it, although we have already transcended the tribulation, we can't leave this heavenly tribulation realm until these profound sage speeches come to an end. As such, there can only be one reason for us not being able to leave this place: our heavenly tribulation still hasn't completely ended. From the looks of it, the profound sage speech is also part of the tribulation, and as our speech concludes, a great amount of power of virtue descends onto our bodies, thereby offsetting the final wave of the tribulation, the inner demon tribulation. As such, if we were to treat the profound sage speech as a joke, then we wouldn't be able to acquire that great amount of power of virtue, and without the power of virtue offsetting the inner demon tribulation, the tribulation will descend directly onto the cultivator. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman agreed. Fellow Taoist Horizon's speculation makes sense. As such, the profound sage speech shouldn't be taken lightly. Then, fellow Taoist Horizon, have you already prepared the contents of your profound sage level speech? I have some sort of a draft in mind. As you should already know, I have long been carrying out this strength imparting to avoid the heavenly tribulation and delay the time of its descent. This is also the reason for my nickname, Frenzied Strength Imparter. Horizon laughed as he mocked himself. Senior, are you going to talk about your strength imparting experience? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. If this were the case, it would be better to let Taoist priest Horizon buy a book from the high-quality puppet. Taoist priest Horizon shook his head, and said, honestly, strength imparting is only one of the many methods at my disposal to delay the descent of the heavenly tribulation. I was able to delay the descent of my heavenly tribulation for more than 300 years. Do you seriously think that the only method I used to do so was the strength imparting method? I actually have a total of 17 different methods for delaying the descent of the heavenly tribulation, with 10 or so being suitable only for low-level cultivators. I would like to use this opportunity to tell all the practitioners in the universe about my experience with delaying the heavenly tribulation. These experiences and my methods should be quite useful for a great number of cultivators. Among cultivators, the number of those who were at the top was always the least, with most cultivators being of low level. The experience that Horizon was going to impart wasn't as good as Song Shuhang's explanation of the Taoist canon or Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's Buddhist scriptures. Nonetheless, for the cultivators in the lower realms, it could easily save their lives. He would definitely get a great amount of virtue out of it. My profound Sagal speech is about to begin. Fellow Taoist Shuhang, fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman, see you in a while, Horizon said as he fixed his appearance. Next, he entered into profound sage speech mode. And this time, Song Shuhang realized that his high-quality puppet didn't offer Taoist priest Horizon any of her books. In her opinion, was Taoist priest Horizon's explanation on how to delay the heavenly tribulation qualified for the profound sage speech? Having witnessed eternity's example, Horizon didn't mess around after entering into profound sage speech mode. He wasn't going to blindly make a mess. He had a stern expression on his face as he used the sage seal to make himself look more dignified. Afterward, he went straight to the point. I am not like the 3 previous talented cultivators, as my talent is rather ordinary. What I will talk about today might not be of interest to those talented cultivators out there, because it is something very simple. It's regarding the delaying of the descent of the heavenly tribulation. The theme of Taoist priest Horizon's speech instantly attracted the attention of many low-level cultivators. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. True Monarch Northern River, oh no, Horizon is really going to talk about his strength-imparting experience. Fairy Lychee, it's over. In the future, when lower-level cultivators come across higher-level cultivators and try to curry favors with them, they would have to be extra careful. Otherwise, the opposite party might simply impart tens of years of strength onto them. Fairy Dongfang 6, actually, I'd like to know how immortal Fairy Bi Shui is doing right now. After all, she was confessed to in the presence of all the practitioners in the universe. If a handsome cultivator confessed to me in the presence of so many practitioners, I might actually end up falling for him. Fairy Firefly, +1. I also find this kind of confession very romantic. Fairy Dreamland, Soft Feather, me too, me too. If someone were to confess to me in such a way, I would like it very much. The topic of discussion in the 9 Provinces number 1 group had suddenly changed from the profound sage speech to romantic confessions. The content of Taoist Priest Horizon's speech wasn't complex, with him starting off by tirelessly talking about several methods to delay the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage. All of the low-level practitioners in the universe listened with infatuation. Even some of the cultivators of higher realm were taking down notes. They might not have any use for the stuff themselves, but their disciples and descendants might have some. Song Shuhang and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman were nodding their heads. It seemed that Taoist Priest Horizon would be able to easily get through the final wave. Meanwhile, the two people once again worriedly looked at Eternity, who was still facing the inner demon tribulation. It was unknown whether he would be able to get through it. Song Shuheng thought, if Eternity is still trapped in the inner demon tribulation as Taoist Priest Horizon's speech is about to end, I'll just try out Dharma King Creatine's singing and see if it can actually help Eternity. Otherwise, if Taoist Priest Horizon's speech ended and they were sent out of the Heavenly Tribulation realm, they would no longer have the chance to help Eternity. Some people listened to Horizon's speech with great interest, but some didn't really find anything useful in what he was saying. Some of the cultivators at higher realms murmured, it seems that this profound sage Horizon won't be saying anything new. There were some that were already prepared to stop watching the profound sage speech and get back to their own affairs. But right at this time, in the space behind Taoist Priest Horizon, a space fissure suddenly appeared. Then, a figure in white emerged from the space fissure and entered the frame of Taoist Priest Horizon's profound sage speech. The figure looked like an immortal that had been banished to the mortal world. His long black hair sprinkled behind his back, and his eyes shone brightly, like stars. As soon as he appeared, the billions practitioners all over the universe were suddenly drawn to him, all of their gazes unconsciously fell on his body. Song Shuheng, PFFF Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, PFFF, the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces number 1 group who were watching the profound sage speech, PFFF, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui, PFFF, why did Venerable White suddenly appear there? Wasn't he still closing up? Song Shuheng immediately checked his inner world. It might be because he had already transcended his tribulation, but the connection between him and the inner world had been unknowingly restored, and there was no longer that feeling of great distance. However, there still seemed to be a solid barrier between his inner world and the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Shuheng, guys, you're also here. Venerable White smiled and waved at Song Shuheng. Senior White, weren't you closing up? Song Shuheng asked. I was indeed closing up when I had a sudden feeling. Therefore, I came out to transcend my tribulation, and go back once I'm done, Venerable White said. By the way, stay away from me, my heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Senior White wanted to transcend his tribulation while Taoist Priest Horizon was streaming his profound sage speech. Where was the button to launch rockets and planes? Shouldn't you be supporting him as well with some rockets? One? Who was this new cultivator in white clothing? Why had he suddenly appeared in the frame of Profound Sage Horizon's profound sage speech? Moreover, from what he said just now, he was seemingly on the verge of facing his tribulation. If that was the case, what tribulation was he going to face, which rank? Among the myriad practitioners in the universe, there were quite a lot that didn't know Venerable White, and were thus curious. In addition, the white-clothed cultivator just said, "I was closing up when I gained some sudden insight. Therefore, I came out to transcend my tribulation and go back once I'm done." Wasn't he being a bit too casual here? The Heavenly Tribulation wasn't child's play, and one couldn't transcend it just because they wished to do so. As for the fellow Taoists that knew Venerable White, they raised their spirits because the heavenly tribulation that Venerable White was going to face was definitely that of the profound sage rank. Such a tribulation-transcending experience absolutely couldn't be missed. Moreover, the fellow Taoists that knew Venerable White were really curious what methods he was going to use when transcending the tribulation. In the Heavenly Tribulation realm. After hearing Venerable White's words, Song Shuhang and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman quickly retreated. Senior White was about to face the tribulation of the profound sage rank. They had just barely escaped with their lives from the 8th stage tribulation, and they didn't want to get involved in it again. While retreating, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took out a rope-like magical treasure, wrapped up eternity, who was now facing the inner demon tribulation, and brought him away. As for Taoist priest Horizon, he shouldn't get involved in Venerable White's heavenly tribulation, since he was still giving his profound sage speech. Venerable White also noticed that Horizon was giving his speech right behind him. As such, he put some distance between them to avoid dragging him into his own tribulation. The strangest thing was that the frame of Taoist priest Horizon's profound sage speech was still firmly locked onto Venerable White's body. Even if Venerable White put some distance between him and Horizon, he was still in the frame of the profound sage speech. Venerable White stood straight and took out his meteor sword, calmly waiting for the descent of the heavenly tribulation. "Senior White, aren't you going to set up some tribulation-transcending formations?" Song Shuhang asked. Senior White had the ability to instantly arrange formations. Even if the heavenly tribulation was about to fall, this period of time should be enough for him to arrange several formations. No need to arrange tribulation-transcending formations today. "I'm just seeking confirmation to a few guesses," Venerable White replied. Venerable White's words were relayed to the whole universe through the live broadcast. What did I just hear? Did the white-clothed cultivator say that he doesn't feel the need to arrange tribulation-transcending formations? Did I hear incorrectly? Is he really this powerful? Or is he just seeking death? What heavenly tribulation is he going to face, which rank? Even if he's very powerful, he shouldn't gamble with his life. Not even arranging tribulation-transcending formations? That is simply too cool. Something like this would happen at times. If one was simply too handsome, they would look cool even while seeking death. In light of this, I'm now your fan, unknown white-clothed cultivator. Just in this fashion, the main character of the profound sage speech, Taoist priest Horizon, was blatantly ignored. The space the white-clothed cultivator entered is the same one as the other profound sages. Does this mean that the heavenly tribulation he's going to face is that of the 8th stage rank? Is he a venerable? Some sharp-eyed cultivator noticed this point. Very soon, more and more cultivators began guessing that Venerable White was going to transcend the tribulation transcending of the 8th stage. I really feel like gifting a wave of rockets at this time, some cultivator thought. Too bad that there was no button to do so, truly regrettable. But very soon, the myriad practitioners in the universe no longer felt regretful. Just as though it had heard their wishes, a large wave of rocket-like things started to materialize in the heavenly tribulation realm. Now, this was a true spam of rockets. Venerable White calmly looked at the sea of tribulation lightning above his head. The size of this sea was even larger than the one Song Shuhang and the others had seen during their 5+1 heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman were frightened, and they almost felt as though they were also going to get dragged into that sea of tribulation lightning. As a matter of fact, this wave of the heavenly tribulation had locked onto Venerable White alone. Also, the process was different from when Song Shuhang and the others faced their tribulation. This heavenly tribulation that had locked onto Venerable White didn't send a probing first wave, but directly opened fire. In the sea of tribulation lightning, countless guided missiles made of heavenly tribulation power suddenly emerged, their number over 10,000. However, the first wave of Venerable White's heavenly tribulation only had guided missiles, there was no trace of tanks. The 10,000 guided missiles filled the whole sky, with their number continually increasing. Aside from the lightning of tribulation, the guided missiles also possessed the power of the fire, metal, and wind of tribulation, as well as the power to generate inner demons. The bodies of those guided missiles were made of fire and metal tribulation. The lightning of tribulation had increased their firepower, while the wind of tribulation raised their speed. As for the tribulation of the inner demon, it had increased the intimidating power of the explosions. F***CK. What is that? Just what the hell am I seeing? The myriad practitioners in the universe were scared out of their wits. Although they wished to gift a wave of rockets earlier, they didn't mean this type of rockets. The heavenly tribulation had really transformed into rockets. All the rockets took the shape of guided missiles, extremely lifelike and full of modern high-tech flavor. Their number over 10,000. A practitioner that had a deep understanding of modern weapons shouted, "I can see many familiar models among those guided missiles. Some of the models are very recent, and humans developed them just this year. Although their size is small, their speed and destructive power are higher than previous models. Is this really the heavenly tribulation? Did it copy the weapons of ordinary people? What is the heavenly tribulation trying to do? Does it want to modernize? What a joke. Damn, how are we supposed to transcend such a heavenly tribulation? Is the heavenly tribulation of the white-clothed cultivator the only one that has changed, or is everyone going to face this mutated heavenly tribulation in the future? If everyone's heavenly tribulation is going to change, will our tribulation transcending formation still work? How is the white-clothed cultivator going to face this heavenly tribulation? After all, modern heavenly tribulation is something unheard of. The heavenly tribulation is already very scary as it is. How are we going to deal with it if it ends up copying modern technology and weaponry? In the 9 provinces number 1 group, the expressions of the various fellow Taoists became serious. I didn't think that the modern heavenly tribulation little friend Song Shuhang talked about would really appear. The fellow Taoists that are going to transcend the tribulation soon should be extra careful and find ways to deal with this mutated heavenly tribulation, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said gravely. He was preparing to face the heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage soon, and he hadn't expected that something like this would happen. Su Clan 7, when Little 16 transcended the tribulation earlier, the heavenly tribulation had already started to change a little. I made some preparations, but the heavenly tribulation has now changed beyond recognition. He was also one of the members that were going to transcend the tribulation soon. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, I'm also going to make thorough preparations. Let's first take a look at how fellow Taoist White deals with this heavenly tribulation. It will help us get ready for what we are going to face next. After that trip to Immortal Cheng Lin's cave, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had gained some insight, and was preparing to transcend the tribulation. Medicine Master, he was also one of the members preparing to transcend the tribulation. Fairy Dongfang 6, are there other fellow Taoists that want to transcend the tribulation in the near future? Demon Monarch Nirvana is right beside me. If you need help, you can contact him and research a method to deal with this modern heavenly tribulation. Aside from Senior Yellow Mountain, Senior Spirit Butterfly, 7, and Medicine Master, there is also Senior Xian Gong who will face the tribulation soon. Actually, it is unknown if he has already started to transcend the tribulation or not, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group suddenly quieted down. The heavenly tribulation decided to undergo a mutation just as Senior Xian Gong was going to advance to the next realm. Frice Reckless Mad Saber, the Heavenly Tribulation isn't suddenly going to transform into a nuclear bomb and explode, right? If that were to happen, things might turn for the worse for Scholar Xian Gong, who was traumatized in the past. After all, there is some fate between him and nuclear bombs. Fellow Taoist thrice reckless, don't jinx it. As we saw, the starting wave of the tribulation of the 8th stage was made of guided missiles. Therefore, the strongest wave of the Heavenly Tribulation of the 7th stage should also only have guided missiles. Given his strength, fellow Taoist Xian Gong should be able to resist this type of tribulation wave just fine, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Although this was very likely the case, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were still worried. It's starting. Fairy Lychee reminded them at this time. In the Heavenly Tribulation realm, Venerable White and the first wave of guided missiles made contact. The 10,000 guided missiles either spurted out flames or got wrapped in green wind as they headed toward Venerable White. The 10,000 plus missiles almost all rained down at the same time. Back then, when Song Shuhang and the others were facing their 5+1 Heavenly Tribulation, the guided missiles came down in waves, but now that it was Venerable White's turn, the missiles came down all together. The volume of the guided missiles increased to a terrifying level as they piled up one on the other. However, the Heavenly Tribulation realm wasn't a place that followed logic to begin with. It felt as though space had been compressed when those 10,000 plus guided missiles headed toward Venerable White's position. Song Shuhang and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman felt their livers tremble. If the Heavenly Tribulation had decided to attack like this when they were the ones transcending the tribulation, they would have died in the first wave. Sheet. The 10,000 missiles were launched at the same time. Will that white-clothed cultivator be able to withstand the explosion of this attack reinforced with the power of the Heavenly Tribulation? After looking at my skills, I don't have what it takes to meet this attack head-on, an experienced 7th stage spiritual venerable said, panic-stricken. He, too, was a venerable planning to advance to the next realm. The great change of heaven and earth was imminent, and the next tide of spiritual energy was also at hand. Therefore, he wanted to seize this opportunity to advance to the profound sage realm. But, after seeing this wave of guided missiles, he felt his heart tremble. Venerable White didn't panic while facing the joint attack of the guided missiles. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. Right after, a magical circle appeared before his body. Then, a small teapot that resembled a magic lamp also appeared next to him. Light smoke emerged from the small teapot, and in the next moment, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was standing beside Venerable White. F***CK. Right after making his appearance, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was scared shitless. Yet, his body faithfully executed Venerable White's orders, continually bringing out bundles of wooden flying swords and loading them into Venerable White's magical ring. Originally, it should have been Qing Wu's duty to perform these tasks. However, her roots went soft while facing the Heavenly Tribulation of the profound sage rank. The task was thus left to Demon Venerable Lushan Street. In addition, these flying swords were only ordinary wooden swords crafted through Qing Wu's wood. They had yet to be refined into disposable flying swords. Chapter 1039 Store away my equipment first. Demon Venerable Lushan Street was worthy of the name Venerable. In just 3 seconds, he was able to load 10,000 wooden swords into the magical ring. Once he was done with the wooden swords, Demon Venerable returned into the small teapot. To be exact, he had run back into the teapot as fast as he could. If his speed were any slower, he might also be pulled into Venerable White's Heavenly Tribulation, which was quite clearly not something to be desired. Venerable White adjusted his magical ring, and then stretched his hand out to make a Taoist seal. Explode! In the following moment, 10,000 plus ordinary wooden swords crazily shot through the magical ring. In the instant they passed through the magical ring, hundreds of supplementary formations were placed onto the swords. The originally ordinary wooden swords began to faintly radiate a seven-colored light. Unfortunately, these wooden swords hadn't been refined disposable flying swords, so the power output was greatly reduced. Whoosh 10,000 plus wooden swords glowing with seven-colored light shot out to welcome 10,000 plus Heavenly Tribulation guided missiles. The entire Heavenly Tribulation realm was instantly overshadowed, with only the unceasing sounds of explosions audible and the seven-colored light flashing from time to time. Will Venerable White be able to handle this? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked. Song Shuheng was also somewhat nervous. He had already seen this move of Venerable White before. In theory, it possessed the offensive power of the peak 7th stage, possibly even higher. But this time, Venerable White wasn't using disposable flying swords, and the Heavenly Tribulation had materialized 10,000 plus missiles. In the frame of the profound sage speech, Horizon had a calm expression on his face. When a cultivator advances from the 3rd to the 4th stage, there are 3 methods to delay the Heavenly Tribulation, and the cost of these methods isn't high. The first method is, boom, the voice of the Taoist priest was drowned out by the noise from the explosions. The corner of Taoist priest Horizon's mouth twitched, but he still continued, cough. For the first method, you would only need to prepare the several following materials, all of which are very common materials that can be purchased on cultivator street markets. Now, I'll be listing the materials. Everybody, listen carefully. Boom, Taoist priest Horizon's voice was once again drowned out by the noise from the explosions. Taoist priest Horizon, he had no choice here, the only thing he could do was to repeat it another time at the top of his voice. He was getting tired and also stressed. As long as he was in profound sage speech mode, he wouldn't receive any harm from Venerable White's Heavenly Tribulation. Nevertheless, the overbearing power of the Heavenly Tribulation still caused his back to be drenched in cold sweat. When is this profound sage speech going to end? My clothes are all wet. If this goes on, even my crotch is going to end up wet. But, more importantly, how much power of virtue would he gain if Venerable White kept creating a ruckus like this? It was possible that he would get more virtue due to Venerable White's entrance, but it could also be that the amount of virtue would end up greatly reduced. If he didn't have enough power of virtue, would he be able to get through the inner demon tribulation? He truly felt stifled at this time. All across the universe. What was that thing just now? The one that loaded the wooden swords, was it a genie? These kinds of summoning treasures can be actually used while transcending the Heavenly Tribulation. The disciples of the Limitless Demon sect, wasn't that Demon Venerable Lushan Street, one of the veteran members of their Limitless Demon sect? But, wasn't he in deep meditation? Why did he suddenly become a lamp spirit and appear in the tribulation of this white-robed cultivator? Was there really no problem with Demon Venerable being this lovely? Boom, flames, lightning, violent winds, scorching light, explosions, sword chi, as well as dazzling beams of light would rush toward the sky from time to time. Venerable White stood in the Heavenly Tribulation realm, with the whole place filled with magnificent fireworks, making for a shocking visual effect. The violent sounds of explosions lasted for several minutes before subsiding. As the explosions stopped, Venerable White's figure reappeared in the frame. Aside from some dark marks that had appeared on his white robe, it didn't seem like he had taken much damage at all. Other than this, sharp-eyed cultivators saw that there was something piled up behind Venerable White. What's that? The picture is a little blurry, let me get a better look at it. Wait, am I seeing things? Are those guided missiles? F***CK, are those the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation? How did they end up piled up together without detonating? Heavens, how did those guided missiles end up piled up together? And there even seems to be a layer of seals on them. Was the Heavenly Tribulation actually sealed? All the practitioners in the universe burst into discussion. If they could flood the screen, they would have long flooded the frame of the profound sage speech. All the practitioners in the universe swallowed their saliva with a loud gulp. According to rumors, there were some incredibly strong cultivators who had forged some of their treasures while transcending the tribulation, an example being a sword forged with the lightning of the Heavenly Tribulation, which would allow that sword to have the evil purging property of the Heavenly Tribulation. But it was the first time that someone had sealed and piled up on one another the guided missiles of the Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, in the frame, Venerable White turned around and began to count the number of guided missiles. 10. 27. 32, There are around 10 types missing. Venerable White then turned to Song Shuheng, and said, Song, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, did you perhaps pay attention to how many kinds of guided missiles were launched? I vaguely remember there being 47 different kinds among the 10,000 that were launched. Song Shuheng shook his head. I didn't see clearly, Senior White. After seeing those 10,000 guided missiles, he got scared out of his wits. Where did he have the time to observe how many kinds of guided missiles there were? Then, help me take a look at how many kinds there are. By the way, don't you have a spatial magical treasure that can store spirit stones? If there's space, help me keep these, Venerable White said as he threw the 32 guided missiles toward Song Shuheng. Seeing Senior White's actions, Shuheng almost knelt down. Those 32 guided missiles were 32 big baddies. If one of them were to accidentally explode, he, Song Shuheng, would definitely die. Can this sort of thing even enter into a spatial magical treasure? Song Shuheng asked. Of course, I've placed a special seal on them. This seal is one of the gains I had while I was closed up. You collect these guided missiles first. In the meantime, I'll lower my realm and transcend the Heavenly Tribulation anew to collect all 47 kinds of guided missiles. At that time, we'll be able to study their properties, Venerable White said. It would be more convenient to collect some more for the research. Song Shuheng, who was storing the guided missiles in his spatial magical treasure, was taken aback. Huh? What did he mean with transcend the Heavenly Tribulation anew? It's alright, just help me collect these guided missiles. As a reward, once I've finished studying these guided missiles, I'll gift you all of the extra missiles, Venerable White said. Song Shuheng was dumbfounded. Why would I want these guided missiles? What am I supposed to do if one of these big baddies accidentally explodes? This time, Song, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, help me see how many kinds of guided missiles there are, Venerable White said. During their conversation, he saw Venerable White's aura drop rapidly, from peak 7th stage Venerable all the way down to beginner 7th stage Venerable. However, the Sea of Tribulation Lightning didn't care if one lowered their realm. If the transcending of the tribulation had already begun, it would continue until the very end. As a result, the tribulation began to condense once again, brewing the second wave. As long as it was locked onto Venerable White, it would attack him until the very end. At this moment, Venerable White suddenly threw out a golden talisman treasure. After the golden talisman appeared, it changed into a gigantic wave of lightning power that poured into the Sea of Heavenly Tribulation. In the following moment, the Sea of Heavenly Tribulation which was brewing the second wave calmed down. Venerable White then put the golden talisman treasure away, and his aura began to rise again, instantly returning to the peak 7th stage Venerable and reaching the point where he would have to transcend the tribulation. Boom! The Sea of Heavenly Tribulation became violent once again. After 2 breaths, 10,000 plus guided missiles gradually formed in the Heavenly Tribulation Sea. The Heavenly Tribulation had seemingly undergone a factory reset, starting anew. Song Shuheng, was the Heavenly Tribulation so easy to play around with? All across the universe. Who can tell me what's going on? What happened after I shut my eyes? Hadn't the guided missiles already been taken care of? There were some people who were able to understand the contents of Venerable White's conversation. It seems that this white-robed Venerable is acquainted with profound sage Tyrannical Song. Just now, he and profound sage Tyrannical Song were apparently exchanging. The characters of the live broadcast were only Horizon and Venerable White. Song Shuhang's and Palace Master's figures didn't appear in the profound sage speech frame. Therefore, all the cultivators in the world could only see Venerable White talking to himself. Just like in the previous first wave, 10,000 plus guided missiles were shot at once towards Venerable White, who was still in the space-twisting mode. However, he changed his approach while facing the Heavenly Tribulation this time around. He used an Earth-type spell to block most of the guided missiles, seizing the opportunity to capture over 20 of them. Among those 20 guided missiles that Venerable White had collected, there was quite a number of duplicates. As such, he had yet to collect them all. As a result, with everyone's gazes fixed on him, Venerable White redid everything. He brought out the golden talisman to reset the Heavenly Tribulation one more time. In this way, after another 2 rounds, Venerable White was able to collect a total of 123 guided missiles, with all of the different kinds of guided missiles collected as well. Song Shuhang, with a numb face, put these guided missiles in his spatial magical treasure. This was the strongest Heavenly Tribulation he had ever come across, but also the most miserable and honorless Heavenly Tribulation. Luckily, Venerable White had finally managed to collect all the different kinds of guided missiles. Now, Senior White should go face the second wave of the Heavenly Tribulation, right? Shuhang thought. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, Venerable White ran to his side, taking off and handing all the magical treasures on his body, his meteor sword, and even his Taoist robe to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang was baffled. Senior White, what are you doing? The golden talisman treasure I used just now has a rather exaggerated side effect. The power of the next wave of the Heavenly Tribulation will be beyond imagination, so I might not be able to hold up. As such, store away my equipment first, Venerable White said hurriedly. Chapter 1040 Cameraman, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. After ascending to the Venerable Realm, Senior White gained the ability to control his strange charm, thereby allowing him to reduce the influence he had on other cultivators as much as he could. Now, it was only when Venerable White was distracted or in meditation that he would lose control over this strange charm of his. It was fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, Venerable White's appearance in the frame of the live, profound sage speech would have brought an end to all the practitioners in the universe. Such an event would have caused everyone to be unable to free themselves from Venerable White's charm. At this moment, however, Venerable White gave all kinds of treasures and magical treasures to Song Shuhang, even taking off the Taoist robe protecting his body, causing the practitioners from all over the universe to be unable to resist gazing at him. However, due to the angle of vision provided by the profound sage speech, when Venerable White took off his Taoist robe, all the practitioners in the universe could only see the place above the neck. The angle of the live broadcast simply left one speechless. It was clear that the next part was going to be a good one, but the angle of vision suddenly withdrew and zoomed in on Venerable White's face. Bastard, who is the cameraman for this profound sage speech? Cameraman, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Senior White is mine. The weak true monarch white crane flapped its wings and cried feebly. The frame of the profound sage speech couldn't be directly recorded, otherwise, true monarch white crane would have definitely recorded the scene of Senior White taking off his Taoist robe and replayed it 100 times a day. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui, who was currently testing out a new recipe, stopped moving her knife. She felt her heart suddenly jump a few times. What clothes was Venerable White wearing beneath his Taoist robes? She'd known Venerable White for so many years, and she had always seen the other party wear that spotless white Taoist robe. Although the Taoist robe could change style and shape, she'd never seen the other party take it off. At this moment, the angle of vision provided by the profound sage speech gradually expanded. Looking at Venerable White's figure as it gradually entered the shot of the profound sage speech, all the practitioners in the universe gulped, their eyes unconsciously widening and staring, not even daring to blink for fear of missing the most important part. There were many practitioners who had been exposed to modern technology, and their right hand unconsciously wanted to tap on the void in the hope of pausing the scene. The hand speed of practitioners was generally very fast, and a great portion of them had always been able to reach out their hand and pause movies, TV dramas, and videos at crucial moments. With everyone expectant, the frame of the profound sage speech shifted, and Venerable White's entire body was there for everyone to see. But right at that moment, in front of Venerable White, a bald figure suddenly appeared. The position of this baldy coincidentally happened to block Venerable White's body from everyone's eyes. From their perspectives, practitioners all over the universe could only see Venerable White's face and a part of his arms over the baldy's shoulder. F***CK. Who's the cameraman? Drag him out and cut him down. I'm more interested in knowing who this baldy is. Why did he suddenly appear in the frame? Can he get blown up? Chile Cruella, it was unknown which country's language this was. Isn't this baldy, profound sage Tyrannical Song? Just now, he and that white-robed cultivator were talking together. Furthermore, the white-robed cultivator had given him all his treasures and magical treasures. We don't want to see this baldy, move the baldy to the side. Profound sage Tyrannical Song, I beg you. Just move a little bit, please. Currently, this was bird speech, coming from a monster bird. The first sage in 1,000 years not only gave us a wonderful speech, but even his positioning is this excellent. Senior Tyrannical Song, please don't do thigh eyes. Pajajapaji. It was unknown which kind of bird speech this was. What was certain, however, was that this wasn't a human language. All the practitioners in the universe went mad. Anyway, summing up everything in a few lines, Cameraman, go die. Baldy, move out of the way. Profound sage Tyrannical Song, I beg you, don't do this. Senior Tyrannical Song, please raise your legs and move aside. And, all different kinds of animal gibberish. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Frice reckless mad Saber, little friend Shuhang's positioning is really annoying. Quickly move out of the way. True Monarch Northern River, thrice reckless, don't seek death. Once Venerable White and little friend Shuhang leave the Heavenly Tribulation realm and come online, they'll be able to see your messages. True Monarch White Crane, Tyrannical Song, get out of the way. Don't block our Senior White. Fairy Dongfang 6, Tyrannical Song, get out of the way. Don't block our Senior White. Fairy Lychee, Tyrannical Song, get out of the way. Don't block our Senior White. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Tyrannical Song, get out of the way. Don't block our Senior White. After an instant, the entire 9 provinces number 1 group was flooded. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, True Monarch's finger was right on the mute all button, but he hesitated, should he actually use this function? In all honesty, he also felt that little friend Song Shuhang's positioning was rather annoying. With great difficulty, the frame of the profound sage speech moved. After taking Venerable White's magical treasures and Taoist robe, Song Shuhang merely stood in place, not knowing that he had re-entered the frame of the profound sage speech. After Venerable White handed all of his equipment to Song Shuhang, he left and retreated to his original position, where he was originally transcending the tribulation. This time, profound sage Tyrannical Song could no longer use his body to block the shot. Once again, all the practitioners in the universe stared unblinkingly at the frame of the profound sage speech. As for Taoist priest Horizon, who was still talking about how to avoid and delay the descent of the Heavenly Tribulation, there were now only a few people who were still paying attention to him. In fact, the content of Taoist priest Horizon's speech wasn't really suitable for the profound sage speech. If one compared the profound sage speech to the speech given by a student representing of a famous university during the graduation ceremony, then the content of Taoist priest Horizon's speech could be summed up as how to cheat during exams. It was akin to slapping one's alma mater in the face during the graduation ceremony. The problem was that this point didn't come to Taoist priest Horizon's mind. He just wanted to spread content that would benefit cultivators through his profound sage speech. Now, Venerable White's appearance had taken the attention of most during Taoist priest Horizon's profound sage speech. As for whether this was a coincidence or inevitable, nobody knew, and nobody would be able to shed light on it. The frame of the profound sage speech moved. Finally, Venerable White's entire body entered the frame. This time, there was no Baldy hogging the frame. In the frame, Venerable White's long hair fluttered in the air, similar to an immortal that had walked out of a picture. The heartbeat of all the practitioners in the universe quickly sped up. What was under the Taoist robe of the white-robed Venerable? Right when they were about to get a glimpse of what they wanted, suddenly, dazzling lightning exploded out of the sea of heavenly tribulation. Blinding light instantly filled the entire frame. The dazzling lightning instantly covered most of Venerable White's figure. In the profound sage speech frame, only Venerable White's handsome face and long fluttering hair could be seen. The silhouette of his palms was also faintly visible. As for the rest, it had been entirely covered by the light. All the practitioners in the universe collapsed. What is this heavenly tribulation lightning doing? Did it really have to explode at this time? Was waiting another second going to kill it? Ribbit, a cultivator of an unknown race said, sounding like he was related to frogs. Holy light? Is it actually holy light? Which group of holy knights did this? Quickly kick them out. Holy knights, go die. Western ancient holy knights got unjustly accused at this time. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Such a weird angle, could it be that Venerable White's luck activated? Frice reckless mad Saber said. Fairy Lychee, probably. Otherwise, how could there possibly be so many coincidences? Song Shu Hang and the dazzling tribulation lightning just now both blocked the frame. I'm afraid it's likely due to Senior White's luck, making it impossible to actually see the shot. Fairy Dongfang 6, right now, we should tactfully call little friend Song Shu Hang at Tyrannical Song 1. Little friend Song Shu Hang, if you can see our messages, can you bring out your phone and take a few beautiful photos of Senior White? How could there possibly be a signal in the heavenly tribulation realm? Fairy Lychee said. Damn it, why is it that only Song Shu Hang can see that wondrous picture? True monarch White Crane was driven mad. The sudden appearance of the holy light broke the hearts of all the practitioners in the universe. They stared unwillingly at Song Shu Hang's back. If it had not been for Senior Tyrannical Song suddenly appearing, their view of the white-robed Venerable wouldn't have been blocked. In the heavenly tribulation realm, Song Shu Hang suddenly felt uneasy, just as if there were billions of eyes staring at him. He felt the same when he was in profound sage speech mode earlier. It can't be, right? Have I entered the profound sage speech frame again? Song Shu Hang thought. He shouldn't be mistaken. This feeling of countless gazes was definitely because there was a great number of practitioners all over the universe staring at him. Strange, why am I back in the profound sage speech frame? Then, a thought came to Song Shu Hang's mind. He reached for and touched his own head, discovering that it was bald. Heavens, during the profound sage speech a while back, he was also bald. This was bad for his image. Thinking of this, Song Shu Hang made a Taoist seal and operated Dharma King Creation's secret technique, the hair-growing technique. The innate true yuan in his body surged, and the hair-growing technique was successfully activated. In the next moment, black stubbles appeared on Song Shu Hang's bald head, and his hair grew crazily. In the span of 2 breaths, Song Shu Hang's hair grew 10 meters, becoming like a waterfall behind his body, being dragged on the ground. From afar, it seemed as if Song Shu Hang was dragging a black cape that was 10 meters long behind him. All the practitioners in the universe, WTF. Was profound sage Tyrannical Song live broadcasting some hair-growing commercial? Right when people's gazes were attracted to Song Shuhang's long hair, the second wave of Venerable White's Heavenly Tribulation finally formed. An especially big nuclear bomb had quietly taken shape.